Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Sharp rocks look into the dark sky, crooked bridges connect them, stretching over a poisonous river. A stone platform with a luminous altar hung over a huge abyss. This was the last location of the hero's long battle. An army of demons stood along the stone path leading to a huge monument with an artifact. This is the Demon King's castle. A hero in a white mage robe approached this dais and asked, since this is the final battle, why did the Demon King decide to prepare a big stage for himself to be defeated? The Demon King sat on the stone throne with a calm face. His face remained calm. He was surprised how the hero got to him. Being an ordinary person, he decided to give him a gift. Violet smoke poured out of the eyes of the evil demons. The king ordered them to kill the intruder. The entire army of demons rushed to attack. The hero just smiled. He walked forward. Magic circles began to form around his hands. He suggested that they begin. A jerk and he was gone. He ran to the attack. Two magical completed circles glowing with hot metal. A pistol appeared in each hand. The two sides almost collided. The hero's leap scattered stones around. A small magic circle appeared around the barrel of the gun. He used aim adjustment. The demons' heads began to fly into pieces. The hero fired with a smile and ordered the penetration enhancement to be used. Bullets, like rays, destroyed the ranks of demons. Purple blood flowed from their bodies. The hero jumped up and caught up with the purple moon. He pointed the gun at the army of enemies and ordered the use of explosion acceleration. Bright rays scattered the enemies, but there were still many of them. The hero thought about how many subordinates the Demon King had. He ran between the demons and came up with a new plan. His gaze was serious. He spread his arms to the sides and began, like a dance, to spin between the monsters and destroy them in a circle. He stopped and raised his hands. He turned around. The huge demon attacked him with magic-enhanced fists. The magician disappeared without a trace. The monster's veins bulged. The monster screamed in displeasure. The muzzle of a loaded pistol appeared from the wall of dust in front of his face. The hero said the big guy was too slow. The Demon King watched with concern. The battlefield burned and sparkled. The king crushed the stone arm of the throne out of anger. He stuck out his leg. The hero destroyed another enemy and looked forward, saying that the king had finally come out. The demon grabbed the spear. He stood up and raised his glowing spear upward. The spear turned into a scythe. Streams of violet energy began to spread out in waves over the entire battlefield. The Demon King's glowing purple eye opened. He swung his scythe. The hero assumed that the enemy was already advancing. A huge cut flew into the hero's face. The hero looked calmly at the approaching attack and turned to the king. He dodged at the last moment, which surprised the hero, thinking that he was slower. The cut rushed further to destroy the environment. A long series of explosions of purple magic rang out from behind the hero. The hero looked at the purple rifts behind him and exhaled. He said that if he fell into it, he would probably die. While the hero was looking at the consequences of the king's blow, the king came close to him. The hero managed to block the new blow with his pistols. He was thrown back. The new blow was already very close to his face. The explosion throws the hero away. He gets excited and shoots at the enemy. The bullets ricochet off the king's magic field. He says how hilarious it is that he had the courage to attack him with such an attack. The king attacked again. The hero dodged and noted that the king's barrier absorbed his attacks. They say the dark stone in his forehead is his only weak point. The hero dodged again and attacked back. He thought that he needed to break through the barrier at any cost and destroy this stone. The bullets bounced off the king's force field. He said that everything was useless. A dark sphere began to appear in the king's hand. The king said that he would show the hero the difference in their powers. Several more spheres appeared around the demon. They all rushed towards the hero. The guy began to dodge the flying spheres and at the same time shoot at the enemy. He barely had time to dodge. Each time he looked with fear at death rushing a couple of centimeters away. The hero's face was illuminated by the approaching sphere and he looked at it anxiously. The sphere was approaching. The blow fell on the hero. He put up a block and screamed. The pistols fell to the ground. The Demon King put his scythe forward and said, no matter how hard the guy tries, the attack of such a non-entity like him will never defeat him. The guy boldly asked, really? A huge magic circle appeared in front of the king. The hero sarcastically asked if the king was serious. The hero took out a gun from the magic circle and said that he wanted to see if the truth would not reach the Demon King. He grabbed the gun. A bright beam, surrounded by magic circles, flew at the enemy. It was a bullet of moonlight. The bullet was aimed at the stone on the king's forehead. He crouched. The protective field around the stone began to crack. He formed a new sphere and called the hero a brat. He screamed and wished the hero death. A bunch of black clots attacked the hero. Black flames engulfed the hero. Tongues of darkness also began to crawl around his legs. They grabbed the hero's leg. The hero struggled to escape, holding the gun and engulfed in darkness. He decided that since he couldn't get out, he would go to great lengths. A bunch of shots began to destroy the king's barrier. The guy fired angrily, intending to destroy the stone first. A series of bright shots flew at their target. The hero ordered the use of reload acceleration and shot correction. All the bullets fired flew towards the king. There was a bright explosion. The demon's barrier was cracking. He shouted that he would end this. The guy lowered the golden gun. He took aim and said it was time to finish off the demon king. The gun was enveloped in magic circles. A sparkling shot rushed towards the king. This was the verdict of the dawn. The barrier shattered like glass into many small fragments. The darkness released the hero. The demon stone sparkled and he screamed. Many lightning bolts came from his head. He screamed and asked how the hero managed to do something like that. There was an explosion. The guy raised his gun. He jumped at the demon king. He pointed a glowing gun at him and asked if the king knew how many watches he had in World 2.0. The surprised king asked what the hero was talking about, who at that moment put a pistol to his forehead. The guy tore off the demon's head with a shot and said that after such pleasure it was time to watch the finale. He landed. The demon's body began to crumble. The guy turned around with a smile. He grabbed his belt contentedly, and the notification said that the game was completed. He stood in the screen, with the game interface around him. The player said that he was playing as a World 2.0 gunslinger mage. He said it was quite entertaining. His hand took the mouse. The guy was surprised at how good his magical abilities were in the updated version of the World 2.0. A dark-haired guy in a dark cloak appeared on the screen. The guy said that the character he would choose would be a magician. The player smiled and thought that a normal mage would be a little boring. He decided to make a mage using the karma system. He opened the skills and said that this is a system in which the player receives penalties in exchange for advantages. Many do not use it because of the risks. Debuffs began to appear around the guy in the form of puppets, insomnia, mana dependence, chronic migraine, and imminent death. The player said that with penalties he would be able to get additional statistics. The hand clicked on the mouse. The player said that if he increases to the maximum, all statistics related to magic. He looked at the interface and said that in this case he would create the strongest magician. He looked at the exhausted character and saw that in this case he would be too sick. The character's face was calm. The player decided that he didn't care. He thought it was just a game character. Suddenly darkness fell and someone started calling and shouting for Rise. Someone called Lennox. He opened his eyes as he lay in bed. The last thing the hero remembered was the loading screen at the beginning of the game. The download was almost complete. The quote said that the first was an accident, the second was inevitability, the third was fate. The guy was engulfed by a huge cloud of darkness as soon as the download was completed. The hero lost consciousness from a powerful attraction, as if he was being sucked inside. Through the darkness, someone's hand reached out to the hero. The exhausted guy was grabbed by an unknown man. The bearded man raised his fist to strike and asked menacingly when Lennox was going to get up. A blow landed on the hero's face. The man asked if he wanted to hurry up. The guy fell out of bed and fell on the boxes. He stood up and a bunch of people looked at him as they put on their uniforms. They thought it was as pathetic as possible. The guy with a reddened cheek looked at the people around him. The player suddenly realized that he had become a weak character, which he himself had created. The commander shouted madly and pointed his finger. He said that it was time to work, but the hero was still sleeping. He asked whether it was necessary to beat the guy so that he would come to his senses. He went into another room and ordered them to move and go to the parts assembly shop. The men laughed and said that the guy was brainless and asked how he could have slept before the warden arrived. They answered that he would die soon anyway, and when that happened, the warden would get it too, and the first man agreed, saying that the guy could really be beaten to death. The man with the beard silently looked at the guy. They turned to him by the name of Van and asked, "Isn't it?" The overseer turned around and ordered everyone to get to work. Everyone moved forward in a hurry. Only Van looked coolly ahead and was in no hurry. The warden looked at Van and asked if he had ordered a viper. Van replied that yes, and he would take it to the warden as soon as he arrived. The hero rubbed his bruised cheek and thought. They called him Lennox. It was a character he created for the game, but the player couldn't believe that he was stuck in such an insignificant body. 3 days have passed since he woke up in this place that looked like some kind of factory. People in gray and blue uniforms worked behind a conveyor belt and carried boxes of parts. The hero still doesn't understand much, but surprisingly quickly got used to the daily routine here. There were dirty plates on the box. The hero wakes up before sunrise and works until he collapses from exhaustion. Before going to bed, they are given a bowl of rice porridge, more like garbage. Tired men carried boxes. Even if the hero tries to exchange a few words with other employees, they refuse, partly because they are busy working under the supervision of the boss. Behind these men, an exhausted Lennox sat by an overturned box of parts. In many ways, they didn't communicate with him because they perceived him as the living dead, and the player thought that they were right. Lennox wiped away the dripping sweat. He thought that with such a weak body he could last a couple of days in such a place. The warden asked what the guy was doing there. He pointed at the guy with a stick and asked if it was Lennox again. He shouted at the coughing guy and began calling him names and demanding that he go back to work. Van and the warden began to look in surprise as Lennox coughed non-stop. The warden said disgustedly that the guy looked like he was going to die soon. He asked Van to move the guy somewhere far away so that he would not be an eyesore. Lennox looked at the men wildly and thought that what allowed him to remain sane in such a critical situation must be the willpower he had invested in this character. The warden hit the guy and told him to get up quickly and get out. He turned around with Van and said that they were busy and let him not get in the way. He suggested that he leave and die somewhere on the side. The supervisor looked at the curious guy at the conveyor belt and asked what he was staring at and did he really want to get more. The guy immediately turned away, and the player thought that so many symptoms and diseases were simply killing him. Lennox took the box, and the player thought that although this body has some shortcomings, its magical potential remains the same. He looked to the side and thought that if he could awaken this power, he could escape. He looked at the exit door and asked himself, is it worth trying? He knew that to escape he would need a map of the place he was in. Lennox put the box on top of the others and walked towards the exit, noting that it was very convenient that no one was paying attention to him. The guy found himself in a dark corridor, where a bright light was shining through from behind the door. The player thought that this could be the exit to the outside. He walked towards the exit. He looked through the crack. Someone said that it annoyed him. Two men were smoking cigarettes and the red-haired man was saying that the people who were recently sent were very slow. The second man asked what he expected about such scum and noted that if you beat them well, they become more useful. The redhead said that one way or another, it depends on whether they will be able to send the goods to the Union the day after tomorrow. And the second man asked what the members of the Union are going to do with the goods since they are in such a hurry. Tired Lennox overheard the conversation and was surprised. Red asked his friend if he really didn't know that the Union was selling their shredder to a dark magician. The last phrase greatly interested the hero. He looked through the crack and concluded that magic still exists in this world and annoyingly thought about if he knew how to use it. He was asking himself what to do, and the redhead's friend suggested he look at something. He took out an unknown device and asked if the redhead knew what it was. The redhead said that it was a drug for improving physical strength called a viper. He asked if this viper was different from the one he had. The redhead's friend said it was the new viper from Calvin and Cubs. The device looked like a flask with liquid, a filter with a glowing ball and a mouthpiece. The man said that although he was aware of the side effects, he said that this thing was for them to keep people in line. He said that the new filter in this enhancing liquid reduces the toxicity. Speaking of the filter, Lennox's eyes widened because the man said that the filter contained mana. The man raised his viper. He brought it to his mouth. Inside the filter, in the form of a glowing ball, there was mana. Lennox, the guy's eyes turned blue. The ball in the viper sparkled. Lennox opened his eyes and mouth wide. He was overcome by magic and energy. Streams of electrical energy engulfed the hero's body. An electric shock ran through him, as if something had exploded inside his body. There was sweat on the guy's face, but his eyes were shining. The player compared it to space and a sixth sense superior to all others, or the third eye. He called it his alter ego. He looked at himself from white energy, alternative colors. He learned a new feeling that he had not suspected until now. It has always flowed in this world, he realized only now. The fundamental force that shapes this world and the impulse that defines existence. The mana circulating in the air penetrates his body with every breath. Magic flowed from the hero's hand. This force is both familiar and foreign. He clenched his fist. He smiled and said that light is the magic of this world. A blue flame appeared in his hand. While everyone was sleeping, the light burned quietly under the hero's blanket. He sat and looked at the flame in his hand. He decided that this amount of mana should be enough to escape. He remembered the conversation between the two men. One asked if they would be able to ship the goods by the time the Union member arrived. After all, there are 2 days left, and the red-haired man said that the new arrivals are so slow that he is not sure that everything will be done on time. The player remembered that the man said that a member of the Union would arrive in 2 days and that the security would be weaker on that day. He clenched his fist and asked himself if he could avoid attention and escape alone. Leno opened his mouth in surprise. He raised his hand to his forehead and a warm yellow ball appeared between his hand and forehead. He said that if he uses a method similar to light on the surface of the skin. A blush appeared on the guy's face. He thought it felt like he was getting hot. He again clenched his shaking fist and said that if this went on, he would look like someone who was about to die and therefore he could be left alone. Van knocked on the door and told the warden the viper he was talking about. The warden and Wang shook hands. The man asked if he wanted to keep one for himself. Wang refused. The warden smiled, put his hand on the guy's shoulder and handed him the viper. He asked him to take it and said that he was giving it to him because he always does his bidding well. Van looked at the viper and thanked him. The warden rubbed the back of his head and said what else. He smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying that that guy who was staggering around today looked like he was going to die soon. So he asked him to take care of it, because if he stuck his head out when if a member of the Union arrives, they will be screwed. Van looked at the man and said that he understood everything. A speaker rang under the ceiling. People began to get up, yawn, and put on their uniforms. They complained about their aching bodies. Someone said that a member of the union was coming today, and therefore the guards would be stricter than usual. Lennox lay in bed, sweating all over. The men looked at him and asked what was wrong with him. Someone suggested that he had a high fever. Lennox was all red and couldn't even open his eyes. Someone said that the time was already coming. The men turned to Van and said that it seemed to them that Lennox would die by dinner. They asked what to do with him. Nobody wanted to remove the body. Someone went to the guy, and the hero thought to himself that the plan was a success. Van walked through the crowd towards the hero. He walked up to the bed, and people said that it looked like Van was going to get rid of him, which was reasonable because by lying there in this state, he was harming everyone else. One of the workers suggested that everyone should go to work because such a sight would not make their day better. Lennox lay there, and the player tried to understand what people were talking about. Van reached into the inner pocket of his robe. Lennox opened his eyes and thought that what was happening was not part of his plans. Van was getting closer and closer. Van grabbed the guy by the shoulder. Lennox turned around in fear. Van handed him the Viper and offered to take it. Lennox extended his hand, and Van said that Viper is a stimulant that temporarily enhances physical strength. He turned around and said that it was a cheap option, but it would be enough for the journey ahead of him. The hero repeated the words spoken to himself. Leno was sitting on the edge of the bed. He held the Viper in his mouth and looked at his hands covered in energy. He asked himself what kind of vital force he felt. He could not believe that an active stimulant had such an effect. He took a drag from his Viper and thought about Van, who came into the warden's office with an errand. Full of energy, Lennox decided that the escape plan was changing. Factory, underground loading factory, loading dock. People carried and loaded boxes with parts. Supervisors stood with folders. They took orders and reprimanded their subordinates. The man in the yellow uniform said that the quantity of goods did not add up and asked if he was expecting too much. The man bowed and hesitantly said no, and the mature man asked who they think keeps this factory running. He shook his tablet with a smile and said that they were giving concessions to the workers only because of the trial with the Human Rights Commission. He asked if the man thought that they should show their integrity. The man bowed and began to ask for forgiveness. A bald, mustachioed man sat at the table and looked at people, calling them names and telling them who they thought they were. A sweaty Lennox approached with a box in his hands and turned to the bald man. Covered in sweat, Lennox said that he needed to go to the boss's office, but it was locked and he asked if they could open it. The bald man shouted and said that he was busy and asked what kind of errand. Lennox looked at the box and said it was called a Viper. The man immediately took out a bunch of keys, saying how it infuriates him. Lennox froze when he saw the keys and the man called him with him. They walked along the corridor. Lennox was breathing heavily. The man said that he had no time for him at all and asked why someone asked to drag this right now. He shouted at the guy and asked him to move his legs faster. He looked displeased at the out-of-breath guy, called him names, surprised that he was assigned this job. He turned to the door and asked where they found the hero. He opened the door and asked to put it up quickly. He didn't say anything, because Lennox stood behind him with a luminous sphere in his hands. He struck. He grabbed a man by the neck and was electrocuted. He screamed, foam coming out of his mouth. Lennox looked at what was happening with slight curiosity. The man fell unconscious. The out-of-breath Lennox looked at his body, breathed heavily, and said that everything worked out. He picked up the keys. Looking at them, he assumed that there were car keys among them. He looked around the office and began to think about where the warden had put the Viper. Foam continued to flow from the bald man's mouth and Lennox said he had a terrible stench. In one of the open drawers lay a large revolver. Lennox looked in the clothes and closet. He leaned over, opened one of the boxes and said what he had found. He sat, periodized, on the sofa and thought that he knew what an incredible thing this was, mentally saying that it helped him forget about fatigue and pain. He pulled the Viper to his mouth and thought that since he came here for this, he needs to slowly. He heard footsteps outside the door. The guards angrily asked what it was it really the smell of a Viper? He opened the door and said that he was damn busy and so who dared to sit here. He looked forward in surprise. In front of him, his friend Mark was lying on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Lennox appeared at the sight of the surprised guards. His hand sparkled. He reached for the warden's neck, intending to do the same as with Mark. The warden stepped back and fearfully exclaimed the word magic. He asked who the hero is. Lennox gritted his teeth. He mentally panicked because the magic would not be enough for another discharge. The warden opened his eyes wide, recognizing Lennox in the mysterious magician. Immediately gaining courage, he furiously ran to attack the guy. Lennox immediately pointed his gun at the frightened warden. He raised his hands in fear and exclaimed the word gun. Lennox expertly ordered the pistol to be quiet. The pistol became covered with a blue field. The warden asked what the guy was going to do. He suggested calming down and talking. Lennox looked anxiously at the man, who said that he was very sorry. The man was covered in sweat. He said that he was only following orders and there was no other choice. He said that if he left him alive, he would not tell anyone, and it was true. Lennox looked anxiously at the warden and understood that he was lying and could not believe a single word, but did not understand how he could kill a person. The warden was called and asked if he was there. Lennox looked at the warden. The warden, who was called by the name Ede, still held his hands up and whispered to him to let him go and he would keep his promise. Ede pointed to the door and said that it led to the underground parking and that way he could go outside. He said that the guy had the opportunity to calmly leave before that guy came. Lennox gritted his teeth as Ede said that it wouldn't do the guy any good if they were discovered. The hero tried to figure out what to do. The red-haired guy walked and scratched his head, asking, "Is it possible that Ade will take a nap again after lunch?" He said that there are rumors that he comes to work to have fun, beating up employees, and blaming cases on others. The guy opened the door and said that members of the union were looking. He opened the door wider and looked in fear at what was happening in the room. The underground parking lot was flooded with dawn. The car was driving towards the barrier. Van asked where Mark was going because they had a lot of work to do right now. He looked at the driver in fear. Leno was sitting behind the wheel and holding a pistol in front of him. He ordered the gates to be opened. Van raised his hands and said that he would open them, but asked not to shoot. The barrier began to slowly rise. Van did not take his eyes off the guy and said that he could leave. Lennox looked nervously at Van, who asked him not to kill him. The radio on the dashboard beeped and screamed. Snatches of phrases could be heard from her. Van looked at her angrily, mentally saying that she was always acting up. The red-haired guy with a walkie-talkie in his hands looked at the two bodies in the room and the last phrase was exit. He demanded that the exit be blocked. He screamed hysterically, repeating that the exit needed to be closed. Van reached for the button, saying that the radio was broken. He looked at the hero in fear and asked for forgiveness. He didn't finish speaking. The gun began to glow. A flash began to appear in the muzzle. Lennox said that if he left him, he would definitely cause problems. Van extended his hand forward and could not utter a word. A shot rang out and Van's blood flew out to the opposite side of the parking lot. The car drove on, and a corpse remained sitting in the booth. The hero thought that his stable psyche, self-control, and rationality suppressed feelings of guilt and fear. Lennox looked tiredly at the road. He could remain sane. There was another gate ahead that was closed. Leno pressed the pedal all the way down and said there was no difference. The car knocked down the gate and drove on. Coolness that increases in an extreme situation. Lennox smiled faintly and thought that he had really escaped. This is undoubtedly. He was driving along an empty highway towards the city. The player thought that this was undoubtedly the talent of a magician. Night Neon City. Skyscraper with a luminous sign. The unknown guy ran away and was ordered to stop. The guy in the office was running away through the tunnel, bullets flying past him. The unknown person continued to run and was asked to stop. The guy in the hood saw his own reflection in a rainbow mirror in front of him. He clenched his fist. The red-haired guy broke out the window with his body. The guards approached the edge and looked down. One of the men called the fugitive and asked if he really jumped from such a height. The second guard said that he did not see his body, and he asked whether it was unlikely that the unknown person had survived since he jumped from here. The man pulled the bloody cloth off the shard of glass. The guards looked down. One of them said that they were going down and searching. Meanwhile, on the ground from the bushes in an unknown direction there was a chain of bloody footprints. The guard said they had to find his body. A huge neon bridge led to the night city. The cars were driving along the highway in the magical engineering city of the Balkans. The hero's car was driving along the highway. He reached the city only at night. Lennox did not pay attention to the motorcyclist riding in the next row. He looked ahead and thought about how incredible it was. This is all completely different from the world 2.0. He looked at the people at the gas station and thought that everything. He saw how people's phones were shining red and noted that everything contained at least a little mana. He looked around anxiously, thinking that the energy felt on the streets of the city was similar to that in the factory. Probably, a huge amount of mana has been invested in the civilization of this world. He coughed. He exhaled and wondered if he had overexerted himself during the victory. He looked at the box of vipers lying on the front seat and decided to use one of them. He looked at the road with excitement and thought that this was impossible. He was driving in heavy traffic and thought there wasn't much of it and he should only use it for emergencies. He looked at the road. There was a checkpoint and decided that first he needed to find a place where he needed to rest a little. He arrived at the hotel. He turned the lock on the door. He entered the room gloomily. Exhausted, he leaned on the door and was shocked to note that it took him almost an hour and no one was chasing him. All sweaty, he began to take off his clothes and mentally said that he abandoned the car and now he can't. He fell with the thought of rest. He lay unconscious on the floor, unable to pull off his jacket and not reaching the bed. A cold blue light fell on the guy's body. After an unknown amount of time, Lennox opened his eyes. He grabbed his throat and realized that he was thirsty. He shuffled towards the kitchen. He took a can of soda from the refrigerator. He immediately took a sip and started drinking. With his eyes closed, Lennox wiped his mouth and said that he felt alive. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was thrown back. He fell to the floor with his back to the locker. With a tired look, he looked to the side and mentally said how terribly sick he was. It seemed to him that his head was about to split, his muscles hurt terribly and as if they were about to tear into pieces. Lennox looked at his trembling hands and mentally asked himself, is this really a side effect of the Viper? He began to flex his fists and thought that even if he wanted to move, he had no choice but to rely on stimulants. My stomach began to growl. The guy crawled to the mini refrigerator, realizing that he had not eaten for more than 12 hours. He opened the can. I tried a piece and mentally said that this sucks. Lennox was sitting in a chair and eating canned food. It was getting light outside the window, and the phone rang. He pressed the button and was informed that there were 2 hours left until the end of his stay. The voice asked if the hero wanted to extend. He agreed. The voice on the phone began to name the cost of the services and said that the hero had 120,000 villages left to pay. Lennox looked with annoyance at the receiver, from where a voice asked to make payment today, until he could not understand that canned food made up 10% of the stay. He reached into his pocket and thought about how ridiculous this was. He looked at the bills in his hands and realized that he only had 10,000 villages left, and in this case he would not be able to stay another day. The guy straightened his hair, looking at the money, and realized that he needed more money. While he was stroking his hair, he suddenly noticed how long it had grown. He went into the shower, deciding to clean himself up before leaving. Lennox stood in front of the mirror, and his cut hair fell to the floor. He cut his hair with a small knife. There was hair all over the sink. Lennox decided that should be enough. All thin, he looked at himself and said that it was unlikely that anyone would recognize him. It was already day in the city. Lennox sat on the sidewalk and was silent. People walked past him, and he thought that it was unlikely that he would be able to earn money legally, because in this world he didn't even have documents. Lennox stared into space and thought that the easiest way would be to beat up the bandits and take their money, and this should not create many problems in the future. He decided to search. Blue energy enveloped his ears because he decided to concentrate it there. Lennox sat silently on the sidewalk, enveloped in energy. He heard someone say that rumors had reached that the new engineer from Palmer's, the one who checked the new AI for errors, was missing. They will probably find a replacement. I heard that they are looking for an agency that will help you get. We divide the profit 8 to 2, such conditions. Don't have any droids to enlist in your green zone reduction plan. After all, I want to send a request. I'm thinking of stealing the endangered species T9. Lennox decided that everything was wrong. He continued listening and heard someone say at one of the trash cans that he had told him to bring all the stolen money. Lennox opened his eyes and realized what he had found. The hero began to follow the man, looking at the street and trying to understand where the sound was coming from. Suddenly Lennox grabbed his head. He leaned against the wall and clutched his aching heart. The hero inhaled Viper smoke. Energy enveloped the hero's body and spirit. Mentally, he suggested to himself that he could earn some money. The cat that was climbing in the trash was scared by a loud sound. A man fell into the place where he had just been sitting. 2 bulls stood opposite. One of them pointed his finger at the man and asked him to remind him of what he was telling him. He grabbed the frightened man by the collar, and he said in a trembling voice that if he did the job, there would be no problems. The bully kicked the man and said that he was talking nonsense and had lost the money he had stolen. The man shouted that he was not lying and said that they really disappeared along the way. The second guy said that nothing could be done. He took out a knife sparkling with mana and offered his partner to sell the man in parts for the missing amount. The man cried and called for help. A knife was approaching him. The big guy told his friend to cut more carefully, otherwise he might damage the goods. The man covered himself with his hands and roared. Nothing happened and he opened his eyes. 2 bulls were electrocuted. Lennox stood behind them with a viper in his mouth and said that it was as easy as shelling pears. 2 bodies fell in front of the frightened man. Lennox sat down and began to study the things of the killed bandits. The man asked to save him. Lennox was holding a stack of bills in his hands. There were 700,000 villages, which was quite a lot. He could buy medicine and a couple of things with this money. He pulled out a device that looked like a viper and asked what it was. The man got scared and asked not to point it at him. Lennox read that it was a dick laser cutter, only it had been illegally converted and used as a weapon. He put the cutter in the inner pocket of his jacket, deciding that the more self-defense equipment he had, the better. Lennox stood up and said what the man now saw. The man began to shout that he would not tell anyone. Lennox turned around, his eyes glowing with magic. He said that anyone could say that. The man looked at the hero in fear and said that if he needed something. The hero said that he had a question. He looked at the man and said that he had arrived in this city not so long ago. He asked if the man knew where he could work without documents. He clarified that it would be desirable for the case to be related to magic. In the evening, the dressed-up hero looked at the neon sign of the bar. He was well dressed in a black coat and white shirt. He thought the place looked like a regular bar, but the thought that it could be a cover reassured him. Leno grabbed his face and thought that he shouldn't reveal his identity then. His face lit up. In this world, Lennox removed his hand and his face changed to someone else's. He thought that he could not trust anyone in this world except himself. The bar was not crowded, people were talking and drinking. Lennox slowly opened the door. The gray-haired bartender looked at him. The hero sat down at the bar. The bartender asked what the hero wanted to order. He replied that it was something low alcohol. A drink was poured into a whiskey glass with ice. Lennox took his glass and said that he needed a job. The bartender was wiping the glass. The hero asked if there was anything that would require magic. Lennox looked patiently at the man behind the bar. With a quick gesture, he pointed to someone. An unknown person stood behind and said that working hours were over. The girl came out from behind the door in a dressing gown and said that she had just fallen asleep. She asked what was going on here. She looked at the hero. The bartender said that he was a magician. The girl said that it didn't look like it. She smiled and said that magicians are rare specimens, so appearance does not matter. She introduced herself as Jenny and asked what the hero's name was. Lennox calmly said that his name was Van, realizing that he could not say his real name. Jenny leaned towards him and began to say that someone told the hero about this place and that's why he was here. She clarified that the hero was looking for work for magicians. He agreed. Jenny asked to show what he could do. She raised her hand and said that there is nothing worthwhile in a person if he calls himself a magician after learning a couple of ordinary spells. She waved her hand, saying that there was no need to tell which magical system he belonged to, but she would still have to tell him what type. The hero's hand sparkled with energy. He raised his hand and a large sphere illuminated the bar with blue flashes. Jenny and the bartender calmly looked at the hero. The girl began to think about the lightning she saw. She was a little surprised when she thought about how rare this was. Lennox was calm. Jenny thought that the guy had just summoned lightning without a magic circle or spell. She placed the contract on the counter. She looked at the guy with a smile and offered to sign the contract. The bartender continued to wipe the glass, and Jenny said that since the gay man had come all this way, he wouldn't be picky about the type of work. Lennox signed the treaty and said that everything would suit him, except that which had to do with civilians. Genia said that the hero could relax and offered to look at something. The tablet showed the characteristics of an unknown man. She said that payment would be made immediately, because determining the quality of work would not be difficult. On the tablet was a photo and information of Taylor Evans. Jenny said that she was a cleaner and had escaped 3 days ago after trying to steal Achilles' security equipment. Lennox took the tablet in his hands and said, "Does it mean he stole it unsuccessfully?" He realized that the insignificant janitor could not penetrate Achilles' security system. The photo showed a broken window. Jenny said the others were killed. Taylor was left alone and decided to steal it. She exhaled and said that after that Achilles stepped away from the case and handed it over to them. The cleaning organization he was a member of said that it had nothing to do with it, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lennox went out into an empty and gloomy alley. He looked around with a serious face. The guy asked the girl what the reward was. Jenny calmly replied that 3 million sat down, clarifying that this was not too much, but not too little for catching a rat. Lennox pointed at the tablet and said they had taken a blood sample and asked if he could take it. Jenny said that she could give it to the hero, but suggested that it would be of little use. She said that if the hero is thinking of catching him using a blood mage, then it's not worth it, because blood mages are greedy and demand 5 million for one thing. Lennox took out a piece of cloth with Taylor's blood from the envelope. He threw the cloth on the ground and thought that he didn't need a blood mage. Lennox was calm. He could just use basic magic. He remembered how he was sitting in the hotel and a blue sphere was burning in his hand. The basic magic he was talking about was all he had seen in the 2.0 world. The key points of his research were written down on the piece of paper, and there were several of them. Lennox thought that the list was long. The hero's hand glowed red. He decided that the most suitable for this was the hunter's magic from version 2.0. Bloody clots rushed from the hero's palm to the piece of cloth. He used bloody pursuit. Clots surrounded the tissue. She began to smoke. An unknown force made the fabric rise and smoke more and more. Suddenly, a red stream of energy burst out of her like a blazing fire. The shape of the flame began to change. The hero calmly watched as a red snake emerged from the flames. Night, abandoned metro station. The snake glowed with a faint red light. She crawled along the tracks. She was aiming for the man who was sitting with his back to her. The snake froze and looked at its target. It exploded and crumbled into scarlet haze. Exhausted Taylor turned around in fear and asked what it was. Lennox stood behind him and said that he had found him. He addressed the fugitive by name. Taylor jumped up angrily and ran. He ran away from the hero, trying to understand how he found this place. Lennox followed him calmly and thought that before coming here he had prepared to withstand any possible attacks, but he could not imagine that Taylor would immediately go on the run. He moved his hand to the side, thinking how tiring this all was. A luminous pyramid appeared in his hand. The hero thought that it was difficult to run with his body and he was not confident in long-range attacks. The pyramid continued to unfold in front of his face. He put his hand forward and a powerful sound wave rushed towards the fugitive. She very quickly caught up with the fleeing man. He turned around in fear. The wave knocked him off his feet. He fell to the ground. Lennox calmly walked up to him. Taylor screamed, holding his ears. Lennox looked at him calmly, saying that he should not have run away. Suddenly, the shot that was flying at the hero's leg crashed into his magical barrier. Lennox turned around in surprise. The thought of the shot surprised him. He watched with his hands in his pockets as the orange barrier absorbed the energy of the shot. He turned around and thought that setting up a barrier was a good decision. He closed his eyes. The guy's body was covered in orange light. He used the barrier strengthening and thought that even if an anti-tank missile flew at him, he could hold out for a while. Now a blue sphere appeared around him. It expanded into the station area. The guy calmly looked ahead and asked himself where this sniper was. The sphere began to envelop nearby buildings, the entire surrounding area. Lennox looked at the illuminated area and was surprised to note that there was no one within a 1-kilometer radius. He thought about it and assumed that the sniper was either shooting from a longer distance or using disguise, and he was also interested in the question of why they wanted to kill him, even if he had changed his appearance. The guy opened his eyes wide. There was something he couldn't understand. He remembered where the bullet hit. He realized that he was not the target. He looked at the stunned man and realized that the sniper was hunting him. The player looked at the man and thought that this was his way of trying to shut him up, probably the janitor. The hero decided that he didn't care what happened between them, however. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat, and he pointed the gun at the frightened Taylor, deciding that if he was already interfering in his affairs, then that was another conversation. Taylor was trembling all over with fear. The hero thought that he did not intend to let go of the sniper who dared to shoot in front of him. He couldn't afford to turn Hunter Wang's image into a laughing stock. A shot rang out and the asphalt was stained with the man's blood. Lennox looked at the fugitive's corpse and thought that the more Van was known as a cruel and cold-blooded man, the fewer people would want to stand in his way. The sniper aimed at the hero. He recoiled in surprise from the sight. After all, Lennox, namely the hunter Van, looked cruelly straight into his eyes. On one of the roofs, Mana illuminated a silhouette. Lightning appeared in the hero's hands. He thought that the moment he killed Taylor, the flow of the sniper's mana became restless. The sniper looked at the hero anxiously and tried to understand whether the hero had discovered him. The hero looked at the lightning in his hand and thought, the enemy is within 1 km, and he has magic suitable for such a distance. It began to form a large electrical sphere. Among the ordinary magic that he remembers, there is one that can be held in one hand. He raised his hand up. It was magic representing lightning. The sparks disappeared from the guy's palm. The sniper watched him through the scope and assumed that the hero had drawn in his magic. The sniper was illuminated with blue light. He looked up and saw the skies sparkling with a thunderstorm. Lennox used the call of thunder and the lightning, sparkling, zigzagged towards the enemy. The frightened sniper looked at the approaching death. Lightning struck the roof of the house with a roar. Lennox clenched his fist and thought how completely different this was from what he saw in the game. He looked at the smoke above one of the roofs and thought that now he could safely say that he was a lightning magician. He climbed to the edge of the destroyed roof. He exhaled and realized that using magic continuously was too much for him. He examined the wreckage and assumed that if there was no trace left of the sniper, then he had escaped, which means that he was also not an ordinary person. The smoke from the impact rose to the hero's face. He decided that he should not pursue the sniper, assuming that it would be enough of a warning. He stood on the edge of a destroyed building, floor after floor exposed. The player thought that this would be more than enough for the lightning mage named Van to become known. The bar, the neon sign was still on and inviting entry. The hero threw the bag on the floor. All out of breath, he stood in the aisle and said that the task was completed and in Taylor Evans' bag. All visitors looked at the hero in bewilderment. A bead of sweat rolled down the bartender's face. He put the glass on the counter and said that there was a back door on the other side of the building. He asked if the hero could go there. Lennox, all tired, was wiping sweat from his face. The bartender said he would take the bag and ordered the guy to go forward. A cold blue light came through the crack of the back door. The old man was unzipping his back. He examined the body on the couch and asked the hero to use it the next time he worked. He decided that he was too old to forget about it. He looked at the guy and asked him to wait a little. He said that the old man could take his time. He delved into Taylor's body and said that the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. There were wounds to the ears. There was no change in mana. The organs were also intact. He concluded that it was definitely Taylor. The old man began to zip up his bag. The hero asked if he was a forensic scientist, and the old man replied that he had done similar work and asked if the guy wanted to receive the reward now. Lennox nodded. The old man said that the commission is 10%. In total, the hero takes 2,700,000 villages. The old man began to take off his gloves and said that if the guy wants to get money in other ways, then the commission percentage will be higher. The hero became interested. He looked at the old man, who was talking about a bank account in someone else's name, securities, and shares, said that people sometimes ask for complex methods of money laundering. The player was surprised to think that financial regulation in the Balkans is the same as on Earth. Jenny left the room, parting the curtain. She stretched out with a smile and said that the hero quickly coped with it. She pushed back her chair and said that usually on this type of hunt it took more time to find her than to kill her. She looked at the guy with a smile and asked what kind of talents he had, since he was able to find the fugitive and kill him so quickly. Lennox coolly replied that he was just lucky. The girl and the guy looked at each other silently. Jenny smiled and said that given the guy's abilities, they were ready to continue working with him. Lennox asked if they could give him any more work. Jenny stood up and said that was enough for today and said that they needed to give everything to Achilles and also find out what the cleaners were up to. She waved and wanted to say something else, but the player finished for her, saying that it was too early to trust him. She raised her finger and said that they were on the same page and said that they needed time to get to know each other better, just like in a love relationship. She pointed her finger at the hero, and he thought that this was not the same thing. The guy stood up, turned around, and said that he would come in later. Jenny didn't say anything against it. She looked after him thoughtfully. The old man turned to the girl. He handed her the tablet and said that he had looked through the cleaner's network and found something interesting. Jenny asked if he was really monitoring that godforsaken network. He said Wang's work was filmed and gave the tablet to the girl. She opened her mouth in surprise. She said wow in admiration. A bright sunny day has arrived. Lennox standing in the middle of the crowd. He looked at the building of the Balkan City Library. He came here to figure out how magic works in this world. He began to look at the shelves of books. Because of the karma system, his character's life was melting away like a candle, so he needed to find a way to increase its duration. At the robot arm in the second floor, he assumed that the solution could be in the field of unique magic of the highest rank. He sat down at the table with a book in his hands. He dropped a book on the theory of magic on the table. He took it in his hands and began to study it. He looked at many diagrams, footnotes, and pictures, studying the diagram of mana. He remembered that he had encountered such concepts before. The hero touched his hand. His hand glowed. A symbol appeared above his palm that could be the symbol of his mana. He looked at the book in surprise and read that it said that archmages of the 8th level and above can modify it. He asked himself how powerful the 8th level is. His hand sparkled. The hero decided to try to release mana. A transparent sphere with symbols came out of his hand. Sweat ran down the hero's face. He noted that he had a circuit that changed as it poured in. He summoned a small magic circle and mentally said that he didn't know how strong the 8th level was, but he looked at the complex magic figure above his hand with a smile and realized that he definitely had talent. The setting sun gradually slipped away from the library, and the hero continued to read. Tired, he thought that this was not what he expected. Books lay in front of him. The idea of general magic he knew had completely evaporated. He looked at the book of magic theory and quoted that magic is divided into two main types, unique and general. Unique magic is magic that any mage can learn and is more specialized and powerful. He watched as the magician summoned meteors in the picture. The hero remembered the blue flame in his hand. The general magic is not so in-depth and strong, but has the advantage of being able to use it depending on the attributes and purpose. He remembered how he used magic like a shocker, a barrier, and said that at least that was the case in the 2.0 world. Lennox touched his hand and saw that in this world general magic was not mentioned at all. He asked himself how did he use it then? No matter how capable Lennox is, it is impossible to use something that does not exist. He closed the book and realized that there were only more questions, but he had learned almost nothing new, and he had not found anything about magic associated with time. He was alone in the hall and stretched. He decided it was best to put it out of his mind. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, and he turned around. A beautiful girl with blonde hair stood in front of him. She said if the hero wants to become a magician. Lennox looked questioningly at the stranger. She touched the books and said that hope only brings suffering. Lennox asked languidly. The girl took her stack of books and said that she felt sorry for the hero, because the fact that he reads books all day will not make him a magician. She added that it was too late for him to become one and suggested studying something like theoretical engineering of magic. She was cleaning up her place and said that if the hero couldn't find a mentor, then he could only study it at school or university. But he wouldn't be able to enroll without a base. Even if by luck he succeeded, then the lectures would still be of no use. She stood with her back to the hero and said that he could not become a magician, being self-taught, since in this area talent and luck play a big role. She looked at the hero and said that if all he has is enthusiasm. Lennox with her interests. She exhaled and apologized, saying that she didn't know why she was telling all this to a stranger. She closed her eyes and said that they were already closing, and she needed to put the books in their places, so she suggested that the hero leave already. She opened her eyes wide, because Lennox asked if all her words were advice from personal experience. He stood up and asked if it's too early to give up if you're still studying. He said that instead of pushing yourself, wouldn't it be better to try what you can do? Surprised, the girl asked again. She called the guy and he turned around. She gave him a yellow card. She pressed her to his chest and said how incredibly stupid he was for taking her words like that. She turned around and said that next time she would show him some magic. Lennox looked after her and thought about how strange she was. He looked at the yellow card. This was her business card. She was a professor in the Department of Elementary Magic named Aris. The hero walked down the stairs next to the coffee shop. He walked and thought excitedly that the girl looked too young for a professor, clearly younger than him. The hero looked at his reflection. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and decided to look around. People ate, walked, bought groceries, talked. He looked at the vegetables in someone's shopping bag and decided that he needed to prepare something nutritious for the body. Lennox's eyes widened in surprise and he was asked if he could undergo a quick check. Lennox turned around. A policeman with a device in his hand approached the guy. He asked him to place his hand on the device. The hero turned around and ordered himself to remain calm. He stood there trying to figure out if they were looking for him. An unknown girl called out to the hero. He looked at the woman sitting by the TV and asked if she was talking to him. She held the phone in her hand and asked if the hero was involved in something. She did not take her eyes off the hero and said that he looked at the mana check diagram as if he was guilty of a crime. She asked again if the hero was involved in something. Lennox looked at how the stranger was being checked and realized that the mana pattern was like a fingerprint and that was how they checked people. The girl asked again why the hero is here. He looked at the stands with vegetables and said that he wanted to buy them, although he noted that he had already almost passed by, flying in other thoughts. The girl was surprised and asked if the hero was the buyer. The hero asked who she was, noting that there was another girl here before. The stranger replied that she was the owner. Lennox pointed to the vegetables and the girl said that she grows them as a hobby, and Lennox said that the girl must be rich to grow so many for a hobby. He was surprised because the stranger said that it was so. He looked at the stranger and tried to understand whether she was lying or not, assessing that she was quite beautiful. The girl looked up and asked if he was going to take something or not. The guy closed his eyes and said that he needed to think about what to take. The girl offered her own option. She handed the hero a large onion and said that this is a type of onion that helps with insomnia. Lennox asked in surprise. The girl said that this seemed to be what he needed. The hero pointed to the onions and asked to add them on top, along with green onions and bell peppers. He was putting vegetables in a bag. The girl looked at the surprised hero and said that his mana was quite unique. All frightened, the hero showed surprise. The girl was covered with green mana. Her eyes glowed the same color. She asked what a magician like him forgot here. Lennox became covered in his mana and said that he didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl looked at the hero menacingly and said that she would remember such a scheme and asked how long the hero had been in the Balkans. Lennox looked at the girl anxiously and tried to understand who she was. After all, she not only realized that he was a magician, but also talked about the mana diagram as if it were something ordinary. She handed the hero the package and told him to take it. She said that he made 32,000 villages. He handed her the money. The hero went to his hotel in bewilderment, and the girl said to come again. He turned around in fear and was surprised that she saw the pattern of his mana through the magical barrier. He looked at the girl sitting so calmly on the phone and noted that she could read the mana diagram with just her eyes, considering that even the police use a special device. He assumed that either she had some kind of ability, or she was a very powerful magician, and neither of these boded well. The hero continued to move away and could not believe that he had been revealed by a complete stranger to him, and noted that he should better monitor his magic. The hero approached the hotel. After that incident, he sat in his room for days, studying magic. Lennox was sitting at a table littered with sheets of paper and books, to improve the effectiveness of the magic that he already knows. There were tests with circuits on the table. I wrote and drew something. He nervously crossed out the data on the piece of paper and still could not find a clue for his unique magic. There were medicines on the table, but the hero was not getting better, because he is now dependent on medication. He needs an official ID and money to get better medications. Night City, alley illuminated by advertising banners. A familiar bar whose sign also invited entry. Jenny looked at the hero and asked if he really needed an ID. Lennox was drinking and asking if this was possible. Jenny asked who he takes her for, but without waiting for an answer, she immediately said that this is possible. The bartender was still wiping the glass. Jenny said that it was an expensive pleasure. Lennox asked how much. Jenny raised 2 fingers and said 20 million villages. With shaking hands, the hero pulled the glass to his mouth. The girl took out a tablet and said not to worry about the price because she was going to offer the hero a new job, saying that with his work, there is a large selection of work for a tidy sum. Lennox calmly asked what was there. Jenny closed her eyes and said that this was a request from the company. She looked at the hero and said that he would get much more than the bounty hunter. Thin fingers began to type something on the laptop. She said that she knew that man preferred hunting, but if he needed to earn money, it was better to accept requests from companies. She smiled and asked if he didn't enjoy chasing sick criminals. Did he? Lennox said not at all. Jenny pointed a finger behind her and suggested moving to another place. They sat down at the table and Jenny said that the client's goal was a new cosmetics factory for the Charlotte Corporation in the 42nd District. She said that 80% of the construction cost was financed by the government, so there is some drama in it. Lennox was studying the information on the laptop. Jenny said it was a moisturizer. What they had to do had clearly gone through a lot of human experimentation. Lennox asked again in surprise and didn't hear anything. Jenny pulled her cheek and said that the factory is famous for its anti-aging technologies, which involve the restoration of even dead skin. Lennox looked at the girl in surprise as she said that there was evidence that they even ripped the skin off their faces during development, apparently trying to recreate a perfect environment or something like that. The hero asked, "Hasn't the truth been revealed?" He didn't understand what else was needed. Jenny said that the corporation would never give up the factory. She stood up and said that they even took money from the government, asking if they cared about rumors. She pointed her finger up and said that the customer was the Varets Corporation. They had recently started a cosmetology business and wanted to eliminate Charlotte's competitors. Jenny showed two fingers again and said that the customer has two conditions. First, hacking after penetration. 350 million was imprisoned for data on the production of cosmetics from the factory. If the hero does not want to engage, then the second thing is 50 million for destroying the factory without the possibility of restoration. The hero imagined a powerful explosion. Lennox said the former sounded impossible. Jenny sat back and agreed, saying that 350 million wasn't enough to hire someone that experienced to break in and hack. She reached out and said that they probably thought some fool would fall for it and said that the real mission was to destroy the factory. Lennox closed the laptop and said that he was taking it. Jenny clapped her hands and said that she would introduce him to the partner he would be working with. Lennox said in surprise that the door opened. Someone entered the room. In front of the hero stood a cheerful man in red clothes and a mask with a large shoulder bag. He smiled through his mask and greeted the hero. Lennox looked at his partner with annoyance and asked what kind of nonsense this was. Jenny hugged the red one by the arm and said that this was Dylan, a mercenary associated with Antares and known for taking inexpensively. He asked Jenny in a half-whisper if she didn't know that it's important to make a first impression and asked the girl what the hero would think if she introduced him like this. Jenny said she didn't know and assumed Van would think he was some crazy dude in a mask. Dylan said that this hurt him. He walked up to the hero and shook his hand, saying that he heard that Van was a magician. The hero introduced himself as Van, a lightning mage. He looked at the girl and asked why he needed a partner. She replied that she thought it was too dangerous for one person. Dylan looked pleased at himself and said that he could handle it himself, but Jenny told him that she would hire another one and so he waited. He looked at the angry Jenny. Lennox nervously said that he wished she had warned him in advance about working with a partner, and the girl nervously replied that she would keep that in mind. The hero asked, "Are they really dividing 50 million in half?" Dylan said Jenny might take some too. She looked at the guys and said that this time she made a mistake and that's why the money is theirs. Dylan began to court the girl, asking why she was so kind today. Van looked to the side and thought that this was a good way to make amends, but was it? He suggested that perhaps she was trying to test how far she could cross the line with him. He continued to look away and thought that if she did something like that, he would not survive, deciding that he had an advantage in their relationship. Satisfied, Jenny knocked Dylan down. She pointed back and offered to look at the factory drawing. The night street was empty. District 42. Unlike the underdeveloped districts of the 50s, the 40s have all the necessary infrastructure. Even compared to areas of higher ranks, this is enough. Dylan and Lennox walked along the street at night. The factory is located in District 42, which is in good condition. However, the streets were empty. Lennox looked at his partner and said that Jenny appreciated him very much. Dylan said that she was not the type of woman to give up money easily. Normally she would have taken a percentage, but he believed that she thought it was better to maintain a good relationship with the hero. Dylan stepped forward and said that Jenny had never done that to him. The hero thought that Dylan had overheard their entire conversation, suggesting that Dylan was hiding his true self behind his chaotic behavior. Dylan turned around and handed the hero a card. The hero looked and saw that it was a business card, but asked why. Dylan said with a smile that you don't have to look for a job in just one place. Lennox looked at the mercenary and asked if he was trying to recruit him. Dylan raised his finger and said there was nothing wrong with making friends with as many mages as possible, right? He showed his biceps and said that it would be beneficial for the hero, noting that his office is a little heavy, but they have a lot of guys who skillfully use their bodies like him. Dylan made a quiet gesture and asked not to tell Jenny about this. The hero looked away and smiled. He went further and said that the mercenary was making a folding bed and offered to look at him at work. The heroes approached the Charlotte factory. The guards stood and yawned, sleepily moving around the perimeter. Lennox watched what was happening from the window. He stood on the mercenary's shoulders and said that the guards did not look harsh, noting that they were too careless. Dylan said you'd have to be crazy to get involved with a big corporation like Charlotte. He returned the knife to its sheath and said that he would not have even looked in her direction if it had not been for Varits. He pointed to the mark on the guard's chest and said that they were from the 888 and they were all ex-criminals, so their security company was the lowest quality among them all. He stood up and said that it would be less shameful if he killed one or two of them. The hero remained silent. He turned around and suggested we start, but Dylan stopped him. He pointed to his mask and asked if he was really going to work with his face uncovered. Lennox looked questioningly at the mercenary, who said that the security guard may be bad, but this does not mean that you need to reveal your identity. He handed the mask to the hero and offered to take it. Lennox nervously turned around and said that it was not important, and the excited guard said that it was dangerous. With difficulty, the hero said that everything would be fine. Dylan began to stretch his mask and said that everything would not be fine and asked if they would track him down because of him. The mercenary stretched his mask and was suddenly surprised. Lennox pulled his collar over his face. He turned to the mercenary and asked if this would be the case. He said that everything looked sad, but decided that it would do. The hero turned around again and offered to go, but this time the mercenary agreed. The strategy for this order is simple. While Dylan enters the building through the back door and distracts, the hero enters through the warehouse and blows up the factory. And, although it sounds easy, but Lennox looked at the satisfied mercenary and confidently decided that if he were to name any variable, it would definitely be him. The mercenary became covered in energy and rushed forward. He ran towards the nearest guard. He barely had time to react, but the mercenary had already grabbed his face. With a sweeping movement, he hit his face on the asphalt. Lennox looked at his partner in surprise. The second guard looked at his dead partner in fear. He screamed, but Dylan was already behind him. He hit the guard in the jaw with his elbow. He looked at the fallen lifeless body. He waved to the hero and said -2. He groaned and asked to wait a minute. The guard, trembling with fear, whispered into the radio that he was at the cargo warehouse. He looked at the masked guy peeking around the corner, just talking about him. Lennox looked towards the screams coming from him and thought that he had worried in vain. He took off his mask and thought that Jenny understood people, although this guy was very fussy. The hero took a drag from the Viper. He became filled with energy and decided that it was time for him to get down to business. He calmly walked towards the warehouse. The door was locked. The hero took out a plasma cutter. A blue laser emerged from the handle, and the player rejoiced at the opportunity to use it. From the reverse side, the laser burned through the metal. Lennox looked through the crack. He opened the door. A frightened security guard pointed a gun at him and asked who was there. He was trembling all over with fear and demanded that the hero raise his hands. Lennox asked himself in surprise, was this really an ordinary security guard? He pointed his hand at the man and green energy flowed towards him. The man sighed in fear. His body became sluggish, his eyes began to close. The hero remained standing in front of the fallen body. The hero looked at the sleeping man and thought that civilians should not be harmed by the explosion. A purple thread was drawn to the guard's hand, as well as to the feet. The man stood up. There was a purple magic circle above him. Lennox used a puppet spell. The guard walked away from the factory. The hero approached a dark staircase leading underground. He froze, not knowing where to go next. The guards on the street screamed and began to order grabs. Lennox thought that Dylan was doing a great job of attracting attention. He confidently began to walk down the stairs, fully confident that everything would go smoothly. But somewhere in the darkness a fanged monster was waiting for the hero. There was a commotion at the factory. The guard screamed and shot at the mercenary. A huge sports bag flew into him. Dylan stood among the scattered bodies, exhaling and saying how much noise there was. He picked up the bag from the knocked out guard, saying that there were fewer of them than he expected. He raised the gate. There were empty conveyor belts in front of the mercenary. He couldn't understand if that was all. Dylan went inside and said, "Don't tell me that all the guards went after the magician." The laser focused on his boot, and the mercenary chuckled. He looked at the shoe. While the laser rose to his forehead, he asked what it was. He looked in the direction of the beam. Many lasers were pointed at the mercenary and he froze. There were armed men standing in front of him and on the second floor. Dylan made an ahegao under his mask, realizing that this picture turned him on. He dropped his bag in front of him and said, "The fact that they were all gathered here." They shouted to him that he had 5 seconds to lie on the floor, otherwise they would open fire. Dylan paid no attention and said that the fact that they were there meant that he was good at what he did. Dylan got into a fighting stance and said plus he won't have to run after each of them. The mercenary took off. Like red lightning, he moved from one guard to another, cutting their throats. The mercenary stopped, red smoke pouring from his eyes. Shots began to be heard very close to him. He took off again. A bunch of bullets flew at the mercenary. Dylan dodged each one, but the guards continued to shoot. He broke one guard's visor by hitting it with his fist. The second guard was kicked in the stomach. The third guard even stopped shooting and watched in horror what was happening. Dylan grabbed him by the throat. He looked at the man and said, "Well." He picked him up by the neck and turned around, asking who's next. Lennox at this time was moving deeper into the factory. He looked at the valves and said that this was expected. He grabbed the valve and mentally said that in such large factories there is always a gas temperature control system. He was trembling all over and said to himself that this amount should be enough to blow up everything here. He tried to turn the valve, but alien sounds were heard. The hero looked at the escaping gas and was pleased with his work. He walked away and waved his hand, thinking that all that was needed now was to set off a spark. He waved again, and a sparkling circle appeared in front of him. It wasn't difficult to start a flame, he just used basic ignition magic. The sparkling circle continued to spin. All that was left was to set the spell so that it would activate after he and Dylan left. He calmly looked at the flaring circle. He smiled slightly and decided that he would have to thank the girl from the greengrocer's shop. He held out his hand and mentally said that since their meeting, he had been working on changing and using the shared magic. Symbols appeared in the circle. Through his study of magic, he learned that simple general magic could be combined. Complex patterns and figures appeared in the circle. Lennox ordered the timer to appear. A fiery clock appeared from a yellow round circle. The countdown has begun. He extended his hand to his watch and ordered the timer to be set for 5 minutes. Time has begun its countdown. Lennox said that now all they had to do was get out of here. Sounds were heard behind the hero. He turned around sharply. The gate on the outside bent due to the impact. Dylan also turned around and asked what it was. The goal was hit again. With enormous force they were knocked out and flew past the mercenaries' faces. He looked at the crumpled gate. He turned around excitedly and said, "Don't tell me." The humanoid lizard stood at the exit and asked the mercenary, "Are they really going crazy here?" The lizard growled. Lennox opened the door. He looked at the lizard in surprise. A huge lizard stood opposite the mercenary. Lennox hid around the bend and tried to figure out what this garbage was. The lizard looked at Dylan angrily. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The lizard laughed and said that he was glad to meet him. He asked how Andreas was doing. The mercenary said that he was alive and well. The lizard remained standing and said that he had doubts when he said that he wanted to go off on his own and start a business, but it seemed like he had an ace up his sleeve. Dylan said his boss is an enthusiast. The lizard laughed. He spread his hands and asked if the mercenary understood what position he was in. He asked how much the lizard was paid. Lennox opened his eyes in shock when the lizard said that he was paid 10 billion. Dylan bowed down. The lizard said that he would kill him painlessly for the sake of Andreas. Dylan looked up and said it wouldn't come easy. The lizard turned around. Dylan asked to hand over the bag that lay behind him. He laughed and asked, "Is it really this toy?" The bag fell behind Dylan, and he thanked the lizard. He took a black spear from his bag. He pointed it at the lizard and said that it would be very painful for the toy. Dylan hit the wall. The lizard clenched his fist and laughed at the threats of pain and called the mercenary the same idiot. The mercenary stood up and took out an axe, saying that today the handle did not fit well in his hand. He ran to the attack, saying that he would have to sweat. He slammed into the wall again, and again, and again. Lennox watched in shock. He wondered to himself if the mercenary was really going to fight recklessly, He remembered the fiery clock in the basement and thought that there were 2 minutes and 17 seconds left before activation. He realized that they were not making it in time. Dylan stood sluggishly and breathed heavily. Lennox thought that before this he had been running around like crazy, but now he didn't even think about running. The lizard still stood in one place. The hero clearly understood that he was on a different level. A sphere appeared in his hand. He decided to do what he could and then get out. The lizard folded his arms and said that the mercenary was disappointing him. He said that he was not as good as before. Dylan looked gloomily at the floor while the lizard said that since they met, he never developed a thirst for blood. Dylan stood up and warmed up, saying that the lizard only gets stronger over time. He pulled out the knives from behind his back. Dylan became covered in red energy and asked if the lizard now felt thirst for blood. Dylan flew around the lizard in whirlwinds and attacked him with knives, but the enemy blocked all attacks, knocking sparks out of his skin. The mercenary and the lizard looked into each other's eyes, attacking each other closely. The lizard waved his hand, throwing the mercenary aside. Dylan slid back, but he jumped into the attack again, finding himself on the other side. He slashed at the enemy's back. The lizard turned around angrily, but Dylan came out on the other side again. He attacked, but the blow was blocked. The mercenary said that the lizard is becoming not only stronger, but also faster. He attacked the lizard with a hail of lightning attacks. The lizard managed to block them at the last moment. The green fist rushed towards the mercenary. He almost touched it. Lennox used lightning shackles. Many luminous spheres appeared under the lizard's feet. Lightning engulfed the lizard's legs. He growled in pain, covered in electricity. Dylan turned around in surprise. Lennox was peeking around the corner. Dylan pulled out the knives again and thought that he had the first and last chance to defeat the old lizard. The lizard raised his head and said with difficulty that his partners were small. He hit the floor. The mercenary managed to jump away and was now falling on top of him. With a serious face, he raised his knives to strike. the lizard swung its tail. The mercenary flew to the side. The lizard managed to grab him by the throat. He looked at the mercenary and asked why he didn't say that he had a magician partner. Otherwise he thought it would be boring. The lizard crushed the sphere and said that simple tricks were not enough. Dylan was choking, and the monster said that first he would kill the mercenary in order to play with his partner. He struck and said goodbye to his friend. He punched Dylan in the face. The mercenary flew back and smashed his body through the wall. He flew outside. He rolled somersaults on the asphalt. The lizard began to look around, laugh, and look for the magician. Lennox walked calmly, listening to the lizard's laughter. He remembered the lizard under the lightning and thought that the shackles of lightning were enough to melt metal, and the lizard would at least give a damn. He realized with alarm that the winner was already predetermined. He looked around and began to think where Dylan had flown off to. He looked at the mercenary's body. The hero sat down next to the bloody body and asked if he was alive. Dylan began to call his mommy and the hero began to think how to take it to him. The hero touched his chest, understanding that there is no choice. Blue circles spread from his chest as he used the increase in strength and speed. He closed his eyes and became covered in mana due to his dependence on it. He avoided concentrating it in his body. He lifted the mercenary's body onto his shoulders and thought that now was not the time to worry about this. He stood up with difficulty, realizing that he needed to move away from the factory as far as possible because it would soon fly into the air. The lizard calmly walked across the battlefield and was looking for something. He picked up a piece of the gate. He looked around angrily and asked where the magician was hiding, hoping that he had not run away like a rat. Suddenly the lizard stopped in fear, sniffed, and asked what this feeling was. Something. The fiery clock was finishing its course. The last seconds remained before the explosion. The clock collapsed and turned into a fireball. The entire factory exploded. A powerful explosion destroyed the factory building. The heroes managed to avoid damage from the blast wave thanks to a protective field. Lying on his back, Dylan said it felt like all his bones were broken. A man in a red suit rose from the ground. The main character turned to him and asked if he could walk on his own. He was shaking. Lennox frantically reached into the inner pocket of his jacket with his hand. The next moment, he took out a flask with blue liquid and put it to his lips. Dylan looked at him and asked if his partner was taking a stimulant that increases physical strength. The answer was yes. Scratching his head, the masked man stated that stimulants have quite serious side effects, but for some reason the main character manages to use them without any problems. The guy lowered his hand with the flask and said that everything went well. His eyes lit up. Turning around, he told his friend that a Superman who uses his body in a fight was pretty cool in fighting a monster. Stretching his shoulders, Dylan replied that he did not understand what he was talking about, but would take these words as a compliment. Grabbing his friend by the jacket, the man lifted him off the ground and told him that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible if they did not want to die. Turning his head, the young man asked if the monster was still alive. The man in the red mask, pointing at the explosion with his hands, said he was sure of it and asked if his friend really didn't know who they were dealing with. Putting his hand to his head and sighing heavily, Dylan assumed that his partner had been living in the wilderness all this time. The guy kept a calm expression on his face when he was told that that monster was Croconacilius from Pandemonium. A fire raged in the destroyed factory. Under the rubble of stone slabs there was empty space. A powerful blow was heard from there, clearing the way out. The crocodile's huge fangs glittered in its open mouth. The monster's clothes were burning. He promised to finish off the little worthless ants. Dylan, standing in front of the fire, explained that their enemy was a military mercenary. Crocon smiled maliciously. After his resignation, he began to work as the head of Pandemonium. People and monsters with glowing eyes were members of Pandemonium, a notorious global organization where only extremely dangerous criminals are invited. The man put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and said that this is why Crocon became the leader of this organization without any problems. As he sweated, the main character could not believe that Pandemonium appointed such a monster as its leader. A sudden noise behind them made the heroes turn around. There was a huge hole in the wall of the burning building. The monster emerged from the fire and headed straight towards its opponents. Dylan knitted his eyebrows in fear, not expecting such a development of events. Saying that they needed to retreat quickly, the man ran forward. The crocodile pressed his massive paw into the ground. With a powerful jerk, he bounced off the building and flew straight into the fleeing enemies. The heroes managed to avoid the lightning attack by jumping in different directions. Lennox tried to brake with his feet so as not to fall. His partner was sent flying to the ground, blood spraying through his suit. The monster swung its clawed paw. Grabbing the ground, Crocon was able to break, leaving a long claw mark on the ground. He sank his claws into the ground, destroying it. Sitting on the ground and trying to catch his breath, the main character said that this was going beyond all limits, despite the fact that in this world, with the help of mana, you can strengthen your body as much as you want. The next moment the monster lifted its paw off the ground. Holding her tensely in front of him, Crocon asked how such a weak person could be a magician. The guy looked at him silently when he was told that he looked too young to be a magician. Looking at his partner lying on the ground, the young man realized that now it would definitely not be possible to escape with him. He was afraid that his friend was already dead, but when he heard him cough, he was quickly convinced of the opposite. Looking away nervously, the protagonist realized that he would have to fight alone. He should try to deal with him as quickly as possible, because the longer the battle goes on, the less his chances of winning. Croken approached his victim with heavy steps. Looking decisively at his opponent, the guy decided to join the fight. Approaching him, the crocodile asked if he really used lightning magic. Baring his teeth, the monster asked if the enemy really didn't know that he shouldn't shoot at the legs. Maintaining a serious expression, Lennox asked if it was definitely not an ordinary person standing in front of him. Croken opened his mouth wide and laughed, saying that Dylan had brought with him a rather brave boy who could have been spared if not for the explosion at the factory. The crocodile squinted slyly, his eyes burning. Raising his paw, he declared that he had to work off the money he received. Clawed fingers hovered over the main character. The monster promised to make his death painless. The guy's eye lit up and he used gravitational binding. Black waves of energy rose from the ground around the enemy. One of them wrapped around his paw, which was about to strike. The crocodile watched in surprise as he could not move from his place and relax his hand. A meter away from him, he saw a magic circle from which a wave of dark energy was emanating. Other waves wrapped around his free hand. Soon his entire body was completely immobilized. Having examined himself, covered from head to toe with magical fetters, Croken laughed and called this trick skillful. Clenching his fist, the young man replied that the heavier the target, the more limited its movements, and that it would be quite difficult to get out. Frowning, the monster asked if the magician really wanted to check it out. He managed to raise his arm above his head. The wave of energy holding her back began to break. The guy raised his eyebrows excitedly when he noticed this. Casting the same spell once again, he summoned even more magic circles. Trying to resist the magical bonds, the crocodile declared that a couple of threads would not be able to restrain his power. Clenching his fist tightly, the enemy tried to free himself from the dark energy. Suddenly, one of the waves of energy wrapped around its long mouth. His massive jaws snapped shut. Smiling with relief, the main character was glad that his enemy was finally silent. His face became more serious as he realized that even this would not be enough to win. Summoning a magic ball in his hand, the guy decided to spend all his remaining mana to deliver the decisive blow. The crocodile managed to open his mouth slightly. Breaking the magical bonds, Croken screamed, calling his opponent an insolent boy. Lennox covered his face with his hands, resisting the sharp gusts of wind. The monster freed his paw from the magical shackles. His furious eyes burned with a bright flame. He promised to tear his enemy to pieces. The guy raised his hand, asking his opponent for forgiveness. Light energy concentrated in his hands, the magician declared that he did not intend to just stand there and wait for his fate. As he accumulated the power of lightning in his hands, he thought that he was not going to hold back his energy in a situation where his life was about to end. Light energy gathered around his hands, causing gusts of wind. Having torn off the last bonds from his leg, Croken asked what trick the magician was trying to pull off this time. The energy swirled around the wizard's hands more and more, resembling a spiral. The next moment, the main character opened his hands, directing all the accumulated energy forward. Deciding to counterattack, the monster pushed off from the ground. Rushing forward, he shouted that nothing would come of this. The crocodile rushed towards the light energy. However, the shockwave still reached his body, catching him by surprise. Unable to resist the blinding energy, Croken growled. Touching the magic circle, the guy cast the Ice Soul spell. The monster's body was encased in a huge block of ice. The ice emanating from the magic circle completely covered the ground and the crocodile's body. Rising to his feet, Lennox realized that, judging by his mana reserve, he had overdone his attack. Hearing sounds behind him, he looked back. Covered in snow, Dylan said he was frozen to death. Lying on the ground, the man explained that he remained alive thanks to a Gore-Tex suit that protected him from the cold, to which his partner, who approached him, objected, saying that this suit was simply waterproof. Rising from the ground, the masked man said that it was time for them to leave here before Croken got out of the ice. Wiping his chin, the guy replied that they didn't have much time. Hearing a crash behind him, he looked back. The ice above the monster's mouth began to collapse. Opening his mouth in surprise, the magician could not believe that the enemy began to act so quickly. Squinting in fear, Dylan replied that the situation could not be worse. Looking at the cracking block of ice, the man declared that they needed to do at least something before the enemy was freed. Frowning, the young man tried to come up with a plan because he had almost no mana left. Suddenly he widened his eyes, realizing something. Turning away from his perplexed partner, the guy said that he had an idea. Removing his hand behind his back, he thought that general magic supported long-range weapons. Such magic does not require a lot of mana. The main character took something out of his back pocket. Imagining his past incarnation, Lennox, holding a pistol in his hand, thought that he was constantly using the magic of combined shooting in the 2.0 world. Thanks to the increased penetration, the given trajectory of the shot and the acceleration of the shot, the weapon began to glow. Light energy was gathering at its muzzle. The gun was too old to withstand the power of mana, but that was not that important. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that in any case the monster would come to an end. The ice began to crack even stronger and faster. Soon the right half of the monster's head was freed from ice. Pointing the muzzle of the pistol at him, the young man adjusted his aim. A powerful shot rang out. The bullet jumped out of the barrel, leaving behind a long trail of light energy. Seeing this, Croken frowned. The shot hit him right in the face. All the remaining ice cracked, its fragments fell to the ground. The monster's body flew back by inertia. Smoke was coming from the barrel of the gun. The guy turned to his friend when he said that he could not imagine that a gun would be used. Looking at the clouds of dust that rose after the shot and the destruction of the ice block, Dylan said that the eye shot was impressive and asked if it worked. Dropping the gun, the main character said that the shot should have worked and that he no longer had any strength left. Croken rose to his feet in a cloud of dust and declared that it was a good try. The heroes looked in his direction in shock, their mouths open. The fired bullet smoked in his eye. The crocodile said that it was a huge mistake to not take into account who their opponent was. Gritting his teeth, the guy realized that even despite using 4 spells to improve the shot, the enemy was still able to catch the bullet with the muscles of his eyelid. Lennox called the enemy a monster, his eyes glowing. Opening his mouth wide, Croken laughed and said that he was not some weak person. The bullet was between his eyelids. The next moment the crocodile opened its burning eye. The bullet fell to the ground. Touching the teary eye, the monster stated that it still hurt a little. Dylan shook with fear, realizing how bad things were going for them. The guy's fingers sparkled. Opening his mouth tensely, he realized that his mana had run out. Taking out a weapon from his bosom, the young man realized that he had no other choice. The partners stood in a fighting position, ready to fight. Croken raised his paw to address them. Squeezing it into a fist, the monster recalled how he said that he would allow them to die painlessly. The next moment, the crocodile rose above the ground, huge waves of energy emanating from his fist. Swinging it, he shouted that he took back his words. The partners readied their weapons to defend themselves. Gritting his teeth, the main character asked himself if he would really die like this. There was a powerful explosion on the battlefield that shook everything around. The magician's weapon lay on the ground among the rubble. Dylan's knife lay nearby in a cloud of dust. A protective field appeared around Lennox's body. He covered his eyes with his hand. The barrier collapsed, crumbling into small fragments. Opening his eyes, the guy was surprised that he was still alive. Suddenly his eyes widened. Standing next to him was a girl in a black suit, who was using a shield to protect herself from the monster's attack. Sitting on the ground, the young man looked at her questioningly, not understanding who was standing in front of him. Clenching his teeth furiously, Croken hissed that he was wasting his time for too long. Seeing the girl raise the protective barrier, he concluded that the city government's hunting dog had already arrived here. Frowning menacingly, Evelina declared that the leader of Pandemonium had crossed all boundaries. With these words, she pushed the crocodile away from her. Lowering her weapon, the girl asked if Croken intended to escape unnoticed after blowing up the factory. The monster opened his mouth in confusion. The fire in the destroyed factory had almost burned out. Evelina asked why it was necessary to create this destruction in the 42nd district, thinking that Pandemonium would not stick its head out for some time. Raising his hand, Croken asked her to stop and declared that he himself was not guilty. Pointing his finger at Dylan and his partner, he said that it was their doing. The girl looked at them silently. The man in the red mask shook his head. The man widened his eyes in admiration when Evelina said that this was a complete lie. Pointing her finger at Dylan, she asked if the guys whose heads the monster was going to break could really destroy the factory. The man put his hands to his mouth in fear when he was called a pervert. The crocodile frowned, saying that the idea that he destroyed the factory actually sounds more logical than the idea that the factory exploded because he couldn't stop these guys. Hanging his head, Croken said that the girl could believe in anything, but he no longer had the strength to cope with it. Squinting her eyes, Evelina asked if the enemy was going to escape. Waving his hand before leaving, the monster stated that fighting the government agent was not part of his contract, so he had no reason to do anything that would put him at a disadvantage. Opening his mouth in surprise, the main character thought that his opponent was clearly avoiding battle. He realized that this meant that their savior was not inferior to him in strength. Lowering her weapon, Evelina asked if the guys were injured. Dylan bowed. Lennox said everything was fine and thanked her. Taking off her mask, the girl turned to them and said that there was no need for thanks because it was her job. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He remembered the girl from the greengrocer handing him an onion. It was definitely her. Evelina extended her hand to the magician, asking him to stand up. Without responding to the offer of help, the shaking young man stood up on his own. Rounding her eyes, the girl said that she had met him before. Having dusted off his jacket, the main character replied that this was not so, but thought to himself that he could not even imagine that someone whom he considered an ordinary person would turn out to be the elite of the government. He thought that she had not lied when she said that a lot earns. Closing her eyes, Evelina said that she had made a mistake because the mana scheme was too different. The guy remembered how, back in the grocery store, she pointed out the uniqueness of his mana scheme and asked what a magician like him had forgotten here. Lennox opened his mouth in amazement, not expecting to use what he had learned from their first meeting into the second. Smiling, he thought that changing the mana pattern every time he used magic helped him out. Putting on her mask again, the girl decided to give advice. Looking back at her farewell, she wished to never get involved with Pandemonium if they valued their lives. After these words, Evelina pushed herself off the ground and disappeared. The guy silently looked after her. Pushing him on the shoulder, Dylan declared that they were very lucky. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the young man replied that his partner would have to give up part of the reward, and thought that none of this would have happened if the man had gotten out of the factory faster. He was angry that his friend considered it simple luck how he won. It's time for them to fight Kroken. Pushing his partner on the shoulder again, the man in the red mask agreed, saying that he could take 40 million because he saved his life and leave him only 10. With his hands behind his head, Dylan was thinking about what new bag to buy for his weapon. The main character was trying to find something in his pocket, feeling as if he had gone into the red despite the money he had received. After seeing his partner taking the stimulant again, the masked man asked if his friend knew that using it would not end well. Walking forward, Lennox replied that it was none of his business. The man clenched his fists menacingly, saying that he needed to build up mass just like him in order to gain a strong core. His partner interrupted him, saying that he was not even useful, to which Dylan asked what it's all about and whether his friend has any idea how hard he fought. A warm lamp illuminated the snow-white sink in the bathroom. The guy in home clothes touched the doorknob, breathing heavily. His legs were shaking from the weight of his own body. He fell onto the soft bed with relief. Opening his eyes, the young man thought about what happened a week after the explosion of the Charlotte factory. Grabbing his shaking hand, the magician decided that he had slept for 4 whole days, either due to mana addiction or an overdose of Viper. Rising from the bed on trembling hands, he thought that this could no longer continue. Having lowered his feet to the floor, the main character realized that he needed strength and will to cope with difficulties and dangers. With empty canned food, a can of soda, and other trash lying on the coffee table, Lennox realized that he needed to start eating well and also find better medicine. Looking at the money lying on the table, he decided to collect his salary first. Jenny, standing behind the bar, smiled and asked where their valuable customer had been for the last 10 days. Sitting down at the counter, the guy replied that he had business. The girl said that she was sorry that he was alive, because otherwise she would have taken the money for herself. Frowning, the young man replied that there was no harm in dreaming, and thought that in fact he thought that he was about to die due to the side effects of mana addiction, but he did not need to reveal his weaknesses to anyone. The magician asked how Dylan was doing, while Jenny was looking for something under the bar counter. Pulling out a black briefcase on the table, the girl replied that Dylan had come that same day and asked to give his partner 40 million. The barmaid opened the safe and added that she took interest, so there was no reason to worry. There was also a bonus from Varets in the case, 60 million. The guy opened his mouth in amazement. Taking a wad of money in his hands, the main character was surprised that in this world there were bills with a face value of 1 million. Holding her index finger up, Jenny said they were simply using something that was created for influencers to make it easier to express sincerity. With her hands on her belt, the girl praised her friend for a good job and said that she heard that a crocodile almost killed him. Lennox replied that if someone had not intervened at the very end, then this would have actually happened. Looking down at the wad of money, he asked if his friend knew the name Evelina. The barmaid thoughtfully put her hand to her chin and replied that this was the name of a direct government agent, part of an armed unit controlled directly by the government with huge funding. Sitting in front of her at the bar, the guy asked what Pandemonium is, the leader of which is Kroken. Knitting her eyebrows, Jenny said that among the gangs, murderers, and criminals, this group is treated as an elite. The older man was polishing his glass with a rag as he listened to a speech about how Pandemonium only invites those they like, so there isn't much information about its members. Waving her hand and closing her eyes, the girl added that they only knew members who were known before, such as Kroken. Half-empty glasses and plates with leftovers stood on the dirty tables. The barmaid compared the encounter with Pandemonium to a natural disaster because life depends only on luck. That's how this world works. Putting the wad of money back into the case, the young man expressed his understanding. Remembering Dylan, he realized that his partner was so calm even on the verge of death precisely because of this. Jenny held out a sheet of paper folded in half. She asked if he needed a fake ID. The guy, opening the paper, answered in the affirmative. Then the girl promised to inform her colleagues about this and asked her friend to immediately go to them. The barmaid pointed at the case and asked her friend to set up a bank account and phone while he was doing this. because it was hard for her to collect so much cash and keep in touch with him. Having agreed, the protagonist put the paper in his inner pocket and asked if he could ask for one more favor. The sun illuminated the narrow alley between the houses, and there were garbage containers at the back exit. The door to the room opened. Lennox went down the stairs to the basement. A bald man wearing a shirt with red flowers was sitting at the computer. Hearing a noise behind him, the man turned around, asking who had come. The disguised guy said that Jenny told him to come here. The man smiled, saying that the girl was talking about him. Waving his hand, he asked if the magician knew what was going on here, and asked first to sort out the payment. The young man handed him 2 stacks of bills. The man counted the money and stated that they had brought him a real jewel in the form of 1,000,000 villages. After sniffing the money, he said that these bills, created for high-ranking executives who trust only cash, were difficult to get even from commercial banks. Maintaining a serious expression on his face, the main character remained silent when he was called a rather important client of Jenny. Turning to the computer, the man asked to wait a little because first he needed to go to the network for registering Balkan residents. The guy asked him if he was rewriting information on the network itself. The answer was negative. Pressing buttons on the keyboard, the man explained that he does not change the actual data, only the name, age, photo, and address. To fake an identity, he just needs to automatically switch the signals. Windows with various information were open on numerous monitors. The magician was told that if someone decides to find a vulnerability and monitors the network, he will be caught immediately. This method is not so reliable and safe, but it is possible to bribe the network administrator. Then it will be possible to independently change all the necessary information. Lennox lowered the corners of his lips with displeasure when he heard that this operation would cost about 400 million. Smiling, Jenny's colleague said that he had connected to the network and had already begun to look for the identity of the long-lost person in order to activate it and change the outgoing value. Pressing the button, he announced that the preparations were complete. Turning to the guy, the man asked to take a photo of his face using a special device and asked what name to write on the fake ID. With his hands in his pockets, the young man asked to enter the name Evan and any last name and thought that he needed at least one identity for public use, because for some time he would have to give up the role of Van, which is why he changed his appearance so that prepare for various situations that occur in a similar job. Smiling widely, the man concluded that the ID would be ready soon. People were going about their business along the city street. The main character walked with a case in his hands, and for the first time since he came to this world, he held in his hands proof that he lives here. The blue ID card bore a fake name, appearance, place of residence, and even age. Busy people passed by him. Although he is simply trying to survive, wandering from place to place, he still lives here. From that moment on, the guy began to feel that he was recognized. The phone rang in his hands. Putting the phone to his ear, he said that Jenny could now contact him on this number. Holding a glass in her hands, the girl was surprised to meet for the first time a person who took a month to get a mobile phone, despite the fact that the communication device was needed only for work. Keeping a calm expression on his face, Lennox listened to her words that even a magician who was like those who isolate themselves in the wilderness to train needed a legal source of income if they planned to continue working in this field. When asked if the girl wanted her friend to find a job, she answered in the affirmative and raised the glass to her mouth. The bar was not crowded. The girl explained that his income would increase if he decided to continue working for them, and the constant flow of unknown money into the account of an unemployed person could arouse suspicion. Walking down the street, the guy thought about her offer to take care of a legal job, because he had not yet decided whether to continue working with Jenny, but her help would be useful at first. Sitting at the bar, Jenny added that due to the latest incident, rumors about his work must have spread, so a special assignment could come for him at any time. But in any case, the higher the ability, the greater the reward. The young man silently hung up and put the phone away. Putting his hand in his pocket, the main character thought that despite the fact that Jenny had become friendlier, you still couldn't trust her, but you could cooperate with her. Looking at the sky, he decided that Dylan must have talked about using ice magic. But for some reason she still hadn't mentioned it, probably because everyone only talks about what they need. Then, while at the bar, the guy asked the barmaid for another favor. Holding a flask of the stimulant in his hands, he asked where he could buy something similar. Jenny took the flask in her hand, said that she knew some places, and asked why her friend had been using such a cheap one all this time. Handing the Viper back to its owner, the girl warned that using this stimulant could send a person to the next world due to its side effects. Putting her hand on a piece of paper, she asked to wait, promising that she would give information about a Viper expert who runs his business in the 30th district. Writing down the desired address on a piece of paper, the barmaid warned that the atmosphere in that area was noticeably different from the 40s. All the necessary infrastructure was at hand there, for example, an amusement park with a huge Ferris wheel, recreation areas, a port and industrial complexes. Holding out a piece of paper, Jenny said that the right place was in the 31st district. Looking at the written address, the main character thought that the girl only answered the question asked and did not ask or comment anything. Stopping a passing taxi, he wondered if Jenny wanted to hide what she was thinking and then stab him in the back, or continue to cooperate by keeping his secrets. Looking out the car window, Lennox realized that nothing would become clear until they both revealed their intentions, but he was not going to just sit and wait for that moment. The taxi stopped in front of one of the houses. On the seashore there was a garden with unusual trees and a building in the form of a glass hemisphere. Getting out of the car, the guy thought that the so-called expert was selling vipers in the botanical garden. Putting his hand out in front of him, he decided to take on Van's appearance since he was going there on Jenny's advice. Many people were walking around the botanical garden, looking at unusual plants and talking to each other. The young man looked up. Everything under the glass dome resembled a huge jungle. A little girl stood in front of a large flower with a yellow bud. The young couple looked at the bright purple bells. Small lilac mushrooms were flying in the air. Looking at one of them, the magician was surprised that there was such a place in the Balkans. Looking around, he decided to find the place Jenny was talking about. Brushing the mushroom away from himself, the guy turned around. In front of him was the entrance to the gift shop. The store's automatic doors swung open. Lennox walked inside, seeing many shelves with goods and people interested in shopping, and noticed the right door at the end of the hall. There was no sign warning that entry was restricted to staff only. The magician opened the door, behind which there was a dark staircase to the basement. The decision was made to go down. Another door was waiting for him there, above which a green light was burning. Looking at her, the guy felt a completely different, but definitely viper smell. Heading towards the door, he realized that he was exactly where he needed to be. The young man opened the door with his hand. Behind it was a chemical laboratory. The aroma of a viper gushed out from behind the door and enveloped the magician's body. There was a desk in the opposite corner of the laboratory. The man sitting behind him asked the guest who he was. Standing at the exit, the main character said that Jenny told him about this place. Weighing the dried grass, the man asked if we were talking about the girl selling alcohol in the 49th district. The guy nodded affirmatively. The old man replied that he did not remember giving her permission to send her clients here. His mechanical eye lit up. Lennox's mouth opened in surprise. Smiling slyly, the man said that he was not so rich as to be picky in choosing clients, because the most important thing was money. Looking at the potential buyer, he asked what brought him to the orchard. At the walls of the laboratory there were capsules with various plants. Long vines grew in the larger capsules. Trying to keep a calm expression on his face, the young man asked why the orchard was located in the botanical garden. Taking a plant with a red bud in his hand, the old man asked what it was, but there was no answer. A plant with bright red petals called Eonium has effects such as increased energy, physical activation, and increased stamina. Smiling broadly, the old man said that this botanical garden is full of such ingredients, and therefore he does not have to buy them anywhere else. Nodding understandingly, the guy reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. Putting the flask with the stimulant on the table, he asked if there was anything here with similar effects. The man picked up the viper bottle with the button and examined it carefully. The next moment he uncorked the bottle. A drop of viper fell onto his tongue. His lips pursed tightly. Having tasted the stimulant, the old man immediately spat it out. Holding an almost full bottle in his hands, the specialist asked why this cheap counterfeit was even needed, which, most likely, could not even enhance someone's body. Looking away, the main character replied that it seemed to him that the stimulant helped with mana. The man, scratching his beard in surprise, said that his guest certainly did not look like a man of brute force. The guy answered the question of why he needed mana, saying that he was a magician. Raising his eyebrows in amazement, the old man called it strange, because such things would help increase one's performance in battle, but such a fake, in principle, is not capable of helping with mana for magic. Lowering his head, the expert told the guy standing opposite him that there were rumors that a high-class magician using a viper could get a quick effect, but his guest was too young to be a high-class magician because it takes a long time to learn magic. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Lennox decided that this was why the viper was so effective, but it would be much more useful if the quality of the stimulant was better. The almost full bottle ended up in the trash bin. The old man explained that such drugs have little active ingredient because it is harmful to the body, so it is worth buying something else to avoid side effects. The guy said that then he needed something less harmful, even if it would be more expensive. After looking at him, the old man asked how much he should expect. There were 2 bills worth 1 million on the table. Smiling broadly, the expert put his hand under the table. The bar was very empty, there were no customers at all. Jenny put her head on the bar counter out of boredom. The worker wiping glasses asked if his colleague was still thinking about it. Turning to him, the girl asked if her friend thought Dylan hadn't noticed because he didn't seem bothered. Holding a glass washed to a shine in his hands, the man said that he doubted it because magicians think about even the slightest possibilities. Throwing her hands up, the bartender said that even Dylan could tell the difference between electricity and ice. Rising from the table, she said that her new friend was not an ordinary lightning magician. Thoughtfully putting her hand to her chin, Jenny wondered why they were hiding this from her. The man asked if she was jealous. The girl replied that a skill is a skill, but the magician also has a good character, and asked if her colleague had ever met such understanding magicians. Holding an iced cocktail in his hand, the bar employee replied that he understood where the conversation was going. Putting the cocktail on the table, the man said that there was no need to rush because the only thing they could do now was to give the magician a good job. Opening the laptop, Jenny asked if she should recommend what was coming from the companies. The man replied that it was unlikely that the magician would consider her after the last incident. Scratching her temple, the girl thought that after this, her friend would most likely go into shock every time he saw the reptile. The bar worker decided that job offers related to mercenaries or groups would look much better. Looking at the laptop screen, the barmaid decided to look for a job as a mercenary. Smiling, she decided that her friend would not be against the work of mercenaries because he already had experience working with Dylan. The man nodded silently when he heard that the mercenary office would welcome the mage with open arms because mages are ideal for working together. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that he was only helping the girl with her business because Kaser asked him to, and that she was smart and insightful but did not have much patience. Without taking her eyes off the laptop, Jenny made an OK sign with her hand. The man sighed displeasantly and turned away. The orchard expert put the case on the table and said this should do. The case contained flasks of a stimulant called cassette. The main character took one of the bottles in his hand. This drug guarantees about 6 hours of increased physical strength, as well as an increase in mana and stamina. Its side effects were headache, cramps, and vomiting. Smiling, the old man added that vomiting blood occurs extremely rarely, but this is not so bad for such a good product. The magician asked whether these were exactly all the existing side effects. Pointing his finger at the bottle, the man explained that out of everything that costs 2 million, this stimulant has the fewest side effects. Looking at the bottle, Lennox replied that he understood everything. On the table in the laboratory there were many bottles and vapes with drugs. The expert explained that products with even fewer side effects would cost many times more, and clarified that he sells at least 10 of them at a time. Pointing his finger at the bottle, the guy asked why it had a different filter. It turned out that this was a new model, controlled by mana instead of a button. After looking at the stimulant, the young man decided that it looked like a product from Calvin and Cubs. The man opened his mouth furiously, shouting that no one dare compare his product with some cheap, low-grade stimulants into which a bunch of chemicals are added. He stated that all his products were made from premium quality natural herbs. The guy picked up the case and agreed to buy it. The old man waved his hand and wished to see him again. There was a resignation letter on the desk, and someone sighed heavily. The stranger picked up a piece of paper and said that he had barely managed to hire 2 magicians in this quarter. The leader of the mercenary squad, Dre, clenched the statement forcefully in his hand, not understanding why the hired magicians simply up and left. Wayne, sitting on the sofa, smiled, wishing the captain to be gentler. The man angrily hit the table with his fist, declaring that his subordinate already knew everything perfectly well. The mercenaries were sitting on the couch, trying to remain calm, when their boss shouted that he was not giving the magicians difficult work and that the only thing they needed to do was last this block. Covering her ears, Kithel suggested that even this was too difficult for weak magicians. Dark-skinned Aki nodded, saying that there was no need to dwell on what had already happened. Putting his hand on his forehead, Dre asked if Kithel wanted to look for some magician for the next task. The girl looked away in embarrassment. The phone on the table lit up and rang. The man brought him to the phone, saying that he had not heard Jenny's voice for a long time, to which she replied that she wanted to find out if the mercenary squad needed a magician. The captain's jaw dropped at this question. Jumping up from his chair, Dre shouted that he needed 2 magicians, but Jenny replied that she could introduce only one. With a disappointed look, the leader of the squad returned to his chair, but the girl hastened to tell him that this magician was in every way the better of the 2. The main character walked along the street, illuminated by the setting sun. In his hands was a case with a viper. Walking down the alley, he decided that it was time to prepare well. Jenny stated that, compared to other magicians, he was on a completely different level. White clouds floated across the sky above residential buildings. There were paper bags of groceries on the kitchen counter. There were unopened boxes of belongings at the empty table, and the blinds were open. The sun's rays fell on the main character, sitting on the floor in the lotus position. Opening his eyes, he began his training. He needed to draw an intricate magic circle and perform a complex ritual. But strong concentration could release magic into space, so he had to use the barrier technique. The guy closed his eyes, concentrating on his task. His room was protected from the rest of the world by a protective field so that no one would get hurt. The protective magic on the surface of the sphere resembled a castle. The lock slammed shut in front of the window of the room from the outside. There was a magic circle hanging above the door of the apartment. If anyone tried to penetrate the barrier, they would be struck by 14 bolts of lightning. A dark magic circle was on the floor in front of the apartment, ready to cast a gravitational bind on the intruder. Smiling, Lennox thought that he had been able to do minimal training at the hotel, but now that he had his own home, the preparation would go much faster. Resolutely raising his head, he completed the first stage and began the second. His training was interrupted by the ringing of the phone lying on the table. Picking up the phone, the guy went to the window and told Jenny that he had no plans for the evening. Hearing that it was work-related, he said that he would be there soon and put down the phone. Sitting down on the table, the young man thought that this was a really useful gadget. With the help of it, one could even read the latest news from the Balkans. He widened his eyes in surprise. There was news on the phone screen saying that due to the explosion at the Charlotte factory, there were difficulties in producing new products. The news said that residents within a radius of 2 kilometers were evacuated. The police reported that there were no casualties, and lower on the page it was reported that the cause of the explosion was considered to be a gas leak. Looking at the phone screen, the main character suggested that Charlotte wanted to make it look like an accident. Asking himself if something like this always happened when working with corporations, he put the phone on the table. Sitting on the table, the guy thought that everything had worked out cleanly and flawlessly, and the reward was decent, so he no longer needed to worry about anything. Looking away towards the window, he realized that there were things happening outside his field of vision, and it was unpleasant to think about. Pulling open the blinds, Lennox looked out the window, deciding to be more careful when performing tasks related to corporations. An image of a burning Kroken appeared in his head. Less than 2 months after the start of work, the magician stumbled upon a criminal organization called Pandemonium. Remembering how he used ice magic, the guy realized that in order to survive in this place and be able to resist such monsters, he needed, in addition to excellent magical talents. With these thoughts, he jumped off the table. There was a folded package on the bed. It said gun barrel. The second part of the preparation involved the use of weapons that were in this package. The young man was in anticipation. Neon signs flashed in front of the bar's entrance. Jenny explained that the request came from the Krimger mercenary office. They planned to recapture the building, for which the magician was needed. The main character, sitting in front of the laptop, asked if that was why the reward was so large. Putting dried meat in her mouth, the girl said that hiring a magician costs a lot of money, so the demand for them is much greater than the number of offers. Looking at the laptop, the guy expressed his assumption that Antares should have contacted him. After asking for details, the barmaid turned her laptop towards her and said that there was a gang of robbers calling themselves scavengers. Armed with machine guns, they took over a financial building where financial advice was held and are now illegally using its electricity. The employees were afraid that a power outage would erase commercial information, so they did not want to leave the building. However, at gunpoint, the robbers led them out with their hands in the air, which is why the consulting company requested help from the Krimger mercenary office. Looking at his friend, Lennox clarified that the mercenaries hired by the company want to hire him. Jenny confirmed this, then they asked her what was meant by the help of a magician. Taking a piece of dried meat in her hands, the girl replied that there would be nothing difficult about it, because a cool magician would simply have to use magic from behind the backs of the mercenaries. The guy thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and looked away. Looking at the computer, the barmaid said that if he didn't like this case, then there was another, because the story of the magician who survived an encounter with a crocodile had become quite popular in the area. Smiling, she advised him to agree to work in Krimger because mercenaries are scrupulous about money and will never take someone else's money for themselves. Taking the cocktail in his hands, the young man asked if this often happens here. Waving 2 fingers to imitate scissors, Jenny replied that there were plenty of scoundrels everywhere, and many cut off others' arms and legs after the job was done. Lowering her head, she declared that she had the power to prevent this from happening. Tossing her hair, the girl explained that such a professional lives by guaranteeing safety and reliability for a small fee from both the client and the performer. The main character smiled slyly. Holding a cocktail in his hands, he agreed to the proposal and asked when and where the building would be captured. The barmaid replied that everything would happen at 5 in the morning the next day in the 53rd district and promised to send the coordinates to the phone. The morning sun illuminated the roofs of the houses. A squad of Krimger mercenaries gathered in front of the building. Looking at his watch, Dre declared that the time had come. Wayne, sitting on a high stone block, asked what the magician would be like this time. Turning to him and placing his hand on his hip, the captain replied that a talented lightning magician would be with them and that the poisonous viper Jenny was sure that he would get his 20 million even if he died, so they just had to believe. Looking at the boss, Kithel suggested that the magician must have practiced a lot of magic. The man said that he must be good. Aki looked ahead and distracted Dre from his watch. Wyan smiled because what everyone was waiting for happened. Suddenly his face became more tense. The guy jumped off the stone block. Kithel asked if this was the same person they had already seen. The main character walked into the yard, holding a sandwich in his hand. Approaching the captain, he asked if the Krimger mercenary office had gathered here. The man asked if the same magician was standing in front of them. With crumbs on his face, the guy confirmed this information. Kithel opened her mouth in surprise. Dre frowned with displeasure. The girl angrily pointed her finger at the magician and asked what he was doing before the task. Lennox, biting into a sandwich, replied that he was eating and thought that it was important for health to eat on time, although the paprika tasted disgusting. Furiously furrowing her brows, the mercenary wanted to yell at him, but the boss stopped her by putting his hand on her shoulder. Throwing up his hands, the man explained that the office had paid $20 million to hire him and hoped that no one would harm each other during the operation. The guy closed his eyes and nodded, promising to do everything in his power. With a wave of his hand, Dre turned away and said that it was time to repeat the plan one last time. The man put the laptop on the floor. He pressed the enter button. A hologram of the building appeared above the laptop. The leader of the squad said that he would explain everything quickly since they had already discussed everything earlier. Pointing to a diagram of the building, the captain stated that their ultimate goal was to normalize the operation of the power plant server on the 3rd floor, which can be reached in 2 ways, by elevator and by stairs, which are guarded by an armed detachment of 3 units of scavengers, including those who uses mana, so you can't let your guard down. Wyan nodded in satisfaction when the boss ordered the 2nd squad to get to the 3rd floor to deal with those who had holed up in the room with the energy generator and check if everything was okay with the server. Ike and Kithel listened attentively to his words that the 3rd squad would have to clear the 1st floor, while the 1st squad would penetrate inside through the 2nd floor window to lure the scavengers to the stairs. Putting his hands on his belt, Dre announced that after this the 2nd squad would go down, and the 1st and 3rd squads would go up and repeat the same thing. The subordinates shouted that they understood everything. The captain asked the mercenaries to follow the instructions of their commanders, who should report emergency situations. Standing aside, the protagonist thought that the mercenary commander spoke quickly, but very clearly and calmly, which made him a natural leader. Looking at Lennox, the man stated that the magician's task was to attack heavily from the very beginning, and then he would need to follow the 3rd squad as support for the rear. With his mouth wide open, Dre shouted that it was time to begin the operation and ordered everyone to take their positions. The men in identical black uniforms simultaneously raised their hands, signaling that they had heard the order. The soldiers took out pistols and began to load them. The dark-haired young man began to draw a long, sharp sword from its sheath. A man with red hair and bright amber eyes looked carefully at his weapon. The main character with a hood on his head watched him closely, thinking that in a world where it is possible to use mana to strengthen the body, the fact that melee and ranged weapons exist together does not seem so strange. Bright sparks appeared around his hand, and he thought that everyone who works in this field knows that there are times when such a miracle as magic is necessary. The warriors prepared their weapons. A colorful sunset was visible, and Lennox came to the conclusion that even with such methods, everyone is always in dire need of a magician. In front of a tall, dark building, armed men, trucks, and shields could be seen. There were 3 men standing at the entrance to the building, all of them holding a machine gun in their hand. They were dressed in identical black uniforms. Inside the building, 2 soldiers could be seen from the window with tense expressions on their faces. The bearded man furrowed his brows as he peered out from behind the wall. The soldiers were hiding behind walls and barricades, and the man turned to the main character, who was standing next to him. Dre informed Lennox that this was unlikely, but they could also hire a magician, and asked the protagonist to immediately let him know if he noticed anything. Lennox was just about to agree when he suddenly fell silent with a surprised expression on his face. He saw a golden flash of light pass in front of him. The entire space around took on clearer outlines, and the main character felt a visual substitute for material made from mana. His blue eyes lit up and he thought someone was trying to figure out how many there were. Lennox lowered his head and extended his hand towards the golden magical stream. He then clenched his fist tightly, grasping the golden thread, and thought that he could detect the opponent's mage if he followed it. Suddenly, the magical flow began to turn bright blue, emanating from Lennox's palm. 2 guards patrolling the door saw the golden thread turn into blue. The soldier standing outside the window with a machine gun in his hand frowned tensely. The magical thread followed further along the floor. Suddenly, it turned to the side and disappeared behind a massive door. The man with the black hood and white hair gritted his teeth and frowned, keeping his hand on the floor. The main character grinned and said that their opponent was caught. The magician, who was sitting on one knee, with a tense face, tried to fight the alien mana, letting out a heavy sigh. His palm was pressed to the floor, and the golden seal he had created suddenly cracked under the onslaught of blue magic. The magician grabbed his throat, his eyes became bloodshot and red. He then brought both hands to his throat and coughed, red blood gushing from his mouth and nose. The magician fell dead to the ground, and the two soldiers looked at him in fear, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that the enemy magician had just used detection magic, and that now was the best time to penetrate since Lennox had detected the magic and attacked the enemy. Dre looked out from his hiding place. Soldiers in red and black uniforms ran around the room to inspect everything around. A bearded man with a longitudinal scar on his eye turned around and shouted that it was time to get inside. A crowd of warriors burst into the building. Some of them threw grenades forward, emitting gray smoke. The soldiers in black and red uniforms stared at the shells in bewilderment. Then everything was plunged into a thick fog that appeared after a powerful explosion. The man with the scars on his face furrowed his black eyebrows and screamed in horror. It was impossible to see anything through the smoke, and he yelled, informing his comrades of the ambush. The warriors frowned in concentration and ran forward. A man with red hair held a weapon in both hands as he jumped up. The enemies approached the window and placed their machine guns, preparing to attack the intruders. Lennox, who was surrounded by armed men, reached inside his white cloak. He closed his eyes, put a thin, long object in his mouth and asked if he should test the effect of the new Viper. Suddenly the main character opened his blue eyes wide and froze in shock. Lennox extended his arms to the sides, from which bright flashes emanated. He used the chain lightning technique and extended his arm forward. Lightning attacked the building, which immediately began to crumble and collapse. The wind rose, causing people to barely stand on their feet. The soldiers in red and black uniforms dropped their machine guns and froze, emitting painful groans. A man with tousled hair opened his mouth wide and screamed heart-rendingly. Dre turned around with a worried expression on his face. The girl, whose long hair was tied up in a ponytail, screamed in horror. The bald man with dark skin briefly expressed admiration. A young man with red hair raised his hand up and shouted with a smile that this was cool. Lennox smiled as he screamed at him to kill them all. The warriors ran forward. Kithel took aim and fired her gun. They all attacked the young man with red hair together. Dre, whose face was deeply wrinkled, shouted that the enemy line had been destroyed and it was time to attack. The soldier with blonde hair closed his eyes and screamed heart-rendingly in pain. Splashes of blood could be seen behind his back. Someone waved their fist in front of the bearded man's face. When the barrel of a gun was pointed at the bald soldier, he raised one eyebrow in bewilderment and opened his mouth. Dre then fired and the enemy flew into the air. Wayne frowned, holding weapons in both hands. He waved his hand, fighting the enemy. When the young man's weapon was in front of the enemy, Wayne said that swinging such a sharp object was dangerous. The black-haired man with a sharp knife in his hands grinned contentedly. Suddenly Wayne waved his weapon. A stream of red blood gushed from the enemy's mouth as the red-haired youth struck him in the face. The man pressed his hands to his reddened nose and whined loudly in pain. While he coughed, Wayne grinned contentedly. He then clenched one hand into a fist and attacked the enemy. The black-haired man fell dead to the ground, and an enemy with a machine gun in his hands was visible from above. Suddenly a bullet passed through his head, leaving blood around. Kithel, looking at the sight, asked if he dared to aim at their youngest. Suddenly the girl with purple hair looked to the side. A crowd of people in black and red uniforms ran out of the building. Dre looked up and saw two of his subordinates jump into the air, holding shields in their hands. They stood in front of the bearded man and protected him from the shooting. Dre frowned, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. He looked at Aki, suggesting the old tried and true shell method, and the dark man agreed with a grin. His hand gripped the shield tightly. Aki clenched his white teeth, and the blonde man standing next to him also tensed. They then simultaneously threw their shields towards their enemies. The man in the black and red uniform froze with an expression of horror on his face. There was a powerful explosion. The enemies lay motionless on the floor under two shields. Wyan sighed in relief with a smile and turned around. Suddenly, 4 more enemies ran out of the building, screaming loudly. Aki flexed his fist, saying that he was tired of this, and Dre held his sword in front of him, telling his comrades to deal with their opponents quickly. The bearded man's subordinates rushed forward and began to fight the enemies. Wyan hit the enemy with a machine gun in his hand in the face. Suddenly Dre frowned and opened his mouth slightly. He noticed a muscular man with a knife in his hand among the crowd of enemies and thought that something was wrong with him. Suddenly the image of the enemy became blurry and cloudy. Dre turned around and swore loudly. While people were fighting among themselves, the man looked back and shouted that a muscular opponent was heading towards the main character. The man with dreadlocks smiled predatorily and ran quickly. Lennox stood motionless with his hood on his head. He turned around when the man realized that the lightning mage was standing in front of him. Then the enemy frowned, rushed forward and shouted that he would kill Lennox and turn the tide of the battle. The main character looked at the knife blade, which was rapidly approaching him. Then he calmly looked at the enemy. There was a pocket visible inside Lennox's long cloak. Smoke was coming from the barrel of a black pistol. The main character furrowed his thin eyebrows, clutching a weapon in his hand. The man with a small beard widened his eyes and groaned in pain. He fell to the ground and Lennox lowered his weapon hand. Then he pursed his lips and thought it was good. The main character looked to the side and thought that the revolver had withstood 3 assistive spells. Lennox used sight adjustments, shot acceleration and momentum enhancement. The barrel of the gun glowed brightly. The main character looked at the smoking weapon with a smile and came to the conclusion that it was quite good. Dre ran to Lennox, asking if he was okay, and the main character, standing at the enemy's corpse, confirmed this. He lowered his head, adding that he could defend himself. The man replied that he understood this, thinking that he would have difficulty repeating the speed and dexterity with which Lennox fired. Dre turned away and said that the price of mages would rise again, and Lennox looked at him, puzzled. Aki turned around and reported that the entrance had been cleared, and at that time a man with blonde hair was finishing off the enemy with his foot. Dre, holding a knife in his hand, said that it was time to go inside, and the main character followed him, putting his hands in his pockets. A girl with a high ponytail ran ahead of everyone and shouted for the first squad to get into position. She looked up, holding the machine gun tightly in both hands. A hand in a black glove grabbed the iron surface. Hooks flew from the ground and caught on the balcony of the building. Kithel, whose round glasses reflected the light, went upstairs with her comrades. There were enemies inside the room who turned around in horror. The girl took aim, closing one eye, and ordered everyone to create covering fire so that the second squad could also rise. The soldiers immediately began to attack, and the room lit up with flashes. Enemies fell to the ground, mouth wide open in pain. Wayne looked up and ordered the second squad to rise. He and the other soldiers jumped into the air. The youth stepped on Kithel's shoulder, apologizing to her, and she frowned. Pushing off from the girl, Wayne jumped even higher. Dre reached for the weapon behind his back and ordered his subordinates to go. A bullet flew out of the weapon with a bright flash. The bearded man, holding a long knife in his other hand, attacked the enemy. Scarlet blood poured out of the enemy's body. One of the enemies dropped the pistol from his hand, which was hit by a bullet. They clenched their teeth tightly. Blood flowed like a fountain from the other's mouth. The main character put his hands in his pockets as he approached Dre from behind. Suddenly, he looked down and his face took on a puzzled expression. One of the enemies was reaching for a pistol, trembling and emitting painful sighs. Lennox raised his hand, from which blue lightning emanated. The man's body began to become electrified, and he screamed heart-rendingly in pain. Dre put one hand behind his back and concluded that the first floor was clear. White foam came out of the mouth of the enemy lying on the floor. Ike turned around and said that it was unlikely that anyone else would come down. A man with a longitudinal scar on his eye took out a walkie-talkie and informed Kithel that there were no enemies left on the first floor. The girl sat on her knees, hiding behind the office desk, while Dre asked her to report the situation on the second floor. She brought the walkie-talkie to her mouth and whispered that they were still in ambush, and that she was not very comfortable talking right now. The bearded man's face froze in horror when he heard a deafening roar from the walkie-talkie. Ike and Lennox watched intently as Dre asked Kithel what happened. A bead of sweat rolled down the man's face and his blue eyes widened. He closed his eyes and exhaled in relief when Kithel reported that the second floor was clear. Aki looked to the side and also sighed in relief. The girl with the machine gun in her hand looked down and said that the last enemy was hiding like a cockroach, so she had to linger. The corpse of a man lay on the floor in a pool of blood. Dre looked up and ordered the third and first squads to take care of the third floor. The two enemies dropped their weapons and began to fall when the shells hit them. Aki peered out from behind the shield, gritting his teeth. His partner furrowed his black eyebrows. Suddenly, several bullets hit the shields. Dre waved his hand in the air, and splashes of blood flew after his sword. Lennox extended his hand forward, and the two opponents in front of him were covered in blue lightning. Kithel held the machine gun in her hands and ran forward. The lifeless bodies of the enemies lay on the floor. The girl turned around and said that the third floor was ready. Dre sheathed his sword and replied that everything was simpler than he expected. Ike and Lennox looked back. While the main character praised the dark man's shield, Dre looked at Lennox and thought that he was incredibly helpful, because even before entering the building, he took care of 10% of the scavenger's strength, and that a real magician is really strong. Suddenly, Kithel approached the man and raised her palm to her face, calling him in a whisper. She looked at the main character standing sideways and invited Dre to recruit him. The man turned away, answering that he had no money. Kithel, with a shocked expression on her face, whispered to Dre to invest in Lennox, who copes for 4. She blushed and folded her hands with a dreamy smile, saying that their office would become famous, work would be easier and faster, and they would earn a lot of money. Dre furrowed his eyebrows and interrupted her, saying that others thought the same. Then he looked sternly at Kithel, saying that he needed to move on to the rest of the plan, and the girl puffed out her cheeks offendedly. Dre raised the radio to his mouth and told Wyan that the third floor had been cleared and the rest had already been dealt with. Then he asked about the situation on the roof. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the walkie-talkie, and the man closed one eye. Deep wrinkles appeared on his nose. Dre looked at the green communication device from which a weak voice was heard. The man opened his blue eyes in horror when he heard someone calling him pitifully. Aki furrowed his black eyebrows, recognizing Wayan's voice, and Lennox's face showed slight alarm. Kithel clenched her white teeth tightly. Dre brought the walkie-talkie closer and yelled loudly, calling for Wayan. He then ran forward, saying that the second squad was in danger. Kithel looked at the man and asked him to wait. Aki turned around and wanted to say something to the main character, but he said with a serious expression that he would catch up with them. The soldiers quickly ran up the stairs. Loud footsteps sent dust flying into the air. Lennox, sweat dripping from his face, panted heavily, resenting his frail body. Aki ran ahead of everyone with a shield in his hand. Behind him were armed Dre and Kithel. The roof was strewn with the corpses of people in black clothes. Among them was Wayan, who put his hand on his stomach. The girl clenched her teeth, and the man leaned over and called his subordinate. Wayan lay with his eyes closed and his mouth open. While Dre was talking to him, a breathless Lennox appeared on the roof. The man picked up Wayan's body and shouted for all the wounded to be given a regeneration potion. The subordinates immediately ran away, following the order. Dre poured the medicine on Wayan's wound and thought it was expensive, but it was nothing compared to the lives of their partners. The bloody wound on the young man's stomach began to heal and steam was emanating from it. Wayan arched his eyebrows pitifully, apologizing to the man, but he replied that they had done well. The main character was leaning against the wall, breathing heavily and not understanding what it was. The girl with long red hair clenched her jaw in pain, holding onto the bleeding wound, and Lennox thought that everyone in the second squad had been seriously injured, but had escaped death. The body of the wounded youth with a deep scratch on his back was trembling, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that this was practically impossible, only if the soldiers were not carefully trained. Therefore, someone so experienced did it and simply ran away. Lennox touched his chin and looked down. Suddenly his gaze became serious. Everyone turned around when he announced that the person who did this was still around. Dre, who stood with his back to the main character, without moving, while everyone around was discussing the words spoken by the main character. The man turned around and asked Lennox to take care of Wayan. Dre then stood up and shouted to move the wounded first while the others were on guard. A girl with long red hair closed her eyes, leaning on her friend. The main character helped Wayan walk. The rest stood with weapons in their hands or carried away other wounded. Ike and Kethel stood side by side behind Dre. The man clenched his teeth tightly in anger and asked the stranger where he was hiding. In the distance, a dark silhouette could be seen on a high tower. The man showed the tip of the sword and said that he was expecting guests. Then he smiled and added that he did not expect them so soon. Against the background of a blood-red sky, a tower was visible on which the stranger was sitting. Dre looked down at him. He then raised his pistol and swore loudly, shouting that the enemy dared to hurt his men, and then simply watched them die. Dre and his subordinates took aim at the stranger, who asked if they knew how much money was spent on this plan. He leaned his elbow on his leg and said that all the scavenger divisions came together to scrape together the money they didn't have, and that they had to take over a server to connect to the tax network of the 53rd district and pay dozens of people to get here. Dre frowned and replied that they were all crazy if they were going to pocket the Balkan government's reserve money. The man with long white hair grinned, confirming this, and added that they didn't even need to go to the city government building. Many soldiers stood on the roof while the stranger said that the district office alone governs more than hundreds of millions of villages, and if they find a good power generation facility to destabilize it in the 53rd region, then the security of the network will certainly weaken. Dre didn't lower his weapon, and the man raised his hand, asking if it was so bad to take advantage of the holes in the system that were created by the rotten government apparatus. The man with the scar on his eye looked at the stranger sternly and replied that this did not look like something a former military man would undertake. The stranger smiled and said that 3 years had passed since he left the front, and now he did not look like any ordinary civilian. Dre frowned and said that with such a thirst for blood, he could not possibly be an ordinary civilian. The man sitting at the top of the tower laughed and said that Dre knew more than he should. The captain, with an angry expression on his face, replied that he did not care what was morally right or wrong. He held the gun tightly in his hand, saying that he didn't care what the scavengers did or how they did it, that it should be taken as a simple business. The stranger said with a sly grin that it didn't matter because he wasn't here to end up like that. He tilted his head, saying it was too early, and reached behind his back. Dre's eyes widened and his mouth opened in fear, thinking that the stranger had a bomb. The man took out a small red ball and said with an ominous smile that he would not be stopped by the insignificant mercenary. A bead of sweat rolled down Dre's face. He furrowed his brows, ordering his subordinates to stop the enemy. Many bullets flew into the tower, and the man jumped down. He held the red ball between his sharp teeth. There was a powerful and loud explosion. The stranger landed on the roof, and Dre and his subordinates crowded together. Lennox frowned, staring intently at his enemy. He had black and red eyes. Suddenly his hair turned black, and instead of human teeth, fangs appeared, like those of a predator. Long claws grew on his hands. The enemy grinned, emitting a purple aura. Dre's team opened fire and thick black smoke appeared. The black-haired youth frowned and screamed, wishing the monster dead. The space turned purple. The stranger, whose eyes emitted a red glow, approached the soldier. Gray smoke appeared, accompanied by a loud sound. The man smiled, showing sharp fangs. Dark blood gushed from Jensen's mouth. Dre turned around and looked at his subordinate with alarm. Everyone looked at the young man. The captain called him loudly. Jensen doubled over. Kithel frowned and clenched her teeth, holding the machine gun in her hands. The monster, tearing Jensen's body apart, asked if they were wondering why he didn't kill those who came here first. He pushed the young man, and he fell to the ground, staining everything around with his blood. The short-haired girl trembled in fear when she saw that the enemy had taken Jensen's heart. The man with red eyes squeezed the organ in his hand and said that in order to use this power, he needed living fuel. While the young man with brown hair gritted his teeth in horror, Lennox stared at the enemy and thought that this was black magic. He arched his thin eyebrows and thought that in the 2.0 world there were also classes that used similar skills. The sky was a rich red color. The main character looked at the stranger's back and came to the conclusion that, given that he devours human flesh, he is probably either a vampire or a blood reaper. Everyone opened their mouths, looking at the enemy in shock, and Lennox thought that this was possible if a similar magic system existed in the 3.0 world. The man's hand was stained with blood, and the main character thought that this must have serious consequences, and therefore assumed that he decided to end everything here. The enemy reached for a sharp knife. He raised his head, saying that, as he thought, this was not enough. The man twirled the weapon in his hand. He then grabbed the hilt of the dagger tightly. Dalen's mouth opened in horror, and a bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. The enemy raised his hand, and Aki stood in front of the girl, holding a shield in his hand. A bright red flash appeared. Blood sprayed from the dark man's body, and he let out a painful groan. The enemy ran up to Dalen from behind. She turned around and a cruel, crazy smile appeared on his face. Dalen arched her black eyebrows and widened her eyes. Dre clenched his teeth, and Kithel frowned and loudly called out to her partner. The enemy took Dalen by the head and tore a piece of flesh from her. The girl fell to the ground, and he said displeasedly that she was tasteless. Dre ran to his subordinates and ordered them to attack faster. The young men with sweaty faces rushed forward. They jumped into the air, brandishing their weapons. The enemy looked up, fresh blood dripping from his hand. He pushed off from the ground, in which a depression immediately appeared. The space was filled with splashes of blood. The young man with a long weapon in his hands opened his mouth in fear. The enemy attacked each of the soldiers, quickly moving from one to another. Blood poured out like a fountain from the bodies of the young men. The man smiled madly, his eyes shining. He then swung his sharp dagger. Dre clenched his teeth, holding his sword tightly. He frowned and let out a tense sigh as their weapons crossed. The enemy waved his hand, and fiery sparks appeared in the air. Dre dropped his weapon and flew back. Suddenly, dark blood sprayed from the enemy's head. A girl with long hair tied in a ponytail attacked the man and shouted for the others not to stop and to continue shooting. The young men who stood behind her fired bullets from machine guns. The enemy, past whom the shells flew, frowned angrily. With a predatory grin, he reached forward and shouted that such an attack would not kill him. Kithel widened her violet eyes in shock and cursed. Suddenly, a bright blue lightning appeared. The enemy froze in the air, surrounded by a blinding light. The wind rose, and the girl covered her face with her hand. The main character spread his hands to the side, from which blue sparks were emanating. He thought that he managed to control the affected area and mana consumption so that the mercenaries in the building were not damaged. Thick smoke appeared, and Lennox thought that if the enemy could sense the signs before the lightning struck, then it would not be difficult to dodge. Through the gray fog, the dark silhouette of the enemy was visible. He, emitting a golden glow, rushed towards the main character. The enemy tried to attack Lennox, but he managed to jump back. The hood fell off his head, and he thought that this was predictable, so he had already increased the strength of the barrier so that it would absorb the impact of destruction. Kithel called out to Lennox as she and her companions continued to fire. The enemy moved past the bullets. Wrinkles appeared on his forehead, and he thought that he had to kill the main character even if the mercenaries shot at him, and that someone who could shoot lightning like that was too dangerous. Lennox frowned and waved his hand. He took out a gun, the muzzle of which emitted a bright light, and used several techniques to buff it. The main character raised a glowing weapon. Then he fired and raised his hands up. Blue streams of magic split into several parts and rushed towards the enemy, passing right through his body. The man opened his fanged mouth wide. He then fell to one knee and blood flowed from his body. Lennox bent his elbow, holding the pistol in his hand, and thought that he had been preparing for this moment since he called the thunder. He stared at the enemy, thinking that he was still alive, so he needed to finish the job. Blue sparks began to appear around the protagonist's hand, and he thought that his body was so fragile that one mistake could result in his death. The man was trembling, resting his palms on the floor. Lennox raised his hand and walked up to him and thought that from recent experience he had learned that there was no need to be afraid of close combat at times. The main character grabbed the enemy by the face, and he groaned. Then Lennox used the discharge technique, and the man's body began to become electrified, and he himself opened his mouth wide in wild pain. While the main character tightly squeezed his face, he screamed deafeningly. Suddenly he grabbed Lennox's wrist and clenched his teeth. The enemy grinned and said that he would not kill him with this. The main character looked at the man skeptically, not believing his words. The guy spontaneously asked what he was saying. Lennox looked straight ahead with confidence, holding out his hand in front of him, from which bright lightning bolts were coming out. His palm squeezed the throat of a man with bright red eyes and an evil grin. The hero thought that if he were an ordinary person, his head would have already turned to ashes. The guy abruptly pulled his hand back, freeing himself from the man's grip, reasoning that there are also monsters that can catch a bullet in a century. Lennox, with a calm look, put his hand in front of him, holding a pistol aimed at the monster, thinking that since he withstood the blow of magic, then there was nothing contradictory in this. The main character knitted his eyebrows. A bright light was visible from the barrel of the weapon. The guy used the reload acceleration ability. He shot straight into the monster's eye, and it screamed loudly, opening its other eye wide. The man pressed his hand over his eye, blood oozed from the wounds, and he screamed heart-rendingly. The guy watched the sudden movements of the monster, who said displeasedly that if only he had caught the young man, then everything would have been different. Footsteps were heard on the battlefield. 4 people approached the hero one after another. A team of 4 heroes immobilized the monster, armed with firearms and swords. The gray-haired man ordered not to let this creature get even an inch closer to the magician. They pressed their swords on his neck, thereby preventing him from getting up. He bared his teeth viciously. The red-haired young man gritted his teeth, calling him a monster. The girl arched her eyebrows in surprise, not understanding where he got so much strength from. The commander tusked displeasedly, looking at him. The bald man furrowed his eyebrows, asking the captain if they could really kill this monster. The man froze in place, beads of sweat appearing on his face. He thought that his knowledge of magic was not enough to accurately assess the condition of this monster. There was only one person here who knew about this drug. He pressed the creature's hand with both palms, asking the magician if there was any way. Lennox, looking down at them, seriously declared that this was black magic. The hero represented a man. He smiled, holding the drug in his teeth. He thought that the principle itself was not complicated. He just needed to sacrifice a lot in order to significantly increase the endurance and regeneration rate of his body. The guy imagined the same man in the guise of a monster, holding a sword in his hands, looking angrily forward. The young man imagined how the monster bit off part of the flesh from the girl's neck, thinking that basically such creatures consume human flesh or blood and use it as energy, and if there is a lack of it, they stopped thinking sensibly. The monster could not raise his head, his eyebrows frowned, he bared his teeth. The main character froze, remembering his malicious smile, thinking that during their battle the monster could not speak clearly, his mind was so shaken. Without constant supply of flesh and blood, the ability to think clearly becomes dangerously low. The guy remembered the surviving members of the second squad, who were located on the roof of the building, helping the wounded, realizing why the monster had saved their lives. Lennox knelt down next to the creature, thinking that black magic was notorious for having more disadvantages than advantages. There are only a few magicians who specialize in it, so naturally few have such information about it, and it seems that the mercenary Krimger is not one of them. The squad members looked at each other with concern, asking each other if they had ever seen black magic. The red-haired youth looked at the main character while holding the monster. Lennox thought that because of the pill, the monster's mana became insanely dense, but everything changed after he received so many bullets and blows of magic. The guy lifted the creature, taking his hand by the shoulder, asking him to rise a little, going to grab the threads of black magic. A dissatisfied grin appeared on his face. A bright light surrounded his hand. He was going to draw mana out of him. His eyes shone brightly with blue light. The guy looked at the monster sternly, energy glowed in his hand. He was going to scrape out absolutely everything using his power. The monster lowered his head, resting his hands on the ground, his strength leaving him. He raised his head, bared his teeth and shouted, his face changing its usual features. Already more than half of the monster's head had been replaced by a human one, with long gray hair and wrinkles. The creature collapsed to the ground, and a dark sphere appeared in Lennox's palm. He ordered to kill him. The girl and the captain looked at him in surprise, not understanding the motive of his intentions. The guy turned his back to them, saying that now they could handle it. There were members of the squads around. The main character was sitting at the table, looking at the dark sphere, wondering what to do with it. He looked at it thoughtfully, thinking that, usually, it is impossible to retain mana for a long time, so it is stored in special containers. The sphere darkened in his palm. He realized that now he would not be able to make it right now or get it somewhere. If he could save it, it would be a good chance to learn more about black magic. The young man hissed displeasedly, opening his mouth slightly. A cloud of dark energy moved in his hands. Lennox put his hand forward, dissipating it in the air, thinking that the longer he held it, the more of his mana he would spend, and therefore would not receive any benefit. The words that he really had outstanding abilities made the hero turn around. A red-haired young man was sitting in the corner. His stomach was wrapped. He said that the guy was something like a genius. He was surprised by such words. Lennox looked at the guy in surprise. He said that he saw how he moved mana. He had never seen such control. Because of this, he realized how insignificant his own mana was. The main character opened his eyes in surprise. He was amazed that the guy had seen him carrying mana all this time, although none of the mercenaries understood what he had done with black magic. The young man sat opposite her, pressing her hand to her bandaged stomach. Lennox thought that if Wayne was telling the truth, then he was born with a very high sensitivity to mana. Perhaps his talent was not in combat, but in control. The guy looked down. Wayne rose from his seat and, closing his eyes, said that he had met many people who boasted that they were magicians, but he had never seen anyone control mana so skillfully. He wondered out loud if he was even remotely like the guy. He paused, lips pressed together. Would he become stronger? The light of the rays of the setting sun illuminated the heroes standing opposite each other. Lennox looked to the side, asking if the young man wanted to become a magician, to which he, looking away, said that being a mercenary was enough for him, but now he is not sure about it. The protagonist's eyebrows frowned. He understood what the guy wanted. He turned to Wayne standing next to him, thinking that he was still alive only thanks to his talent alone. No matter how he tried to adapt, here he is just a stranger, so there is no point in giving him false hope. The main character put his hand on his shoulder. Looking him in the eye, he said that Dre was a good leader. The guy started to leave, but turned around and said that the man could give much more useful advice, because building your own business is not an easy task. Wayne looked after him. The guy said that if the young man makes up his mind, then he should look at Jenny. Having said this, he smiled, closing his eyes. The light of the sunset illuminated the roof of the building on which the mercenaries were located. The captain and the girl were watching them. The man looked to the side in surprise. Seeing the main character, he bowed. Straightening up, he thanked the magician. Lennox, standing in front of him, noted with regret that there were casualties. The man lowered his gaze, saying that nothing could be done about it. In their field it was inevitable. The girl stood nearby with her head down. One of the guys, holding a tablet in his hands, said that the server backup was completed. Stabilization 2, the mercenary standing next to him, looking at his tablet, was satisfied. The main character put his hands in his pockets and, looking at the body of the monster, asked the captain to send some of the blood of this corpse to Jenny. The man glanced at the monster, saying that he would do everything as the magician wishes. He took out his phone, saying that he forgot to send the money, after which he transferred 20 million cells to the hero, asking him to tell Jenny to check the interest sent to her. The girl tilted her head in surprise. Dre handed something to the hero. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. The man held a card in his hands, saying that today he was very impressed with the hero's magical skills, hoping to work together again. The young man, smiling, took it in his hands, saying that it would be possible if given the chance. He turned around, saying he had to go. Lennox smiled, putting the map away in his inner pocket, thinking that Dre was definitely a talented mercenary and a conscientious businessman, so it would be nice to keep in touch with him. The girl scratched her forehead thoughtfully, saying that maybe it was worth asking him after all. The captain didn't understand what she was talking about. A bead of sweat appeared on her face as she talked about asking him to work for them. Dre laughed out loud. Smiling, the man pointed his thumb at the departing guy, telling her that even after what she saw, she continued to think about it. The magical lightning tower would definitely be interested in this monster. He said that someone would definitely hire him, but it would definitely not be possible to monopolize such talent. Kithel put out her hand and raised her eyebrows, asking if it was a pity for him, because such talent is hard to find. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the next time they met they would not be enemies. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Dre stood opposite her. The setting sun illuminated them. The man was talking about how this is why you need to leave a good impression on the people you work with. If she hadn't seen Wang's ability, she might not have been upset by his departure, and it's hard to leave a good impression with their work today. He turned his head to the side, saying that no one could predict what consequences certain actions would lead to. The man looked forward confidently, saying that he had done everything he could. Now they could only hope that they would be lucky. Lennox walked further and further. The wind lifted his cloak. The rays of the morning sun reflected from the windows of a tall building. Dylan sat at the bar, happily raising his hand to greet his partner. The guy, knitting his eyebrows, sat down next to him, asking why the guy decided that he was his partner. Dylan lowered his eyes in frustration. He leaned towards him, clasped his hand, and smiled, asking him not to be like that, because he wants a famous friend for himself. The guy looked at this in surprise. The main character looked at him, asking why famous. Dylan's eyes widened and he said Jenny was happy with how well the guy did. He clarified that this is the same one with which the mercenary Krimger came. His words were interrupted by a blow to the head from the menu. The guy fell to the floor. The main character looked at this in embarrassment. Jenny, leaning on the bar counter, asked him to forget about this fool, asking how the hero was working with Dre. Lennox knitted his eyebrows, saying that it was nothing special, it was easy. Compared to Kroken, dealing with the top scavengers was not difficult. He represented a crocodile and a grinning monster. The girl smiled, asking if the man was a retired military man. If he was from the 51st district, then his level was quite predictable. Sitting down on a chair nearby, Dylan noticed that not all scavengers are weak, many underestimate them and say goodbye to life. The guy looked at him in surprise. Lennox folded his hands on the table, asking if the leaders were strong. The girl standing opposite said that it was so, because there was a big gap between the top, especially the top scavengers of their 20th district. It's better not to mess with them. He represented 3 mercenaries whose faces were hidden. The guy furrowed his eyebrows, thinking about what that would mean. Jenny leaned her forearms on the table, saying that, in any case, the young man is aware that he became famous after his last work. The guy asked, so what? The girl reached to the side, saying that now more clients were looking for him, the lightning magician, so she tried a little. She took out a book, saying that here are the requests that came recently, asking him to choose the one he likes best. Jenny, closing her eyes and covering her mouth with her hand, disgustedly handed him the box, saying that here was the blood sample he asked for. Lennox awkwardly held out his hands. He looked at the open book in surprise, saying that there were really a lot of requests, which meant that many needed an experienced magician. Dylan widened his eyes, looking at the notes. The girl arched her eyebrows and looked at the hero with shining eyes, asking him to cooperate for a long time, imagining how money would fall from the sky and she would give him a discount on commission fees. Dylan interrupted angrily, shouting that it was favoritism, but Jenny put her index finger to his nose, asking him to shut up. Their attention was attracted by a man who handed an iced drink to the hero, saying that it was at the expense of the establishment. Lennox thanked him, picking up the glass and looking at the man with a smile. Jenny smiled. Dylan, raising his hand, joyfully asked him the same. The girl extended her palm to him, saying that he had lost 100,000. He frowned with displeasure, asking her not to be like that, to which she asked for the price of 200,000 sella. Looking at the book, the guy slowly drank the drink. While in the bathroom, the hero suffered from vomiting, leaning on the toilet. Looking in the mirror, he rubbed his face with his palm, thinking that he was turning inside out. He started washing his hands, thinking that he had no choice. It was better to cleanse his body of alcohol in order to minimize the side effects of the viper. The guy sat down on the floor, leaning on the edge of the bed. He thought that his body was terribly weak. He wanted to rest, but could not. His gaze fell on the book lying next to him. He remembered Jenny standing at the liquor counter, saying that the dates of the assignments were the same, so if he chose one, he would have to give up the rest. It was better to decide quickly. Lennox picked up the folder. Sheets were laid out around him. He sorted through them for a long time. There were offers for the role of a bodyguard, quite a few offers from mercenary offices, a subject of a laboratory experiment. Suddenly, one sentence caught his attention. He widened his eyes in surprise, looking at the leaf, thinking that these were scavengers. The guy put the document aside, thinking that they were sick if they didn't care that he worked for their opponents. He smiled, thinking that Jenny could not help but know, which means she stopped it here on purpose. Through the blinds the room could be seen at home, illuminated by the light of the moon. The hero thought that tasks from private traders are marked immediately. The offices of mercenaries and groups are also passing by. He will also refuse those where the deadline for execution expires. Its floor was strewn with sheets. He looked at the proposal, thinking that only the pharmaceutical company would remain. The notes described a conflict with district officials over the development of a new drug. Lennox picked up the phone. Recently, he frequently visited an online auction site run by the city government. In front of him were presented purple grass with an initial value of 15 million villages, red deer horn with an initial value of 20 million villages, and truffles with an initial value of 45 million villages. Of all the products, he liked one. The dark box contained a bright-colored tablet emitting energy. It was the first-class miracle drug of the Starnia Pharma Company, Stimonium, the initial price of which was 100 million villages. The hero imagined an image of the human body and the ramifications of the drug's action, thinking that it was close to an industrial product and only slightly invigorating, but he was in no position to find fault. He remembered himself lying on the floor, realizing that he desperately needed a ray of hope, that he could heal this body tormented by punishment. The guy looked tiredly at the phone screen. He looked away, thinking about taking on Amnak's assignments. A bedside lamp illuminated the room. Reaching out his hand, the hero turned it off, thinking that perhaps he would not receive a miracle drug, but perhaps he would find a clue that could help solve the problem with the sleeping pills. Lennox lay down on the bed and stared at the phone screen. Suddenly, urgent news appeared that a delegation from the sovereign dominion of Fileman would visit the Balkans. This is all after 2 months. There was a blue sky above the city, along which white clouds floated. The buildings were illuminated by the falling rays of the sun. A week has passed. The guy answered his hand to the side, holding a gun. In exchange for immediately accepting Amnak's request, they began hunting down wanted criminals in order to test the magical abilities of the support sniper. Lennox pursued the young man running from him. The main character put his hand with a pistol in front of him. Energy was brightly coming out of its muzzle. He used the abilities reload, speed up, aim adjustment, and silence. A bright flash came out of the weapon. She chased the fleeing guy. The bullet, surrounded by magic, hit him in the back of his knee. A hole appeared in his leg. He opened his eyes wide and clenched his teeth. He fell, screaming loudly. The protagonist walked up to it calmly, thinking that it definitely worked well, even with a small amount of mana usage. Lennox frowned as he pointed the gun at the young man, thinking that it would be extremely useful until he raised his magic level to the desired level. The sound of a shot sounded. Walking along the roadway on a busy street, he thought that there was a limit to this. Even by using these spells, it could help him shoot faster and with more force. The guy looked forward, thinking that if he could learn magical spells designed for support, he would be able to perform better in battle. But it was too early. He entered the bar. Jenny was glad to see him, asking if he had a good rest. She waved her hand, saying that it was probably Amnak, asking him to hurry up because there was no time. The guy pulled out a folder from his inside coat pocket, asking how she knew. She said it was the only offer that had not yet expired and he seemed interested in medicine. The guy looked up at her in surprise. The hero handed her a folder, saying that he really liked them. She took it, asking him to wait a little because soon someone from Amnak would come here. Lennox, closing his eyes, sat on a chair while Jenny spoke on the phone. Suddenly, someone turned to him, asking if he was Jenny's new client. The hero looked to the side in surprise. A small smile appeared on his face as he looked at the man standing opposite him. The young man asked if the man knew him, to which he smiled and said of course, because he is a famous lightning magician. The main character looked at him carefully, listening to his words about what many people were saying about him, and also that there were rumors that he was a bounty hunter obsessed with money. Lennox looked away, thinking that he had indeed caught many wanted criminals for money. No wonder they said that. The man reached his gloved hand towards the glass, saying that he didn't mean it was bad, because in any case, there were only 2 reasons why there would be a bounty on his head in this city. He stirred the contents of the glass, saying that the first thing was that either he was a mage whose death would not worry anyone, or he was strong enough not to worry about the fact that he was being hunted. He squeezed the glass tighter. Looking at him, the guy said that these are 2 opposites, asking who this person is. After drinking a little, he put the glass on the table, saying that it was about time. The man reached into his inner pocket. With a sharp movement, he launched a card at the hero. The young man opened his eyes wide. Lennox, his mouth parted, extended his hand to catch it. He looked at the flying map and the smiling man, thinking that it was unexpected. The man smiled, looking at the guy, his gloved hand emitting a pink light. The main character realized that this was a person with superpowers. A certain card flies in the air. Lennox takes it in his hand. The man places his hand on his chest, telling him to call him Sebastian. He reveals that he does something similar to what Jenny does. It turns out that this is his business card with his name written on it. The young man looks at this, thinking that he does not feel the presence of mana. He probably has psychic abilities. He places the card on the table when a question is asked about whether Sebastian uses telekinesis. He smiles, asking if it's not obvious. He just showed them. He reaches for the bottle, believing it to be true that he was training somewhere abroad. Suddenly the bottle flies to the side. A dissatisfied Jenny reports that she thought he came for a drink and not to enslave her client. If he continues like this, he won't have fun anymore. Sebastian puts his hand forward, telling her not to be angry because he just gave him his business card. He places his hand on his briefcase, claiming that he is actually there to give her something. The girl asks interestedly what it is. There is an exclamation about the agenda. She looks at the papers in surprise, asking why now. She thought that there were still about 2 months before the visit of Phylan's representatives. She gets angry, wondering if there's any point in sending them out so early. The man seriously believes that this is not just the case. If rumors are to be believed, one of the city council members is persistently pushing this agenda onto everyone. Lennox watches their conversation, noting that he heard about it on the news yesterday. He recalls this, believing that the city government ordered individual entrepreneurs to be convened separately. Jenny is holding the papers in her hand when the thought is heard that, judging by the faces of these 2, this is not just a subpoena. Standing up, Sebastian announces that he will go. He extends his hand to the young man, telling him to let him when he wants to take on other types of work. Lennox shakes his hand when he claims that his reward is different from what Jenny gives him. He leaves while the girl angrily calls him vile. She stares after him, stating that she recognizes that he is a loose cannon when it comes to the rich and business owners. It would be a good idea for them to contact him if they want to take on individual requests. She looks at the young man as he asks if she will stop him, and wonders what kind of client would listen to a business owner's request not to leave him. Lennox hangs his head, asking what about the customer, to which she replies that he should come soon. Suddenly someone enters the room. The young man and girl immediately turn to look at him. A man pops in and asks if this is Jenny's bar. The girl smiles, saying that they will discuss everything in the room. They are sitting opposite each other. Lennox looks around, asking why she didn't tell him earlier that there was such a room here, to which she replies that he actually always leaves as soon as he receives a task. She crosses her arms over her chest, introducing herself and the young man. The man awkwardly says that he is pleased to meet you. He is the sales manager of the Amnak company, Sage. Lennox also sits down when he claims he doesn't have much time, so he gets straight to the point. He hands the young man the papers, believing that they are familiar with the details of the task since they accepted their instructions, to which he replies that he read the description. The Amnak building is shown and the small donations currently being made to the Amnak pharmaceutical company are reported. It turns out they are developing a tranquilizer. An ampoule and a lot of money are shown. While it is said that once the work is completed, it is expected that the profit from sales will be enough for them to break even. It becomes known that there is a problem, and we are talking about representatives of the district from the main office. Smiling people are seen, and it turns out that they are trying to steal the patent rights from the company using their connections with the group. Holding the papers in his hands, Lennox asks what exactly he will have to do, to which the man replies that the public is not aware, but the development of a new drug has already been completed. He looks down, saying that they were going to send the sample to the patent agency before the district representatives found out about it, but the information was leaked. The young man lowers his head, realizing that there is a spy. They hand him a photograph. This one shows the inscription when it says that they transported the samples here. Sage awkwardly reveals that all they need to do is pick up the samples hidden in storage and hand them over to the patent agency the day after tomorrow. He asks them to take care of it. He gets scared when asked about his name. Lennox has a scary look on his face as he tells him that if he wants to give him the job, he has to be honest. The man trembles, asking what he means. The young man just looks away, wondering whether he will make a fool of himself and whether the problem is only in the transfer of samples. Jenny tilts her head, noticing that he forgot about the bandits, so she asks if there is a guarantee that Van won't run into them. Sage is surprised when Lennox believes he should give away the samples without anyone finding out and go into hiding. He scratches his head awkwardly when the young man realizes that what their company needs is not someone who will carry out the assignment, but physical strength. He crosses his arms, wondering how they imagine this and if they seriously think he'll deal with the bandits while he hands over the samples. Jenny smiles, asking if they should reconsider the reward. She taps her finger on the table, telling the man to ask his boss how much he is willing to pay Mr. Magician to be interested in beating up the thugs he encounters. She gets up, telling him that they will be downstairs, so he shouldn't be shy about talking. The bar is shown when asked what he wants to do, because even though the manager lied, he seems kind. Jenny sits at the table, looking away, and believes they were just trying to save money. She turns her head at the young man when he asks if she thinks it will be difficult, to which she replies in the negative, because, most likely, the group is small since it works with the district council, about 100 people. The group is depicted when the phrase is heard that they are no different from scavengers. A smiling man is shown as it turns out that it is except for their unusual mixed blood leader. Lennox hangs his head, deciding that he definitely needs more money as a reward then. Jenny smiles, closing her eyes, and tells him to leave it to her. She can raise the price tag to at least 10 million. Suddenly they look at the door opening. A frightened man comes out from there. The girl smiles contentedly. A building with a glowing sign and a speeding car can be seen. Sage is behind the wheel and notices that it's late and the others are probably already there. He adjusts his glasses, revealing that he's talking about the people they hired to guard the vault. They're outnumbered by the group's numbers, but they should still be useful. Lennox looks out the window, thinking that it looks like they are not going to leave him alone with the bandits, although he does not know whether these guards will be of any use. He looks at the man, realizing that he needs information about the drugs, so he decides to question him a little. He leans against the car door, claiming that, according to Jenny, he tried to cut his pay, despite the fact that he knows how valuable his work is. Sage begins to tremble, reporting that there has been a misunderstanding. The young man turns his gaze to him. The man was sweating. Crossing his arms over his chest, Lennox asks if these are the only samples in the vault. He smiles, stating that there are samples of other drugs there. This room was previously used by their boss. The young man looks at him, asking if there is anything common like a sleeping pill, to which he receives an affirmative answer. He turns away, deciding that this is what he needs. Area 54, Amnak Vault, is depicted. A crowd of people is shown. The men unbuckle their belts when Sage reports that they are there. It looks like the others are here too. Lennox looks at him, telling him not to come out yet. Suddenly a man knocks on the window, asking if he is from Amnak. Sage hesitates, answering yes. He gets scared when they start knocking on the window more aggressively and tell him to get out. He begins to tremble when he is told to open the door and asks what happened. The angry man claims that they did not agree this way, so he asks what the 10 of them should do. The young man looks down, noticing that he saved a lot on them. He takes a certain vessel into his mouth. Sage was taken aback when he told him to go. Lennox's eyes begin to sparkle as he asserts that he will prove that his work is worth the money. He gets out of the car while the man continues to be indignant. They glare at him, questioning who he is and what he's doing with him, and telling him to leave because they have something to discuss with him. Dissatisfied people report that no one talked about the group when they were hired. Lennox only awkwardly remarks that they are loud. The man points his finger at him when he directly tells them to turn down their volume, and states that once this group spots him, he will no longer be able to escape. The young man stands calmly, thinking that he understands everything. He is sure that they are scared. The man swings at him, asking if he is deaf, and he reports that he doesn't really want to talk about it. He immediately dodges the blow. The man is engulfed in lightning as Lennox activates the bolt. People get scared, realizing that this is a magician. The young man just stands silently while they notice that they hired a magician. They get embarrassed when he reminds them that he told them to tone it down. He turns around, believing that they know something about the group. He puts his hands in his pockets, asking if it's a waste of time for them to just complain about it here. The angry man tells him to get out of the way before he beats him up. People look at him in confusion. The redhead smirks, stating that the fact that Lennox is a mage does not make him better than them. His hand begins to shine. He claps his hands, forming a flame. People get scared when he claims that they are a little confused. Not all magicians are cool. Lennox is still unperturbed when he hears that since he was hired for such a job, he was most likely thrown out of the magic tower due to his low amount of mana. People look on in confusion, thinking it sounds real. The young man laughs, noticing that 2 people with superpowers in one day. Red Hair gets angry when it is revealed that the flame user is a pyrokinetic whose abilities come in many shapes and forms and are known for being powerful and destructive. Lennox looks thoughtfully, realizing that this is except that he is part of this group, so he most likely is not that strong. The question arises as to what he was going to do. He puts his hand on the hood of the car, believing that they want to beat him and burn this car to the ground. The man's face darkens as he states that a low-level mage is, above all, a liability. He gathers fire in his hand, declaring that it will turn the young man to dust. Lennox stands motionless, thinking about this line of work. A man rushes towards him when he realizes that nothing can be solved with words. He puts his hand in front of him, creating a barrier. The red-haired man looks at him dumbfounded. The young man repels his attack when it is reported that power means more than 1,000 words, and he asks what he is doing. Lennox fills with flames, closing his eyes. He holds back the man's fist. Suddenly the red-haired man begins to scream in fear. Everyone is amazed by what is happening. They fearfully declare that this cannot be. The man begins to glow. Lennox points out emphatically that not all pyrokinetics are immune to fire. Red-haired, suffering, apologizes and asks the young man to spare him. Lennox waves his hand, tisking. He clenches his hand into a fist, noticing that he lacks grip strength. He couldn't hold out much longer. People worriedly tell everyone to put out the fire, because if the fire spreads to the storage facility, it's all over. They run away in search of water. Addressing the man in the car, Lennox states that nothing will come of it if he stays here, so he can leave. He looks at the car speeding into the distance. He enters the building when it is reported that the pharmaceutical company had only one demand, namely that he submit a new design to the patent office. He looks around, realizing that he must do this by the morning of the day after tomorrow. From that moment he needs to hold out for a day and a half. He stands thoughtfully while the thought of a sample sounds in his head. He reaches his hand towards one of the shelves, realizing that it is here. He looks at the vessels, thinking that he could just run away with the sample, but that's not what Amnak wants. He puts it in his pocket, contemplating the fact that he has to fight the group. The idea sounds that he should get rid of them all right here and now. The men worriedly decide what to do now. Lennox comes out to them, asking what it is, and they say that they are not sure what they should do. The young man sighs, believing that they don't know the plan. The man points his finger at those around him when he asks how many there are, and states that counting the redhead who just woke up, there are about 15 of them. He is surprised when Lennox tells them to split into 3 groups and patrol the area around the vault, block the entrance, and report to him if anything seems suspicious. He turns around asking what about him, to which Lennox replies that he has something to do. He approaches the wall that is not intact, believing that the group did not find the sample due to the fact that there is such devastation here. He looks up, noticing that the walls are quite high, it would be difficult for them to get over them. He pays attention to the cracks, thinking that this is sufficiently resolved. You can even see a hole in the wall. He begins to cast the spell, activating the claymore. He moves the ball that appears to the side. This ball is all shining. He crashes into the ground. It is reported to be a magical trap that explodes when certain conditions are met. Sounds like the name of this. This is said to cause significant damage to those within range. A huge explosion is shown. It is learned that the affected area is small enough that it is not suitable for large groups. Lennox spreads his arms to the sides, deciding to change the conditions. He waves his hand, thinking that instead of exploding when people approach, he will make it explode when pressure is applied to the wall. The ball emits light when the young man decides to reduce the damage in exchange for increasing the damage radius. It's very big. It becomes simply huge. Suddenly he disappears, and Lennox decides that it is a success. He realizes that he must secure other places as well. He aims the ball at the wall. The building is shown. There are several balls in the wall. The young man puts his hands in his pockets when the red-haired man comes towards him, calling him. He is on his knees, exhausted. He lowers his head, saying that he is very sorry about what happened earlier. He was not himself, he will never say too much again. He looks up in surprise when the young man claims that there is no need for an apology. Lennox gives him a puzzled look as he asks what he should do to earn his forgiveness, and he realizes that the man thinks he will kill him after the job is done. He never intended to do that, but he shouldn't talk about it. He places his palm on him, believing that he doesn't want others to see him begging for forgiveness, to which the red-haired man continues to apologize. He looks up when Lennox informs him that he will give him a chance to improve. He raises the corners of his eyebrows and asks how exactly. The young man seriously claims that guests will come here tonight. Everything is very simple. Tapping the man on the shoulder, he informs him that he just needs to set them on fire the same way he tried to do to him earlier. The red-haired man continues to sit on his knees, accepting the request. He looks down when he is told he is free. The young man sits, exuding magic. He looks at a certain ampule when he thinks that there is not much mana left. If the bandits split into several groups, it will become harder. He remembers the gun in his pocket, deciding to stall for time with this. Suddenly, he notices sounds coming from behind the door. People appear from behind the door when he realizes that it is noisy outside. Lennox turns his head to the side. The entire territory turns out to be shrouded in magic. Several lights are visible when it is reported that there are 2 people with a high temperature within a 2-kilometer radius. The remaining lights are shown. A few more are visible. There are many of them when it becomes known that there are 150 of them. The young man comes out, putting his hands in his pockets. A concerned man tells him what's outside. Lennox thoughtfully notes that they are approaching quite quickly. It cannot be that they are all using mana. He believes they are in cars. Lots of cars are shown. The man shouts that they have arrived and everyone needs to be ready. Everyone is blinded by car headlights. People look at the arriving transport. They call the magician with concern, and he understands that they are confused and he must somehow calm them down. He calmly informs them that they just need to guard the entrance and he will take care of the rest. He notices the redhead and the fact that he stood in front and decides that his threat worked. He notices the crowd of cars standing there and wonders why they aren't doing anything. He realizes something in surprise. Suddenly he turns his head towards the wall. The men fearfully notice that they are advancing from the rear, so they need to get away from the walls. A speeding car is visible. She suddenly crashes into a wall. She's apparently trying to push through it. The transport hits the wall again. Lennox is surprised to realize that their plan is to destroy all the walls. Suddenly he smiles as something becomes clear to him. It turns out that he realizes who will return from here alive. Suddenly there is an explosion. The car flies up and starts to burn. She falls, scaring the man. The young man watches this, thinking that although he strengthened the claymore, the explosion should not have been powerful enough to cover the entire distance. Fuel spills out and he notices that it is an unusual type of fuel. It is different. He starts smiling again, looking at it. He understands what made the explosion more powerful. He pays attention to the flying lights. Smoke is visible, and Lennox remarks that they have not figured out who their enemies are and are paying the price for their reckless attack. Suddenly he notices 2 people and believes that he felt them because of the high temperature. A man with long hair appears and he realizes that it is a magician. Looking down, he thinks about the fact that he is meeting a magician for the 3rd time. The girl is shown when it is revealed that Professor Aris was the first. A man in a hood is seen, and it becomes known that the second was a magician with a detection technique. He was quite pathetic for someone who was hired by the scavengers. A man appears in bewilderment. The man with long hair is again shown when Lennox decides that he is different from them and that he is the leader of the group. He turns out to be curious. There are questions about what kind of magic he uses, what type, how strong he is, how that staff works. The young man stands with his eyes downcast and wonders if he should attack him first. What about his unique magic? Suddenly he understands something. He raises his head decisively, deciding that he needs to calm down and figure out the situation first. His hand is charged with magic. Bright lightning surrounds him. They seep through the wall. The cars are shown when it is reported that 10 of them are broken. Lennox thinks about the number of people left. Bodies are seen when it is said that there are about 100 alive. The young man raises his hand, thoughtful. He begins to cast spells. Something magical appears in front of him and he asks how long they are going to just stand there and wait. Some are confused when he tells them to move on, because they probably have something to discuss. The man puts his hand to his ear, deciding to go. People immediately start getting out of their cars. Many people with weapons are shown. Lennox intently tells the man to tell the others something. He looks away as he informs them that they need to close their eyes and shoot as soon as they enter. The man asks in bewilderment why they need to close their eyes, to which they answer that he has no time to explain. The man awkwardly approaches the others. A weapon is seen in the man's hands. The individual prepares the gun for use. The sniper looks at the man questioningly as he tells them to close their eyes and shoot. One of them already holds a weapon at the ready. The group just stands there watching their actions. One of them begins to tremble. The phrase about the flow of light sounds. Immediately a blinding light overtakes people. They shield themselves from this light with their hands. Snipers will suddenly start shooting. People fall dead, and everyone understands that this is a trap. There are cries for salvation. The men tremble, noticing that their eyes feel like they're going to burst, and wonder what that was. The red-haired man is already rushing towards them when they realize that they cannot open their eyes. They suddenly start to glow. People look ahead in fear. The man is on fire, talking about what he will burn, while the others run away ahead of him. Its fire overtakes everyone, and anyone who tries to escape is spoken of. Some fall while others run away. Lennox realizes that if he casts one more spell now, they will know he is a magician. He concentrates on filling his hand with magic. He decides that he will continue to attack anyway. He puts his hand forward while surrounded by lightning and activates chain lightning. People are struck by lightning and scream in pain. Suddenly the snipers start shooting again. They hit enemies. They are determined and focused. They hit the target, hitting people. Lennox stands behind them as they decide to keep shooting, and he wonders if that's all he should have done to help them. Suddenly he turns his head to the side. He looks at the main people of the group. A smiling man is shown and he realizes that he needs to deal with the leaders. The man with long hair remains unperturbed. They stand not so far from the young man. The man upstairs notices that Grimm didn't mention anyone like him, and he replies that he didn't know either. Observing what is happening, he claims that the Amnak cannot afford to hire a magician. The man jumps to the ground as he remembers that they were checking to see who would be here and asks who it is then. Lennox looks at them, smiling, which they notice. The man also smiles, finding him interesting. He twists it at his temple, asking if the young man has problems with his head. He looks away when Lennox asks what about them and if they should worry about their dying subordinates. Pointing at them, he says that he doesn't care because they are just disposable garbage, less people, more oxygen. He heads to Lennox, claiming that it is high time for him to clear the area of them and take on the matter himself. Walking next to him, Grimm tells him to stop chattering. He turns his head at him when Gil asks what's wrong with them chatting a little, since the man looks weak anyway and he'll end up dead. Lennox watches them as Grimm states that if he continues to act like this, they will have no choice but to reconsider his candidacy, and the young man realizes that this magician is not part of the group. He takes notice of a leader who doesn't care about his people and believes that he simply chose the better side. He sighs, closing his eyes, and realizes that all people are the same. Gil glares at him, claiming that he is arrogant, and suggests that the man just get rid of him and take the samples. Grimm is surrounded by magic and decides that he is right and there is no point in stalling. His staff begins to glow. Something is visible in the air. This is located above the man's head. Lennox is suddenly surprised. When he looks at Grimm, he thinks about texture, mana flow, and movement. He watches in amazement, noticing the barrier's magic. Something magical is seen when the thought is heard that a man is going to block the escape route. While Grimm casts his spell, the young man realizes that he cannot stand still. He reaches his hand towards his pocket. The man immediately notices this, activating the room. He suddenly points his staff forward. He notices the gun in surprise. He begins to tremble as Gil laughs at him, claiming that he understands that Lennox looks like a weakling, but questions whether he seriously allowed himself to let his guard down. Grimm frowns, calling the young man a mana addict, and notices that he dared to block his magic. Pointing a gun at him, Lennox asks if he just insulted him. The man just clenches his jaw angrily. He looks at Gil, asking if he doesn't know the basics of fighting since he needs to cover him. Baldy laughs, asking if he was scared of a regular gun since he hasn't even used magic yet, to which Grim remarks that he can use magic. Smiling, he claims that this is still a simple magician of lightning and light and asks if he is aware that their spells are very noticeable. Lennox just watches them, thinking that now he understands why they are so relaxed, despite the fact that he is standing right in front of them. Light-related magic is reported to be highly effective. Some people appear when it becomes known that there is one thing. It turns out that this magic is very easy to notice in the process. The men are enlightened by the thought that this is because most techniques have prerequisites, so anyone who is skilled enough can prepare for them. The young man stands with his hand raised. He smiles, realizing that it would make sense if he were an ordinary magician. Gil smirks, declaring that if he decides to use magic, he will simply attack and tear him to pieces, and Lennox notices his fangs. He suddenly remembers Jenny's words. The girl, looking to the side, reports that it will not be difficult, with the exception of their unusual leader with mixed blood. Gil is shown with sparkling eyes as the young man realizes why his bloodlust is so obvious. Lennox smiles as he thinks. Satisfied, Gil turns his attention to him when he reports that he couldn't see it right away in the dark. His face changes when the young man insults him. Lennox covers his nose as he asks what he just said. Avoiding the smell, he claims that he carries dirty wool from men a kilometer away, so he wonders if he washes himself at all. Gil silently looks at him with a terrifying gaze. He trembles, declaring that the boy's mouth makes too many sounds. He talks about how it's time for him to do something. He becomes a wild beast, deciding to tear Lennox apart. Muscles bulged across Gil's body, and he was overcome by an unbridled bloodlust. Looking at this, Lennox, tensed a little, said in his head that his opponent was a werewolf. Raising his head, Gil howled loudly. He became taller, and his physical strength increased significantly. Lennox explained that werewolves are a race of creatures born with wild instincts and the body of a beast. Their ferocity and strength are unsurpassed, after which he added that this werewolf is different. Looking at Gil's muzzle, which was dripping with saliva, he said that he couldn't even control his saliva. Turning his gaze to the paws, he saw that they had grown into the flesh. He then looked at the werewolf's sides, noticing that some areas of the skin were missing fur, and then said that this was most likely due to the fact that Gil was a half-breed werewolf. Gil, barely restraining himself from attacking the main character, stuttered and told him not to hope that he could die in peace. Looking at this, Lennox, with a gun in his hands, mockingly said that it was apparently difficult for him to control himself, which is why he stuttered. Raising the weapon up, Lennox, without any emotion on his face, said that in such a state, it's hard to even think, after which he called the werewolf to him. At the same second, Gil took off, creating shock waves at the sight of the jerk. Fragments of his magical barrier flew into Lennox's face. In the protection itself, a werewolf's muzzle stuck out, from whose mouth saliva flowed. The werewolf growled loudly, trying to gnaw through the defense, when suddenly he flew out of it like a bullet, leaving a hole in the defense. Without resting for a second, the werewolf rushed to attack the hole in the magical barrier to make it bigger. Lennox did not show any emotion. In his head he asked if Gil was attacking again from the same direction. Fragments of the barrier rained down. The enraged werewolf growled loudly. There was rage and hatred for his opponent in his eyes. Grim, holding his staff in horror, shouted that this could not be. Gil broke through the first magical barrier, but his jaws collided with a second, no less strong. Lennox smiled contentedly and said in his head that this was to be expected, since he had installed 5 shields that could temporarily block heavy weapons. The werewolf furiously gnawed and tore at the barrier. Lennox, raising his weapon, said in his head that it seemed they had not prepared for the fact that he would be able to block all of the werewolf's attacks. He aimed the weapon at Gil's muzzle, which was stuck in the barrier. "Now it's my turn," he asked, and at that time destructive force began to gather in the pistol. He used 3 abilities at once: recoil adjustment, discharge enhancement, and explosion acceleration. Lennox pulled the trigger and the werewolf flew heavily several meters away from the barrier, splashing blood. Lennox lowered his weapon, smoke coming out of the barrel. Gil stood up and looked at him, shaking. His body was covered in blood and there was fear in his eyes. Lennox calmly walked towards him and asked if he really panicked after just one attack. Approaching the werewolf, he extended his hand, to which he screamed loudly in horror. In his head, Lennox said that if he started something, he had to finish it, because he could not lose his advantage. He pointed his hand at the werewolf and it was immediately enveloped in sparkling power. Within a second, the werewolf was enveloped in lightning, shaking and writhing in pain. As it all ended, the werewolf fell to the floor dead. Blood poured from his mouth, and lightning ran through his body. Lennox looked at his opponent with contempt in his eyes. After thinking a little, he said in his head that it would be good to finish him off with this. After these words, he looked at the ceiling. Stretching his arm upward, he was about to use the same technique. Lightning enveloped the entire building. Lennox used the summon lightning technique, when suddenly a giant lightning bolt of uncontrollable force fell on Gil from the ceiling. The light illuminated the entire room. Grim stood behind, covering his face with his hands. After a few minutes, all that was left of Gil was his roasted body, still covered in fire. Seeing his comrade's death, the Grim, covered in an aura, grabbed his staff in horror. A drop of sweat was running down his face, there was fear and hatred in his eyes. He held his staff out in front of him, preparing to attack. Lennox looked at him with some surprise, saying in his head that it seemed to him that the magician would intervene while he was fighting the werewolf, but he turned out to be casting a spell all this time. Madness flashed in his eyes, smiling widely. He added that he hoped that Grim had prepared something worthwhile since he had given him so much time. The magician's staff shone brightly with the light of the sun. Grim himself smiled contentedly. Lennox closed his eyes and was shocked. Looking at the staff gaining power, he said in his head that at first it seemed like a simple ray of light, but in fact, it was a spell that created a powerful shockwave. Remembering how impact magic works, how people fly in different directions, dying and being maimed by falling, Lennox explained that impact-type magic is quite popular in the world 2.0 because it has a simple principle, so it is easy to study, but however, it's strong and noticeably intimidating. Lennox stood in front of the werewolf's corpse, watching as Grim charged the staff. In his head, he said that the magician seemed to have created it to attack everything around him, and then asked himself if he was planning to destroy everyone. Lennox at that very second was enveloped in strong energy. He immediately realized that this could not be allowed. Extending his hand towards the Grim, he enveloped the staff and the magician in his power. The glow of the staff began to fade. Grim didn't understand what was happening. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and there was uncontrollable rage in his eyes. Lennox said in his head that he would subdue the flow of the magician's mana, thereby taking control. Noticing that there was a hole in the ceiling after the lightning he summoned, he ordered the shockwave to be directed upward. At that same second, wrapped in Lennox's power, Grim released the entire shockwave above him upward. An uncontrollable wave of energy burst into the sky. As it all ended, Grim looked at the sky in shock where all the magic had gone. After that, he looked at Lennox in confusion, holding the staff in his hand. Suddenly he laughed. He looked at the main character and laughed madly. Having calmed down, he asked the emotionless Lennox if it was true that he was using the artifact. Hearing this, the main character asked again. Grim pointed his finger at Lennox and said that he knew it as soon as he saw him, adding that he could not have such power. There was horror in Grim's eyes and he was laughing madly. Pointing his finger at himself, he shouted that Lennox had obtained an excellent artifact somewhere, after which he asked what he was going to do because he could not be deceived. Shaking from the madness that washed over him, Grim shouted that Lennox should have exhausted all his mana by now, adding that now it was his turn. The main character, calmly looking at Grim, asked in his head whether the magician was really trying to take him by surprise. Remembering how he destroyed Gil, Lennox said in his head that if this is not so, then Grim saw how he turned the werewolf into a piece of doormat and is still mistaken in thinking that this is the power of such a treasure as an artifact. No, Lennox said thoughtfully in his head, looking angrily at Grim, after which he added that he could not hide the expression on his face. Looking at his eyes, he saw that cold sweat had formed on his forehead and his pupils were trembling madly. Looking at the hand that held the staff, he saw that it was also trembling with fear. Looking around at the entire Grim, Lennox concluded that he was panicking. Remembering how he took control of Grimald, he told him in his head that he doubted his assumptions because of what he had just done. Looking at the werewolf's corpse, he asked what would have happened if he had defeated Gil solely with his own powers. Remembering how he released all of Grim's magic into the sky, Lennox asked in his head what would have happened if the shock magic he had conjured had not accidentally flown into the sky. Looking at the screaming Grim, he said that even if the magician pushed doubts into the corner of his mind, he still could not be sure. Grim shouted for Lennox to come to him. The main character imagined Grim holding his head in his hands and said that this is why he is terrified. "Come on, I'm right," shouted the mad Grim, pointing his finger at Lennox. Exhaling heavily, the main character said in his head that the person standing in front of him did not trust his own feelings and judgments because he was just an idiot. After all his thoughts, Lennox stepped forward and a strong energy followed him. Sticking his hand out in front of him, he, enveloped in terrifying energy and with contempt in his eyes, said that he was no longer going to listen to this nonsense any longer. He used the shadow invasion technique. Black tentacles began to creep towards the confused Grim. Behind him, Lennox's magic began to emerge from under the stones. On the other side were the same tentacles. The sinister power of Lennox was reaching out to Grim from all sides. Having crept close, tentacles from behind entangled Grim's legs. "What the hell?" he shouted, and at that same second the tentacles wrapped around his hands, tying him up. A second later, he was once again completely engulfed by Lennox's strong aura. Suddenly the staff with its hands fell to the ground. Grim's face turned white with pain and horror. Splashing blood, he screamed furiously. Grim fell to the floor on his knees and looked at his severed hands, shaking. After that, he looked up at Lennox and asked fearfully how he was. At that moment, Lennox looked at his opponent with contempt, saying in his head that he was probably wondering how this was possible. Lennox descended into memories. He remembered that when Grimm and Gil first entered the vault, he immediately began preparing to use this skill. It has been reported that the general shadow-type magic is shadow invasion. This is a hidden power that manifests itself from the deepest darkness, but can only be controlled by the shadow of the user. The rate of accumulation of the spell is very slow. However, Lennox said in his head, remembering that his shadow was spread everywhere. He then continued that inside this dark vault, such interference fades away. His shadow penetrated and hid wherever it could be. And also, Lennox continued, Grimm's confidence in the fact that he was an ordinary lightning magician helped. The main character looked at the helpless magician at his feet. Thanks to this, Lennox said in his head, he was able to accumulate power without suspicion. There was not even a drop of pity in his eyes. He was looking forward to a fierce battle. It was boring, Lennox said in his head. After that, he pointed the gun at Grimm. Lennox did not show any emotions, he only wanted to get rid of it all as quickly as possible. The muzzle of a gun was pressed to Grimm's forehead. Tears flowed from the magician's eyes, he was afraid of death. He looked pitifully at his killer, pleading with him. Grimm begged Lennox for mercy. Then the main character extended his hand to the magician's face. Calm down, he said, closing the Grimm's eyes. After thinking a little, he said that he might let the magician live if he answered his questions. Grimm, stuttering, asked which ones. Without removing the gun from the guy's forehead, Lennox asked if these were all the people their side had used. Grimm didn't understand what he was talking about. Lennox immediately said that it looked like they had brought their whole gang here, and then said that he wanted to know if there were any connections. Grimm, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, shouted that there was no one else and no more military forces would arrive. Hearing this, Lennox looked away and said in his head that it was good, because then no one would be on his tail on the way to the patent agency. Lennox was in no hurry to remove the barrel from the magician's forehead, which is why he screamed, which could be extremely useful for him in many ways. Continuing, Grimm said that as a third-level magic user, he could help Lennox. The main character asked in surprise, that is, all the time he was a third-level magician, to which he hesitantly agreed. With a trembling voice, Grimm spoke of the fact that it is at this level that one is recognized as a real magician. Lennox looked at the guy with glassy eyes and thought that this is not how battles between magicians are resolved. Continuing to think, he wondered if it was normal that it was not him lying on the floor who had no idea what level he was. He removed his hand from Grimm's eyes and the magician asked in fear if he would leave him alive. At that very moment, with tears in his eyes, he began to scream for mercy, and Lennox was already ready to pull the trigger. Blue lightning appeared in the guy's eyes. The thought flashed through his mind that he was not going to leave alive someone who would cause problems in the future. Pulling the trigger, he said indifferently, "I'm sorry." A shot was immediately heard. Lennox stood over the body of the lifeless Grimm. "This is some kind of absurdity," he said. Gil appeared behind him, to which the guy said that he thought that he was finished with him. Gil immediately took a stance and growled. Putting the pistol away in his coat pocket, Lennox asked in his head if he had really not completed the job, after which he said that this could not be. Remembering how he struck the werewolf with lightning, he said in his head that calling lightning is the most powerful spell among all the common lightning magic, after which he said that if Gil were strong enough to resist this magic, he would not have been idle in such grouping. Gil stood in front of Lennox, holding back so as not to jump on him. "Then," said the main character, after which he raised his head up. Looking at the hole in the sky, through which moonlight was leaking, falling directly on the werewolf, he said that apparently it was because of this. Then, imagining a werewolf howling at the moon, Lennox explained that the werewolf is a nocturnal beast that gains insane strength under the moonlit sky, after which he said that he thirsts for this power. Looking at the werewolf, who was slowly approaching him, growling, he continued, raising his dying body to his feet. At that same second, Gil rushed at him, but Lennox dodged the werewolf's paw in time. Seeing this, Lennox asked in his head, if a mixed-blood werewolf only exhibited this degree of regenerative power due to moonlight, then how strong would a pure-blood werewolf be? Looking over his shoulder, Lennox saw that the werewolf fell heavily to the floor after being hit. He turned to the werewolf, who was trembling on the floor, and said that it was unlikely that he himself could defeat a pureblood as easily as this one. After his thoughts, Lennox took the werewolf by the head. Without any emotion, he wanted to finish what he started. He immediately used the discharge technique. The electric discharge he sent to the werewolf's head. Removing his sparkling hand from Gil, Lennox looked at the werewolf dead on the floor and then asked himself in his head if it really took about 5 minutes to deal with these two. Hearing noise outside the door, Lennox looked in her direction and said that it was still noisy outside. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character headed towards the exit, thinking that he should not interfere and help, but it was not very right to just leave them when they were on the same team. He stopped in front of the magician's staff. Bending down, he extended his hand towards it, intending to take it with him. Raising the staff, he looked at it seriously, saying in his head that although Grimm was not a strong magician, he carried the staff with him, despite the inconvenience. Taking a closer look at it, he said that, therefore, the staff should be useful. After imagining a variety of magical attributes, he said in his head, not that he had never considered using magical attributes or auxiliary items. I just didn't have the money, he continued, hesitating a little. Lennox looked away in confusion. Suddenly, looking at the staff, he asked himself if something had changed. When he went outside, he said that if he just held it, he wouldn't know for sure. In front of him was a crowd of guys with guns, shooting at a target. He saw how the pyromatic, shrouded in fire, attacked one after another. Great, said Lennox, shrouded in lightning. Raising the staff in his hand, balls of lightning began to appear around him. He used the bound lightning technique. Suddenly, ball lightning began to unite into one large ball. People looked in fear at the huge glowing clot of electrical energy. A few seconds later, the very last ball lightning joined the huge ball. At that same second, a giant ball attacked all opponents with strong lightning. Seeing Lennox emerge from the vault, the leader of the shooting group was very frightened. When suddenly he noticed the staff in his hand, he immediately turned to the remaining squad, shouting that the boss and the magician had been destroyed, ordering everyone to run. Everyone immediately rushed to retreat. Only the pyromatic and Lennox remained at the scene of the fight. The remaining soldiers appeared behind the main character. Coming out from behind the shelter, they asked if it was all over. Lennox looked at the squad with a smile on his face and said that they apparently fought hard. Imagining how the soldiers fought fiercely, he said that even though he himself was opposed only by the leader and the magician, his squad was also outnumbered. The soldiers laughed with joy, and the pyromatic fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Lennox looked at him, telling him in his head that he barely managed to survive, adding that he apparently wanted him to notice how hard he fought. Lennox had a pleased smile on his face and said in his head that this was quite interesting anyway. Remembering the burning hands of the pyromatician, he said that with only the ability to release flames from his hands, he would not have survived this battle. Remembering the pyromatic who fought hard on the battlefield, Lennox said that in any case, that guy fought in the front ranks, so he risked his life and survived the battle. Hesitating a bit, he said that he deserved the victory. The pyromatic rose heavily from the ground. Lennox saw burnt corners. Then he looked at the wall and saw a burnt imprint of a human body. Lennox said that the pyromatic even went beyond his fire abilities. The main character walked towards the pyromatic and spoke in his head, since he coped with his task, he no longer needs to threaten him. Approaching the pyromatic, he looked at it. Well done, Lennox said with a kind smile on his face. Hearing the praise, the pyromatic smiled. Walking further, Lennox looked at the staff in his hand. After examining it completely, he said that the staff does not increase the casting speed of spells or the rate of mana turnover, and the power of magic also remains the same. Suddenly, he realized something. Looking at the staff in surprise, he said in his head that the amount of mana he had just spent had increased slightly by about a handful of sand. Letting go of the staff, which immediately fell to the ground, Lennox said that it was just garbage. Folding his arms across his chest, he said that the staff was unlikely to help him much, adding that in a fight this thing would instantly give him away. Suddenly one of the squad called him. Lennox immediately turned around and saw all the wounded guys, after which he thanked them all. Smiling, the leader of the group said that the main character also worked very well. Throwing out his hand, Lennox told those who were not injured to take the wounded to the hospital, and those with minor injuries would remain with him to guard the place. With smiles on their faces, the military woman said, "That's right." It was already getting light outside. Lennox sat under a hole in the ceiling. Looking at his shaking hands, he asked himself in his head if it was because the tension had eased. Lowering his hands heavily, he added that fatigue immediately came over him. Putting his hand to his chest, reaching for his coat pocket, he asked himself whether he should use the viper. Suddenly, he pulled his hand back, clenched it into a fist and said, no, he doesn't have much left, so he needs to save just in case. Lennox tiredly looked at the sky through the hole in the ceiling and breathed heavily. After this, another day was reported to pass without any problems. It was a clear day. Storage. There were guards walking around him. The gang reportedly did not attack again. People hired by the pharmaceutical company left expecting a reward. The pyromatic bowed, thanking Lennox, and the rest of the guys did the same. Lennox, standing in the vault, said that when everyone had left, he had cleaned up the place and prepared a report, and all that was left for him to do was deliver the sample to the patent office. Suddenly, he noticed one box on the shelf. Moving closer to her, he said before. Sitting on the box, he called and asked if he could take a few samples of regular drugs, to which he was given consent. After a while, he filled the bag with drugs. While looking for something in the box, he held in his hand sleeping pills and tonics for exhaustion, after which he said that he did not have such vitamins at home. Throwing his bag over his shoulder, he said that we could move out. When suddenly he saw a staff lying on the ground. Walking up to it, he knelt down to it, asking himself if it was worth selling. Putting the staff on his other shoulder, he said that if he gave it to Jenny, he could buy a viper or two. After waiting for a taxi, he got into it. Rubbing his neck, he said wearily that his head was pounding, adding that the work was not finished yet and he could rest only after he gave the sample. Driving past the city on the road, he looked at the road and said that he did not like to do such errands, but for the first time he would be further than the 10th district. He ended up in the 8th district. Lennox got out of the taxi and stood in front of the patent office. Walking along the sidewalk, he looked around, saying that it was so clean and calm, adding that this was to be expected from the area where the top of the Balkan stops. Presenting a map of all the districts, he said that the administrative offices of the city government are concentrated in single-digit districts, after which he added that only city government administrative department workers and government employees go there. Approaching a huge building, he looked up, saying in his head that the building looked like a temple from some myth, adding that it was time to end this, when suddenly a man with a dog called out to him, asking him what brought him here so early in the morning. It was an old man, sitting peacefully on a bench, petting his dog. Lennox, turning to his grandfather, asked that this was a patent agency and that he had come on business. Hearing this, the old man said that he seemed to have invented some new technology. Lennox looked at his grandfather in surprise, asking himself in his head what he should do, adding that if a person plays sports in such a place, then he is clearly not an ordinary person. Looking at the old man, who was staring intently at Lennox, he said that it is unlikely that such people talk to others in order to find an interlocutor for simple communication. Suddenly it dawned on Lennox that it was too early for him to get involved with those in power, adding that it was better to walk away from this conversation without showing it. The old man looked intently at Lennox. Suddenly the main character realized that his grandfather was not looking at him. He realized that the old man was looking at his staff. In his head he laughed and said, "Is it really a staff?" After his thoughts, he smiled sarcastically. Approaching the old man, he asked him if he liked his show yesterday. "What are you talking about?" his grandfather asked. Lennox replied sarcastically that he had set off a couple of fireworks so that people from afar could watch. Suddenly he asked the old man if he had not been waiting for him here because he liked the spectacle. The old man smiled sarcastically when he heard such a question. Representative of the district, Lennox finished. Grandfather looked at Lennox without saying anything. The main character raised his staff, when he suddenly said that he was returning it. After these words, he struck the pavement with his staff in front of the old man's feet. Holding the staff, Lennox said that it seemed that Grimm was a valuable magician to the old man. The grandfather, looking at the staff, slowly said that he understood everything. Lennox silently looked at the old man, who at one time got up from the bench and in his head asked how it was possible not to understand, because the old man recognized Grimm's staff and was aware that he would come here, adding that if a person can calmly play sports here, then he is definitely none other than the representative of the area. After thinking a little, he said that he would never have thought that he would show up in person and not send someone. The old man, lowering his head, quietly called the name of the magician, after which he looked at the staff in front of him and said that Grimm was inexperienced, but still a good comrade and made a lot of effort to support him at the moment when he decided to go into politics. After these words, the old man asked Lennox if he understood why he decided to meet him. Surprised by such a question, Lennox asked if it was revenge. Calm Lennox looked at the old man and said in his head that even though he said this, he didn't really think that the answer was correct because in the old man's eyes there was no disappointment or hatred at all. Looking into the old man's eyes, he realized that there was only a repressible greed in them. Immediately the old man interrupted Lennox's thoughts and said that he would not delay. After these words, he invited him to work for him. With his arms outstretched, he explained that it would be a terrible loss for the entire city if such a talented magician as Lennox worked alone. The old man, remembering how he saw a huge lightning strike the vault, said that he understood everything when he saw that same lightning. After leaving the memories, the old man smiled maliciously and told Lennox that he would climb the social ladder and could make sure that he did the same, adding that he had the power to provide him with a place in one of those tall skyscrapers. Lennox, hearing this, exhaled heavily, saying in his head that the old man demonstrated his ambitions in every sentence. After thinking a little, he agreed that he admitted that this man was not simple. He imagined the same old man with a huge smile, holding out his hand to Lennox, in whose hand there was money and power, after which he said that money, authority, and power that did not belong to him, and even talent were slipping out of the old man's hands. Looking at the old man with folded hands, Lennox said that he believed that there were not many people in the world so greedy, adding that he, however, was not going to fasten his own collar. "So what?" Lennox asked emotionlessly. The old man listened to the main character, who said that the old man may want him, but he himself believes that he has no reason to need his grandfather. The dog looked at his owner in surprise, who asked in surprise if he was really rejecting his offer, after which he asked that even if he was in despair, is this a reason to run to government officials? The emotionless Lennox said in his head that if he needed the support of government officials, then there were people much more influential than him, because this old man was just a district representative. After thinking a little, Lennox, without taking his eyes off the old man, said in his head that he still did not want to become the enemy of such an ambitious person, adding that even if he did not want to work with him, he needed to appease the old man. When suddenly the old man heard Lennox's proposal, which is why the smile disappeared from his face. Lennox said that if the old man helped him, then one day he could repay him. "What do you mean?" the grandfather asked in surprise, to which the main character replied that even if their conversation didn't work out. During these words, he folded his hands on his chest and smiled sarcastically, after which he agreed that there was no reason to remain in a bad relationship. From the bar came the question of what kind of sick bastard he was. Jenny angrily hit the table and aggressively said that, of course, she heard that among the older people who suddenly dived into politics, there are crazy people, but this is much worse than she imagined. Lennox sat at the table opposite her, calmly asking her if she really thought that the old man would begin to act through someone. Jenny, standing behind the bar, thoughtfully put her hand to her chin and said that this was unlikely, because such people solve such matters very carefully, adding that, most likely, the old man would try to get close to Lennox again. Extending her hand with a glass of drink, she continued that only after she took a higher position. Lennox, looking at the drink in the glass, said that it really looked like the old man was in desperate need of a magician. Throwing out one hand, closing her eyes and smiling widely, Jenny said that there was nothing wrong with having connections with political figures because they presented various conveniences if you got along with them. Lifting the glass to his mouth, Lennox said in his head that Jenny seemed to have experience with such things. Looking at his interlocutor, the main character said that Jenny leads an unusual life because at a young age she opened a recruitment agency and works as a broker. When suddenly Jenny's phone rang with an alert. The girl, having read the notice, was very happy and said that Amnak confirmed that the samples were registered and had just sent the money, after which she asked whether it was necessary to transfer it to Lennox's bank account. The main character agreed. At the same moment he stood up and said that he needed to drop by somewhere, so he would go. Jenny stopped him, confused. Shaking the phone, she asked him with interest whether Lennox had not found other sources of income besides this. The main character turned away without answering. Having not received an answer, she threw out her arms and said displeasedly that this was necessary in order to avoid suspicion from the financial inspectorate, because pretense is important, adding that tax officials are hunting for the unemployed, into whose accounts a lot of money is coming. As he left, Lennox looked over his shoulder at Jenny and said he would think about it. Jenny, before Lennox left, shouted at him to at least try to find another job. Leaving the bar, the main character said that he was tired. Stopping a taxi, he said that he needed to refuel the Viper. The taxi quickly went to the place designated by the main character, and he himself said that in order to forget about fatigue and function like an ordinary person, he needed a Viper. Clear day. Plumber Botanical Garden. An old man sat inside with a monocle over his eye, asking in surprise who had come. He smiled widely when he recognized Lennox, so he apologized to him for being rude to him last time. Raising the smoking pipe to his mouth, the old man said with a smile on his face that Lennox was a very talented magician. "Is there something you don't like?" the main character asked sharply with malice in his eyes, to which the old man said that he was simply sincerely surprised. Exhaling smoke, the seller said that even if he had heard rumors, it means Lennox had successfully adapted to the conditions of this area, after which he joyfully said that he simply could not imagine this. Raising the pipe to his mouth again, the old man said mockingly that I didn't know that a fool who doesn't even know he smokes would still be alive. Lennox did not answer the old man anything to such a mockery. In his own head he asked himself whether he was really thinking about this while he laughed in his face. He remembered like an old man. Holding a flower in his hand, he laughed uncontrollably, looking at Lennox, after which he said that this was better than pretending and hiding his true feelings. After a short pause, Lennox asked with complete seriousness whether the old man was really not going to sell him his products. Hearing this, the old man, holding his pipe in his hand, exclaimed that his store was always open for Lennox. After that, the main character put the money on the counter and said that he would like 100 of the pieces that he took last time. Seeing the stack of money, the old man said in confusion that he did not recognize that Lennox was a man with such a bright future. Having taken the money, he opened the drawer, from where, laughing, he took out the goods, after which he said that he wanted to recommend something to Lennox. The main character looked in confusion as toads, roots and other paraphernalia from the old man's box flew past him. A few minutes later he left the store with a bag of drugs. A few seconds later he turned behind the building into an alley. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, and sweat poured down his face. "I could barely stand it," said Lennox, raising his head heavily. His eyes grew black and his mind became clouded. The sounds in his ears were muffled. He felt very bad. The package fell out of his hands. He raised one Viper to his mouth. After inhaling the drug, his eyes lit up and his veins turned blue. After which, Lennox, sitting on the ground, said that he finally felt alive. Lifting his head heavily and looking up at the sky, he said in his head that he knew he shouldn't rely on this, but sometimes he had no choice to survive. Sweat was still running down his face. He looked into the distance in front of him, saying that he was walking on an endless tightrope in this cold and wild city, after which he said that he thought that he was still coping. After thinking, he asked himself whether he would be able to do this in the future. Morning, sunlight filtered into Lennox's room. Within a week after that, from the sunlight shining into the eyes of the main character, he woke up. It was reported that he rested long enough to feel it was too much. Getting out of bed, he stretched so as not to become a tree. He cooked his own food and ate it. When he went to bed, he counted how long he slept, trying to bring his biorhythm back to normal. Lennox's body was reported to be useless, frail, and as fragile as glass. Opening the window with his abilities, he saw that he had a mana deficiency, chronic migraines, an aversion to work, and many other bad characteristics. Lennox said he was tired, but he thought he had finally adapted to this weak body. However, he said, sitting on his bed on his phone, he said that he had to put in so much effort just to find a part-time job. Looking through job openings on his phone, he said he couldn't do something as permanent as working 3 days a week, adding that he couldn't work the night shift either. After thinking a little, he said that he needed more time to find a new job. Skipping all the vacancies, he said that he also could not do physical labor. Suddenly, a notification came on his phone. He received a message from Jenny, who asked if Lennox was resting properly and when he planned to take his next order. Thoughtfully putting the phone to his chin, the main character said that he needed to study something, so he should rest longer. Clear day. Balkan City Library. There were a lot of people in the library. Lennox, looking for the book he needed, said that during his vacation he did not go anywhere much, but a specific purpose brought him here. Looking at each of the books, he pronounced their name, and after the next one he asked whether he should take necromancy. He said that he had a number of questions when he fought both a werewolf and a magician at the same time. He imagined Gil and Grim, shrouded in mysterious energy. Having collected books, Lennox walked shakingly to the table, asking himself in his head what if in battle, he had the vanguard. Remembering the werewolf's thirst for blood, Lennox said that their tactics were simple, the werewolf fought in front. After which, remembering the strong aura of the magician, he continued that at that time the magician was providing support to Gil from behind. Placing 6 books on the table, he said what were the possible ways to counter them. Remembering how he destroyed a werewolf with lightning, Lennox said that it was either be stronger than them and defeat them in a head-to-head fight, or use the same tactics as them and take their time winning the battle. After that, he imagined a situation in which he could also kill the magician first and thus get rid of the support. Sitting at the table and taking the first book, Lennox said that if he could study summoning magic or spiritual art magic, then battles would become much more stable. Opening the book, he said in his head that probably, instead of studying all this, it would be faster to just find a partner who would support him, after which he added that he still needed to find out what he was capable of. Laying out the book of summoning magic in front of him, he said that he would start with it. Seeing the inscriptions, he was speechless, after which he said that the same thing happened in the world, adding that summoning magic has too many complex conditions. He imagined a huge magic circle appearing in front of him, and then said that the process of determining what he wanted to summon and the summoning itself were too unclear, adding that it was like it was a gacha and not the use of magical abilities. Closing the book with a bang, he said in his head that it would take about 200 million years to prepare one summoning ritual, and if he carried it out and did not summon anyone, it would be a waste of time and money. Looking at the remaining stack of books, he thought there was another way. Looking at the book Spiritual Art, he said that if using summoning magic is like playing gacha, completely dependent on luck, then the spiritual art cannot even be called magic. Putting the book in front of him and opening it, he continued that it does not consume mana, and its principles are closer to shamanism or necromancy. After flipping through the entire book, he closed it and said that there was nothing useful in it, adding that it would work if he learned something naturally while researching general magic, and spending time studying on his own was too much of a risk. Heavily putting the book back, he said that if he could distract his opponents for just a second. "Oh my god," came the girl's voice behind him. It was Aris. She asked Lennox in surprise if he had really been sitting and rotting in the library for a whole month. After these words she left, and Lennox followed her with his eyes. After some hesitation, he said that she was a professor in the Department of Elemental Magic at Labaton University. He remembered how she gave him a business card at the university. Aris turned to him and said that she told him to look at her, but Lennox never came, and then asked what would change if he just read a bunch of books. She looked at the stack of books on the table. Taking a book on spiritual arts, she looked at him. Lowering it, she exhaled heavily. Lennox looked at Aris, who was sorting through his books, and asked if she was imagining things in her head and making false assumptions about him. Picking up the book on summoning magic, she looked at Lennox and said that she knew that he had no talent for magic, but resorting to such things was not a good idea, especially summoning magic and spiritual arts, because they really depend on luck. I'm aware, the coldly tired Lenoka answered her. A drop of sweat ran down Aris's face. Raising the book in surprise, she asked why he was reading this, after which she said that if he really wanted to try his luck, she recommended buying a lottery ticket from the city government. Standing opposite him, she told him with complete seriousness that although she worked at the university, she had only met 3 spiritual magicians, after which she advised Lenoka to discard this vain hope. The main character didn't say a word, bowing his head sadly. He said that Aris was right. If he were an ordinary person, then her advice would be useful. Let me, she said, taking the book lying in front of him. She sat down next to him and spread the book in front of her. Looking at Aris, Lenoka asked what she was doing. Looking at her interlocutor, she said that she was going to explain everything to him in simple words. Moving the book towards him, Aris said that magic was based on his own worldview and the concentration of his mana. He listened carefully to everything Aris told him, but in his head he said that he was surprised that her tone was so calm and familiar. He looked at her as she laid out all the information to him and told him that she was a good person, adding that she, realizing that he was passionate about it, was respectful and approached it carefully. Lenoka looked at her silently. Aris continued to explain magic to him, and the main character in his head said that it was very reassuring and calming to have someone to talk to. Hey, are you listening? Aris suddenly asked. A little confused, Lenoka said that he was very careful. Aris looked at him incredulously. The main character smiled uncertainly. Suddenly the girl coldly said that she didn't even know the name of her interlocutor and asked to introduce herself. Surprised, Lenoka looked at her and said in his head that Aris was one of the few who knew his real face, after which he said that he needed to be more careful. Hesitating, he asked her if it was necessary to do this, to which Aris was very surprised, asking him again. There were only 2 of them in the audience. All the tables around them were empty. Lenoka said that he was just a student studying magic in this library, and then asked if it wasn't enough that they just shared knowledge about magic and talked to each other. Closing the book with a slam, Aris said, okay. After waiting a little, she asked if Lenoka was ready to learn magic with her help. A drop of sweat flowed down the main character's cheek. He looked at the teacher in surprise. Sorry, he told her questioningly. Aris smiled sweetly, and there was kindness and warmth in her eyes. Suddenly she invited Lenoka to see each other once every 2 weeks. He looked at her confused when she said she would train him. She turned around, put her hand on the stack of books and said that they would start with the basics, not summoning magic, so he should prepare himself. He continued to look at her in confusion. She turned away. The main character tried to say that he did not have time for this, but she ignored him and said that they would meet next time. He watched silently as she left. He sighed irritably and thought that she was doing whatever she wanted, because she left without even listening to him. He looked at the book with the pentagram on the cover and thought that Aris was strange but cute. He left the building. He put his hands in his pockets, began to go down the stairs and thought that Aris was interested in people who had no talent, but had a passion for magic. He remembered how he turned around and looked at her when she said that she felt sorry for him, because he was just wasting time reading, not getting closer to his cherished goal, and that he had started his studies too late. There was a sunset look on his face. He thought that he didn't know Aris' story, but he wasn't sure that he was ready to play along with her. He thought about the woman and decided that just listening to her twice a week shouldn't be that hard. He reached for something in his jacket pocket and thought that being friends with the professor would help him find a good job. He bowed his head, took a drag, and thought that he had no one to rely on in this city, so he needed to make a clear schedule. He looked at the object clutched between his fingers and thought that he needed to be very careful when making appointments with people. There was a blue liquid inside the Viper. He moved on, thinking that this was a little frustrating. He was sitting at the bar. Jenny said that his personal information would be recorded on the deep web. He raised his glass, looked at her and asked what she meant. She shook the shaker and said that this happens when clients are very happy, and cooperation with him allows you to complete annoying processes faster. He turned away and asked where Jordan was. She said he went out every 2 weeks and assumed he was helping out at his old job. She added an umbrella to a glass of blue cocktail and said displeasedly that because of this she had to really work. She pushed the cocktail towards him. He pointed his smartphone camera at him and asked what kind of cocktail it was. She closed her eyes and smiled. He thanked her. She hit him on the head with a shaker and said the cocktail was called Adios. He sat at the counter with a thoughtful look and listened to their quarrel. Dylan asked why she hit him. Jenny said that she was angry that he was drinking carelessly after screwing up at work. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, opened his mouth slightly and began to say something. They froze and looked at the protagonist in bewilderment when he asked what happens if personal data is registered on the deep web. She approached him with a tray in her hands and said that there were no special risks, it's just that now his career path is recorded in archival networks and he can indicate the desired topic, reward or product. She smiled, opened her mouth and said that it usually takes at least 10 months for a name to get into the deep web, but it seemed that clients who had no connection with her submitted a request first. He began to drink a cocktail through a straw and said that attempts to monopolize the great magician were not her merit. He chuckled and raised his glass. She raised her hand with a tray. The main character said that registering personal information did not sound good. Jenny replied that he should not worry about leaking information. She turned her head and said that they use a back entrance connected to the city government's integrated main network, so the security is excellent. Dylan said she was right. There was a neon sign behind him. He looked at Jenny confused and asked what it meant. She replied that everything was happening with the assistance of the city government. He looked down and thought that this explained why the police did not intervene in the violence happening on the street, and that he would be much more surprised if he learned that the government was not involved in these criminal schemes. He looked thoughtfully at the glass in his hand when she asked if he had any wishes for the next task. She looked at him in confusion and opened her mouth slightly when the main character replied that he would like to receive unique magic as a reward. He opened his mouth and explained that he was interested in an extremely rare type of magic, such as a temporary, spatial or regenerative type. A relic or miracle cures would also be suitable. She rubbed her neck in confusion and asked if he was sure, because tasks that give rewards of this type would be difficult even for him. She looked the other way when Dylan said it was none of her business. He leaned forward, put his hand on the counter and said that Van had probably already taken everything into account. She turned around, said she had crossed the line and apologized to him. He continued to sit with a serious expression on his face, opened his mouth slightly and said that this does not mean that he will only take such tasks, but they will be a priority. She pulled out a black object from under the counter and said she would make a request to redact its information. She opened her laptop and warned that editing was a slow process and could take about a week, so she didn't recommend taking on new assignments during that time frame. He sat behind the laptop screen. He frowned and asked why she thought so. Jenny explained that there was a huge difference in his value before and after registration, and if he did not follow her advice, he would suffer a loss of at least 10 million. He pursed his lips, said that he understood her and thought that he needed about 20 million more to recoup the stimonium. He turned his head and asked if he needed money right now. The main character answered yes. He raised his index finger and said that there are jobs that mercenaries take to earn extra money on the side, and if things go well, they can earn more than 10 million. He looked at him thoughtfully, opened his mouth and asked him to tell him more. The 5th observation post of the District Environmental Protection Department under the city government was located in the desert. There was a crowd of people around the drink machine. There was a queue near the reception. He looked closely at the employee when he said that his number was 484. The man was looking at the tablet. He said that it was necessary to follow the information on the screen and that they were sending people inside in groups of 4. The main character noticed that the employee did not even look at him. He put his hands in his pockets, walked away from the reception desk and thought that although he preferred to work alone, today he would have to endure the presence of others. He remembered the conversation at the bar, how Dylan raised one finger and asked if he knew that behind the 50th district there were little-known areas. There were people lying on the street and animals running around. Dylan said that due to the infection there were many strays, animals gathered around the bodies and also became infected, so the government decided to take some measures. He looked closely at his partner when he said that for each infected animal killed they paid 1 million. He crossed his arms and thought it wasn't that bad. He frowned and thought that he would have to kill at least 20. He looked the other way. Someone was standing next to him. 3 people stood to the side of the reception desk. The main character looked at them and thought about what they needed. He opened his mouth and asked what they wanted. They exchanged glances. They looked at him again. Someone extended their hand. His eyes lit up. He pressed his hand to his chest, smiled and said that his name was Miguel. His number was 483. The guy smiled and looked at him friendly. The main character thought that he would probably end up with them in the group. He shook his hand, said his name was Van and his number was 484. He pointed to the guy in the hood and said his name was Erickson. He pointed to another person. She said her name was Claria. People were coming around the corner of the building. Miguel suggested moving forward. He looked at the 3 people walking in front and thought that they must have known each other from the beginning. The image turned blue, flames were visible inside their bodies. He thought that this amount of mana would only be enough to strengthen his own bodies. There were a lot of people on the court. The main character hoped that his teammates would not interfere with him. They walked on the sand. He turned his head towards him and said that, apparently, they were near an obscure area. He presented the map and remembered that the little-known area included areas beyond the 50th and those whose numbers had not yet been identified. It was a huge area consisting of ruins. He imagined the construction site and thought that in the past, due to the expansion of the Balkans, the city government had developed an ambitious plan to expand the residential area. There was a construction crane next to the building. The main character thought that after the unsuccessful management of the 40s districts, the 50s were actually abandoned. They walked past a dilapidated white building. Someone suggested that it must be difficult for those working outside the Balkans and said that they had heard that the problems with infection had worsened recently and that moving outside the city was now dangerous. The main character stood behind Erickson. He said that if you look closely at the factories and buildings outside the city, you can see that something suspicious is happening in them. He remembered how he carried boxes and thought that he was right, because at that factory they made corpse grinders for dark magicians and sold them to associations. He turned his head, waved his hand, and said that for mercenaries like them, the existence of underdeveloped areas is not so bad, because it is not easy to find a task where you can earn $1 million for killing one infected person. He pointed to the weapon behind him and said that his gun did the job perfectly. They stopped and looked at him. Claria said that she only saw him with a revolver and asked if he used any other equipment. He frowned, realized what they were interested in, and decided that there was no point in hiding the truth from them. He looked at the guy slyly and said that he was studying lightning magic. He opened the ort slightly when Miguel asked if he meant pure elements. The main character replied that he could say so. They looked at him in surprise. He scratched his head and sighed heavily. Miguel put his hand to his head and said that they were mistaken. He looked puzzled and asked what he meant. He spread his hands and said that they thought he was a mage studying more general magic, because mages who work alone develop the ability to adapt to their partners. He crossed his arms and thought it was a stupid excuse. They continued to look at him with displeasure. The main character remembered that he had heard that newcomers to pure elemental magic were not welcome because they could harm the team's effectiveness. But these guys too obviously excluded him. He waved his hand and said that they needed to reconsider doing a joint assignment because they preferred to work with someone who could provide them with sufficient support. He continued to stand with his arms crossed and asked if he could ask them one question. He raised his head, opened his mouth, and asked if it was necessary to be in the group to receive a reward for the raid. He looked at him in surprise, opened his mouth, and said that he thought that this was not true because some people might die, but the group could not be left without payment because of this. He walked past them and said that trying to work together when they wanted different things could hurt them, so it would be better for them to split up. He looked after him and asked if he was sure that everything would be okay. He turned his head and looked at him with displeasure. They watched him leave. The main character thought that despite Miguel's words, they looked like they were glad he was leaving. He put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and said that they should have explained everything to him earlier. Miguel replied that he could not tell him all this directly. He stood opposite them and said that they needed to separate and keep their distance so that no one would disturb anyone. She pressed her hands to her chest and said that she would be grateful to him. Miguel waved his hands and said that this was not necessary. He continued on his way alone. Looking ahead gloomily, he thought that their behavior was slightly annoying, but competing with them just to show who was stronger would be stupid. He walked past a dilapidated building and thought that if he had remained on the team, he would have been a loser. He continued to stare after him. Claria asked why he was staring at him so much. She sighed and said that they were left without interference because they did not need such parasites on the team. He pressed his back against the wall, agreed with her, and said that he was irritated at the thought of him joining the raid team as a mercenary since they didn't have time to worry about such a weakling. He turned away and said that as soon as he realized how difficult this work was, he would return to the city himself. He looked down and wondered why he felt so bad if everyone wanted this. He looked at the guy walking away and thought that if he didn't want to cooperate with them because he had superior magical abilities, then they had lost a valuable person. He turned around when Claria called out to him and said it was okay. The beast screamed in pain when it was struck by lightning. He looked at his hand and thought that in real life the infected looked more disgusting. He remembered talking to Dylan while sitting at the bar. He imagined people in protective suits and thought that, according to his partner, the infected appeared about 3 years ago due to a project to create a biotoxic weapon called the Black Consumer. He thought of the skull decorated with flowers and remembered that the goal of this project was to control the virus using the proliferative ability to rapidly increase cell growth. He imagined a man dressed as a plague doctor and thought that the purpose of the project was to test the possibility of immortality, but the result was the appearance of the infected. The black chain surrounding the ampoule broke. He remembered that it was believed that the cells in the body of an infected person multiply exponentially until he exploded. He introduced black monsters. Dark smoke rose above the body lying on the ground. The biggest problem was that black fog penetrated into the corpses, which was the remnant of a failed experiment. It wandered in search of living beings to inhabit. He lowered his head and sighed heavily. He took out a knife, rolled up his sleeve, and thought that he really didn't want to do this. He sat down and thought that he needed to bring the eyes of the infected as proof. He lowered his head and heard some noise behind him. He slowly stood up. Lightning sparkled above his hand. He said that he was already tired of waiting for them. Behind him stood a black creature. Black dogs with burning eyes rushed at him. With lightning still engulfing his hand, he watched the attackers closely and thought that he was tracking the movement of the infected with his mana detection skill. The dogs continued to run. His eyes turned purple and he looked up and thought he was ready to greet them. A shining symbol appeared on the ground. Black streams reached towards the symbol on the ground. A black stream wrapped itself around the dog's body. His eyes turned blue. He raised his hand and threw lightning at the dog. His eyes glowed and he turned around sharply. The black dog jumped on him. The animal stumbled upon a protective barrier. He frowned at it, reached into his belt for the weapon, adjusted the recoil and increased the electrical discharge. He shot the dog with a pistol, activating the silence technique. Their outlines were blurred. The bodies of dogs surrounded him on all sides. He sighed heavily. He stuck the knife next to the red eye and said that it really irritated him. There were clouds over the dilapidated building. The dog fell to the ground from a lightning strike. The body was torn apart by the shot. He extended his hand and approached the infected. Streams of magic emanated from his palm. The eyeball flew out of the socket. He put it in a rag and thought that this seemed to be the fifth one. He looked at the bag in his hand and thought that in this way he had already earned 5 million. He crossed his arms over his chest, turned away from the corpse and thought that this was a good way to make money, but he wouldn't want to do it on a regular basis, and without detection magic, the search would be quite difficult. He sat down on a stone. He opened his mouth slightly, looked forward and thought that they were not as weak as he thought. He imagined the red-eyed dog and thought that its movements were quite simple, but fast and powerful. He remembered how the monster hit the barrier and thought that most likely they were being collected in groups of 4 people. He remembered the 3 failed partners and thought that it would be difficult for the likes of Miguel or Erickson to cope alone. He lowered his head, took out his viper and wondered if they knew about it. Their figures turned black. He realized that they left him to die, considering him a weak magician. He pursed his lips. Clouds were gathering above him. He thought that nothing was impossible. The animal's body was burning in fire. After a small explosion, the main character went in search of the next infected. He walked past construction equipment. He needed to earn at least 20 million to buy stimonium from the Starnia Pharma Company. He walked past and thought that he needed to kill at least 20 infected people, and this could take about 2 days. He rubbed his neck and wondered if it would be better to take the task with advance payment. He stopped next to the blue truck, sighed heavily and decided that there was no point in regretting it now. He turned his head slightly and tensed. He turned around sharply. The surrounding area turned blue. Dark silhouettes could be seen behind the boxes. He found 3 more infected. He looked at the lightning that surrounded his palm and thought that he had just the right spell. He formed a magic ball. He waved his hand. Animals appeared. He decided to use lightning pursuers. They ran forward. He created foxes using summoning type magic theory. They ran to the containers. The box flew into the air from a lightning strike. The main character thought that although foxes do not have their own will, the duration of the summoning was impressive. He peeked around the corner. The lightning foxes ran, destroying everything in their path. He shook his head and thought that someone had escaped his perception. A man was running outside the protective dome. Until that moment, the main character had not felt anyone's presence. He frowned, remembered how he was targeted and thought that the sensations were the same as that day, which means the one who escaped could be that sniper. A magic ball appeared on his palm. He thought that he should greet it properly. He activated a sound wave, a flow of power filling the entire surrounding space. His magic pursued the running man. He saw the weapon on his back. His magic dissipated. The man continued to run further. He opened his mouth slightly and assumed that this person was so good that the sound wave had no effect on him. He narrowed his blue eyes. Blue crystals appeared in the air. Above his head, a spear pierced the magic circle. He decided to use the ice burn. The spear flew out of the circle. The stranger turned around and noticed the spear rapidly approaching. Her eyes widened in surprise. She opened her mouth in fear and cursed loudly. She jumped to the side and cursed again. There was an explosion next to her. She got down on one knee and was happy to note that she was still alive. Her eyes widened in surprise and her mouth fell open. Something was rising from cracks in the ground. She fell to the ground, protecting herself from the magical flows. She looked with irritation at the ice that bound her legs. He approached her from behind, thinking that she was quite experienced, so he would not be able to hold her for long. His eyes turned purple. He thought that he should not relax and activated the gravitational binding. Dark bonds wrapped around her wrists. He pulled her hands behind her back and she screamed in pain. He took out his viper and took a puff. She expressed regret that she had met someone like him and sneezed. He pointed his finger at her and asked why she screamed and insulted him at the first meeting. Her black weapon flew into the air. It fell to the ground. She turned her head and screamed that it was her gun. She turned to him and demanded that he go easy on her. He blew out smoke, grinned and asked why he would do such a thing. She opened her mouth and asked what she had done wrong. He said that she had aroused suspicion when she started running away immediately after he spotted her. She frowned and said that she just didn't want to interfere with his hunt. She turned away and sighed in annoyance when he sarcastically called her speech convincing. He turned away and hid the viper in his jacket pocket. She said that she understood that he did not believe her and asked him to remove the ice under her. She hung her head and said that she felt like her fingers were going to fall off. He narrowed his gray eyes suspiciously and thought that she was unlikely to resist, but who knows what she was planning. He pointed the gun at her. She squeaked in fear. She closed her eyes and screamed Dylan's name. He frowned, looked at her in bewilderment and repeated his partner's name with a questioning intonation. She looked at him angrily, opened her mouth wide and said that they worked together and she is just an ordinary mercenary. He looked down with a frown and asked how she knew that he knew Dylan and assumed that the guy had told her about him. Sweat ran down her face with excitement and she pressed her lips tightly together. He continued to hold her at gunpoint and said that she must be working for Aris if she knew Dylan. She said that she was. He tilted his head, opened his mouth and asked why she was following him and how she managed to hide from his mana detection skill. She continued to sweat from excitement, opened her mouth slightly and said that she did not intend to harm him and hid so as not to get involved in a fight. He did not lower the gun and listened to her explanation. She said that if she wanted to harm him, she would have attacked first, because there was enough time, and as for evading the detection of mana, this became possible thanks to the power of money. He looked at her confused and asked what she meant. She nodded towards the pink object on her belt. He took a closer look at the black square with the pink symbol. She said it was an amulet of assimilation made by a skilled druid. She closed her eyes and continued showing off her amulet. She looked at him displeased. She was furious when the amulet was in his palm and demanded it be returned immediately. He carefully examined the black square and remembered that the natural techniques of the druid did not have forms of energy that could be called their power. He imagined the man surrounded by animals and thought that the power of the druid comes from nature itself and strong faith, so it leaves no traces or signs of presence. He continued to look at the amulet and thought that it was only natural that he could not detect it. He frowned and thought he saw the symbol dim. A barely noticeable blue light emanated from the black square in his hands. The main character realized that the visibility of his own presence had also weakened and assumed that the spell only works when the person does not move. She looked displeased at the amulet in his hands. The main character suggested that the item could only be used a limited number of times, which means the stranger would hardly dare to attack him. She closed her eyes, smiled widely, asked if he would return the amulet to her and reminded her that it was very expensive. He looked thoughtfully at the object in his hands. He looked at her and said that he could not promise anything. She was furious. Under the dark sky, their quarrel was heard. The main character said that he would use the amulet wisely and then return it to Dylan. The girl screamed that this fool did not even know what was in his wallet. He hid the amulet in his jacket pocket. The stranger bowed her head in resignation and decided that it would be easier to give up. She noticed something below and gasped in surprise. She stomped her boot into the mud and screamed that the ice had finally melted. She raised her foot, said that water had got into her shoe and asked what he was going to do about it. The main character asked if it was really that important now. He turned away from her and pressed the phone to his ear. He called Jenny. The stranger asked what he was going to do with her and reminded him that she did not intend to harm him. He stood with his back to her and talked on the phone. He asked Jenny if there was a mercenary with blue hair and antlers. She said that there was, but she was crazy. The call was interrupted. He looked at the phone lying in his palm and thought that because he was in the wilderness the signal was bad, but he still managed to find out the most important thing. She looked in surprise at the disappearing bonds. She put her hand on her thigh, began to rise and complained that all her muscles were numb. He asked what her name was. She stretched her arms forward, closed one eye and said that her name was Camilla, but he could just call him Milla. He opened his mouth and asked if everyone called her that. She snorted irritably and replied that it was her name, so what difference did it make to him? She turned to him, assumed his name was Van and said that she had heard a lot about him. She bent down and picked up the gun from the ground. She asked if he had come here to kill the infected. He asked if she was not here for the same reason. She threw the weapon behind her back, said that he was right and said that lately she needed quick money because the boss said something about the deep network and that for a while they could not take tasks. He bowed his head, lowered his gaze and silently listened to her explanation. She tilted her head to the side, looked at him in bewilderment and asked what was wrong. He replied that everything was normal. He pursed his lips and looked at her seriously. She pressed her hand to her chin, smiled insidiously and said that she knew a way to round up and kill many infected at once. But for this we had to work together. She extended her hand to him and offered to split the profit in half. He looked carefully at her palm. She pulled her hand back and opened her mouth in surprise when he said that he would agree to cooperate only on the condition that they divide the profit 70 by 30. She clenched her hand into a fist and asked what she would live on then. He looked at her displeasedly and said that her plan sounds like he will be the only one to kill the infected. She snorted in irritation, stomped her foot and said that he was wrong. Because she had come up with the plan, he reasonably noted that most of the work was on him, so he would get most of the money. She spread her hands to the sides, invited him to maintain business etiquette and still divide the profit in half. She sweated and put a hand to her face when he said that she was the first to break business etiquette. She pointed her finger at him, offered to divide the profit 60/40 and said that she could not give him any more. She clenched her hand into a fist and looked at him in disbelief when he agreed to her terms. She warned that he would not be able to change his mind. Dust flew from under the wheels of the vehicle. She was driving, he was sitting behind her. He raised his hand to his face and admitted with a confused expression that this car drove better than it looked. She smiled and said that she had reconnected a couple of wires to get it to start. He pursed his lips and looked at something carefully while Milla was glad that they didn't have to walk. He extended his hand forward and summoned power. The lightning fox ran forward. He was chasing an infected dog. There was an explosion. She pointed her finger to the side, looked at him displeasedly and tried to say something. The main character said that he would be grateful if she stopped here. He walked towards the smoking corpse. In his hand he carried a bag with eyes. He returned to the forklift and asked Milla where they were going. Looking at the road, she told him that the infected look for signs of life and then chase them. The main character said that he knows about this. He reached into his jacket pocket and asked where she thought the infected would be concentrated. She replied that in the area where the vagabonds lived. He assumed that they were close to the desired location. She raised one eyebrow, looked at him in surprise and asked if he knew about it. He replied that it was just an assumption. He sighed heavily and thought that the thought of tramps had crossed his mind, but it seemed like a waste of time. She turned around and looked at him in confusion when he asked if she thought that other hunters had also come up with this plan and would be somewhere nearby. She looked at him annoyed when he said that if she had no other ideas, it would be better if she dropped him off here. She grabbed his hand and asked him to wait. She looked at the road and talked to him at the same time. She reminded him that he is a magician, so he must be patient, and said that she had a secret plan. He threw his hand over her seat and asked her to tell her about the plan. She sighed heavily and said that her boss was very interested in tramps. He looked at her in surprise, opened his mouth and asked if she was talking about antares. The wheels left tracks in the sand. Milla said that because of antares, she sometimes had to volunteer, and recently they helped homeless people move to a new area, the location of which only she knows. She tilted her head, smiled widely and asked if he thought her information was tempting. He looked at her carefully and thought that if she was telling the truth, then they would not meet other mercenaries, which was good. They continued driving. Milla said they were almost there. Barracks appeared ahead. She looked around and said that the infected must have already found this place, but it seems the rogues took care of those who came too close. He turned around and asked if she went inside the houses after she told what wonderful houses Antares built for the vagabonds. She stuck out her tongue, asked why she should do this, and said that if it weren't for the boss, she wouldn't have gone anywhere near them, because it was better to hang out with garbage men than with tramps. The car stopped. She reached out, offered to wait here, and said that although the infected were not visible yet, she was sure that they would come, dripping with saliva. She opened one eye and looked at something carefully. A crowd of people could be seen in the distance. She pressed her hand to her forehead and said that it seemed like there were more than 10 of them, but they were too far away. The main character said displeasedly that there were 18 of them there and all were mercenaries. They jumped to the ground. She rubbed the back of her head and said that it wasn't on purpose. She didn't come all this way to meet a crowd of mercenaries. His body was surrounded by blue flames. He said that for a person capable of manipulating mana, finding this place would not be difficult. She reached for her gun, looked displeasedly at her partner, asked if he was going to fight with the mercenaries, and suggested just asking them to leave. Because they came first, he said that it would be good if they just listened, but he was familiar with some of them. She unclenched her fingers and smiled, glad that his friends were there, which meant they could just politely ask them to leave. He snorted derisively and said that he didn't know them well enough for that. Dark figures were approaching. When the dust fell and their faces became visible, the detachment was led by Miguel. He looked forward in surprise. He pressed his hand to his chest, greeted Wang standing opposite him, and said that it seemed like the area was tighter than he thought. They looked at the girl. Miguel asked if she was with him in the first place. She frowned at the guy. The main character explained that they met on the way here. He closed his eyes, smiled, and said that was good because it was a little dangerous to wander around here alone. He opened his mouth slightly and asked what he meant by this. He spread his arms and said that they were the first to set their sights on this place. He closed his eyes, smiled politely, and suggested they go somewhere else. Everyone looked at Milla as she crossed her arms and interrupted him rudely. Her body was surrounded by blue flames. She smiled and asked if he had gone crazy. He pursed his lips and looked at her displeasedly. Folding her hands, the blue-haired girl asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, what kind of place they should be in if no one owned this land. The brown-haired guy, looking at her seriously, stated that she apparently didn't quite know, but when the mercenary scores the point first, it becomes his. Pointing her finger at herself, the angry girl shouted that this was not his house, and it was also she who helped these tramps move here. The dark-haired guy called out to the girl. Milla shouted at him not to stop her. Taking out a weapon and pointing it at the enemy, she said that those who came here after them were telling them to leave. It was impossible not to become enraged at such impudence. Seriously looking forward, the guy told her to know when to stop, because they too can choose the path of violence. Looking back and looking at his warriors, the guy thought that there were only 2 opponents, but there were almost 20 of them. If a fight breaks out, they are in an advantageous position. The disguised protagonist, visually assessing the man, mentally asked whether he really hoped for a numerical advantage. The guy's eye lit up blue. He began to evaluate the soldiers with his ability. He ran his eyes over 3 more soldiers. Noticing the guy at the back of the line, he mentally stated that if they fought, the first one he had to take out would be that guy. The gray-haired guy lowered his head slightly. The dark-haired boy mentally stated that he did not feel his mana or presence. He assumed that his enemy was so experienced that he could hide them. This guy walked up to the commander and put his hand on his shoulder and said that they should stop there. The guy smiled. His name was Majoran. Putting one hand behind his back and putting the other forward, the guy said that he didn't come to life to see a mercenary from Antares here. He also noted that he was glad to meet. Making a hand gesture and smiling kindly, the guy introduced himself as Majoran from Platon. He also noted that he is accompanying these mercenaries today. Lowering her weapon, the surprised Milla mentally stated that another mercenary company had recently begun to actively cooperate with Antares in this area. Looking at the guy in military uniform, she mentally said that they say they are looking for talented mercenaries, taking advantage of their incredible wealth, although she does not know where they get the money from. Folding the palms of his hands, Majoran, behind whom there were almost 24 soldiers, asked if everyone was aware that Antares had an interest in undeveloped areas. He suggested that the residential area here was also their work. The girl remained silent. Raising his head, the guy said that it would be too rude to ask them to leave this place since they themselves are from Antares. Raising his hand, he asked if they would at least let them rest here. The blue-haired girl asked in surprise. Putting the palms of both hands forward, he said with a smile that if they suddenly stumbled upon infected people, they would simply get rid of them. The main character in disguise, looking at the guy, mentally stated that they were not going to leave here. If they react harshly, it will lead to a fight. The girl lowered her head and looked angrily at 24 soldiers. Turning in her direction, the protagonist mentally said that other than that, it didn't look like Milla wanted to fight Platon's mercenary. He came up and called her. As he passed through, he announced that their deal was ending and he was leaving. The shocked girl told him to stop. Running around him and holding out her palm, she said that he must keep his word. She also asked where he was going alone. The protagonist asked if she wanted to compete with these guys and find out who would hunt first. Turning around and starting to leave again, the guy said that it was too tiring and walking alone was much easier. Looking at his back, the girl shouted out the amulet. Pointing her finger at him, she said that he could take him and in return he would unite with her. She also stated that he cost her more than 10 million villages. She looked at the guy who turned sharply and thought about whether it worked. He activated the ability and his eyes began to emit light. A strong wind blew the sands across the rocky desert. Several people from Miguel's squad turned around at the noise. One of the guys said that something was probably coming. The brown-haired guy, looking to the side in surprise, suggested that they were all infected. 20 monsters, whose eyes glowed red, were quickly approaching the hunters. Grabbing the weapon and turning towards the protagonist, Milla asked if even after this he really wanted to just leave. She offered to deal with them together and said that he had nothing to lose. With a happy look and a smile, the blushing girl said that at the same time they could destroy those mercenaries. Assessing the approaching infected with his ability, the main character mentally noticed that something was wrong. Several dozen monsters, their red mouths open, ran furiously at full speed. The protagonist thought that even if there were many living beings here, it was very strange that so many appeared at once. He mentally stated that this didn't seem like a coincidence. He turned towards Majoran and Miguel, who were looking towards the monsters. The first one had an evil smile on his face. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist mentally stated that he knew so. He called out to the girl. She turned in his direction. He told her to run to the front line right now. Milla, with a look of confusion on her face, asked what he meant. Looking into her eyes with a smile, he told her to take the weapon and run, and he would take care of the rest. The girl's face showed happiness at his words. Turning around, she rushed to the side. She instantly overtook a dozen taken aback warriors. One of the soldiers asked what she was doing and shouted that they also needed to move. Pointing his finger forward, Miguel asked the warriors to follow her. Enveloping his hand in purple energy, the protagonist made a gesture with his hand and mentally stated that he could not allow this to happen. He used an ability called Black Hole. The ground under several soldiers became covered with magic and began to crack. The main character thought that this spell creates a small hole, but if he strengthens it, the effect could be significant. A dozen soldiers, moving helplessly, fell into a huge pit. They also called for help. Lennox walked to the cliff and looked down. Looking at them, he thought that he would like them to remain below, but this would not happen. Majoran examined the formed pit. His body was shrouded in a green aura. The main character was surprised when he saw her and mentally stated that he was hiding her after all. Smiling, he said that was great. The guy opened his mouth and screamed when he felt the pressure. His body ached and he could not resist. The protagonist raised his hand, shrouded in a red aura. He decided to interfere with the flow of aura at the moment of its use and disrupt it. He raised his palm and activated the ability. Majoran fell in pain, his aura weakening. Trembling, he looked at his hand and said that his mana was not moving, as if someone was controlling it by force. His eyes widened sharply as a thought entered his head. He turned towards the protagonist, shrouded in red magic. Starting to form a small red sphere into his hands, Lennox thought with a confident smile that, judging by his face, everything had worked. Majoran seems to be the strongest here, and since it affected him, it will do the same for the others. Several soldiers, whose legs were twisted, could not cope with their own energy. They stated that their mana remained stationary. Raising his head up, Miguel declared that they would not be able to rise on their own. Putting his hands to his mouth, he asked the protagonist to help them. He also said that they cannot use their mana. Removing his hands, he looked at the main character in disbelief. Rising from the ground, Majoran, looking ahead seriously, asked his commander if he really didn't understand yet. Turning his head again, Miguel asked what he meant. His eyes widened as he looked at Lennox. In his hands was a huge blue ball emitting energy. The protagonist clenched his fist. Starting to become covered in lightning, he looked confidently at his hand. Miguel looked at the protagonist in surprise, realizing who was to blame. Powerful streams of energy began to emerge from his palm. Several magical beasts created by the energy began to run above the crowd of soldiers. Miguel, still looking at his attack in surprise, asked what it was. The blue-haired girl looked back at the sound. They stared in shock at the crowd of animals created by the protagonist's energy. Blue lightning monsters ran through the crowd of monsters. The girl recognized her partner's ability. One of the monsters suddenly howled. A stream of blood escaped from his head. Raising the rifle, the happy girl said that it was very cool. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist said in frustration that the girl should not have shot them in the eyes. Looking at the monster's lying corpse, the girl said that she got carried away. Closing one eye, Milla began to aim and said that this time she would try to hit only the body. Splashes of blood filled the location. The protagonist rushed from his place. Pushing off from the ground, he quickly covered the distance. He approached the hole from which Majoran had jumped. He landed on the ground. The guy with a menacing look turned to the protagonist. With one hand in his pocket, the main character looked at him with a smile. The guy turned away. He started running in the opposite direction. Looking at Majoran quickly running away, the protagonist mentally asked if he was really just running away. He also mentally stated that he had probably realized who was interfering with his mana flow. Continuing to look at his back, the protagonist thought that he was not stupid enough to fight him, but what about the other mercenaries? Several mercenaries were able to get out. The guy in the hood, looking to the right, said that the main character was there. Looking towards the dark-haired protagonist, the guy with the rifle behind his back asked why he just stood there and didn't help them. Looking forward, the main character said that the only one he had to help was that girl with the gun. Having spread his arms, the guy asked again incomprehensibly. Looking at him, the protagonist said that they were not even close friends. It's a little strange to suddenly start acting like they're comrades. Angry, the guy ran at him, raising his hand. The protagonist looked at him with both hands in his pockets. The thought crossed his mind that he could just let the shield do its job. Enveloping his lowered hand in golden energy, he mentally declared that there was no reason to hold back. An image of a purple-haired guy appeared holding a staff in his hand. The main character decided to use general magic, which he tried after seeing Grimm's shock magic. Raising the palm of his hand, he began to release a stream of magic from it. The powerful blow threw the guy 10 meters away. He screamed from the impact, spitting out some liquid. Falling to his knee, he grabbed his stomach and tried to catch his breath. Placing his hand on his head, Lennox used a discharge, sending lightning through his body. Under the gaze of frightened hunters, the guy fell to the ground. The protagonist calmly approached the soldiers behind him. He passed the frozen Miguel without uttering a word. Turning towards the main character, the brown-haired guy asked why he didn't let it be known earlier that he had such abilities all along. If they had known, they would have treated him differently. Walking forward, the disguised protagonist said that he did not come to the undeveloped area so that people would kiss his ass. He also added that the girl was almost finished too. The bloodied girl, with a smile on her face, continued to kill monsters with a rifle. Majoran, approaching them, pierced their bodies with his hand in close combat. Looking at the girl, he asked that everyone, as they had discussed before, receive their pay separately. Making a hand gesture, she told him to stop. Turning her head and putting her hand to her chest, she stated that she did not know about Miguel, but she did not remember agreeing to it. She asked to give her a chance. Throwing the rifle over her shoulder and approaching the company of soldiers, Milla said that she understood that she needed money, but was she really going to abandon her comrades to earn more? Putting both palms forward, the girl hesitantly said that she had not tried to do that. Bringing her head closer to her, the blue-haired girl with a crazy expression on her face asked if she really meant that she didn't think that it would be much more profitable to side with the magician rather than her friends. Looking down, she said that the girl was right. Tapping her on the shoulder, Milla said with a smile that she was a good girl. Wiping his hands with a rag, Majoran said that he had lost. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy said that he couldn't even be angry because the protagonist skillfully caught him. He also noted that what happened today was very impressive. The guy, holding out a green card, said that he had nothing to give other than that. Inspecting the object, the main character mentally stated that this was the calling card of the Platon office. He assumed that Majoran no longer wanted to bicker about the infected. The protagonist put the card in his pocket. The guy thanked him with a smile. Starting to walk in the opposite direction, he said that in this case they would see each other again. The protagonist silently looked at the crowd of soldiers. The blue-haired girl, smeared with dirt, approached him and asked if he needed her business card. She handed over a black business card that was covered in dirt. The protagonist said with a smile that it would be better to get out of here first. An image of a cloudy sky appeared, through which rare rays of the sun filtered through. The girl indignantly told him to take her. The evening sun stood over a small military building. The girl asked if this was the correct number. The protagonist, folding his hands, said that yes, if you count those whose eyes she knocked out. He also told her to accept this fact. Disappointedly reading the information from the paper, she stated that she had killed 7 and he had killed 12. The main character said that she herself was to blame. Milla, puffing out her cheeks, looked down resentfully. Extending his hand to her, Lennox said that they had done a good job after all. Shaking his hand, the girl stated with a smile that his magic was super incredible. The purple-haired girl said to come see them sometime. An image of a military facility appeared, as well as the entrance to it. The protagonist asked why. Milla stated that Dylan talks about him all the time, so the boss is interested. She told him to also stop by if he suddenly needed a job with a big reward. The main character said that he would think about it. Pointing her finger at him, the leaving girl asked if he would definitely think about it. After that, she said goodbye to him. Leaning against the wall, the protagonist yawned tiredly. Taking out his phone, he mentally stated that he had earned 19 million villages from hunting the infected. This is slightly short of his goal of 20 million. He clicked the buy button under a product on his phone called the miracle drug Stimonium. He thought that this would clearly help him in battle. Looking at the phone screen, the protagonist exhaled. Putting his hand in his pocket and looking at the sunset, he thought that now he had one less thing to worry about and expressed his hope that he would be useful. An unusual magical sphere was located inside part of a multi-story building. The main character, being within its boundaries, which extended to his apartment, meditated. Opening his eyes, the protagonist in one of the disguises thought that this would be enough to strengthen the barriers around the apartment. Turning to the side, observing 5 bottles of liquid, he mentally declared that he had already prepared everything necessary. On the bed next to the bottles was a packed red box. The protagonist mentally said that all that remained was to accept Smimonia. Sitting down on the bed, he yawned. He turned around and looked at the box next to him. He thought that he had spent all his money to win the auction, but if he thought logically, there was a high probability that it would be of little use. He began to unpack the bag with the box. As he took out the metal box, he thought that if his body was filled with too much energy, it would have a negative effect rather than a positive one. Opening the top of the box, there was a lid with a small sphere in front of him. The main character mentally stated that he still needs to understand whether he can reduce the existing fines with this. He took out a copper-colored ball. The protagonist brought it to his mouth. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. His eyes suddenly widened. He fell onto the bed and clutched his chest. Sweat began to flow down his body. He opened his mouth and thought that his body seemed to be too weak for the effects of this medicine. His body was trembling. He held his t-shirt with his hand. He began to make a rotating motion with his palm. He mentally stated that he wanted to do without artificially introducing mana into the body because this was madness. A blue aura began to swirl within his body. He thought that now was not the time to worry about the penalty for overdosing on mana. If he loses consciousness and his temperature rises too high, he could die. Putting his hand to his chest, the main character began to spread mana throughout his body. He mentally stated that he would strengthen his body with mana and increase his own stamina. The exhausted protagonist exhaled tiredly. He took the bottle of water with trembling hands. Starting to drink, he mentally said that he would drink until the fever subsided at least a little. Wiping his face with his hand, he mentally declared that he must remain conscious. The exhausted protagonist lay on his bed with a trail of sweat. He leaned his hand on the bed and stood up. Looking at the window from which a little moonlight came out, the protagonist mentally said that he did not think that he would not sleep all night like this. Looking at his hand, he thought that it wasn't like the medicine was making him feel any better or anything like that. Looking at his sheet, which reflected the mark of his body, the protagonist thought that he probably would no longer be able to use this sheet. He mentally stated that he had no idea that so many toxins had accumulated in his body. Lifting the sheet, he mentally asked if this was possible. Squinting his eyes, he stated that he knew it smelled like a viper. Getting out of bed, the main character mentally said that the toxic substances came out of him along with the harmful substances in his body. Opening the window, the protagonist stated that it was worth the money. Sitting on the windowsill and looking out the window, the main character thought that despite the fact that he strengthened his body with mana all night, nothing hurt him. Normally, when he stopped saturating his body with mana, he would feel as if he were being painfully pierced by needles. Continuing to look outside, he mentally said that since there were no signs of illness, the mana overdose must have weakened a little. Approaching the nightstand with a metal box, the protagonist thought that although it didn't seem like there were any other effects, it was just time to compensate for the consequences of the fine. Closing the box, he mentally said that this was enough for now. At least he was convinced that there was a way to mitigate the fines. Within a week after that, 2 peppers were on the table. While slicing bread, the main character mentally stated that he was able to feel the miraculous effect of the medicine. He was sleeping peacefully in his bed. He could sleep without taking sleeping pills, so it felt like he was truly getting a good rest. Sitting at the table, the main character looked at the phone. He thought that now that he had recovered enough, he needed to think about taking on another task. By pressing the call to Jenny's contact, the protagonist mentally said that he spent all his money on a miracle cure. He looked at the phone in surprise when he heard an alert that the number he was calling was temporarily unavailable. There was a cut-off burger on the table. The protagonist decided to go to her. A dark-haired man in a brown coat walked along an empty street. He looked to the side. Looking around the street, he thought that something was wrong, because the city was unusually quiet, and besides, the internet was not loading. He assumed that something serious had happened since the network was not working. The man was wiping down the bar counter with a white rag. Looking back at the new visitor, the bartender said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Sitting down at the table and turning his head, the protagonist asked where Jenny was. Closing his eyes and picking up the rag, he said that she had been called, so she was probably in an office somewhere. Raising his head, the main character asked if something was happening in the Balkans now. Looking at the guy in surprise, the white-haired man asked that he apparently slept all week, and stated that it was very strange to ask such a thing now. An image of a cafe wall with a neon sign appeared. The man asked if he had heard the news about Filenum. The protagonist answered that in part. The bartender said that then it would be easier to explain. Placing his hands on the table, the man said that a group of emissaries due to arrive at the end of the month unexpectedly sent notice of the visit last week. In this regard, there is now a complete mess going on in the Balkan. The main character looked over and thought. He mentally said that the city was so quiet because of the early visit of some group of emissaries. Raising his head, Lennox stated that this could not be the only reason. Continuing to wipe down the table, the bartender said he was right. Turning his back on the protagonist and beginning to remove another part of the counter, the man said that someone he could not imagine had expressed his intention to join the group of emissaries. Seriously looking at the guy, the protagonist asked again. He thought it was strange for someone like Jordan to talk about this man like that. Was he really that good? The man turned his head and looked seriously at the dark-haired guy. He claimed that this is a transcendental man, a heavenly revelation. The main character looked into his eyes and listened to his answer. The elderly woman, closing her eyes, stood calmly leaning on her cane. The white-haired man said that this was a man who had lived in seclusion at the Falnoma lighthouse for decades, and now he would come to Balkan. An image appeared of an illuminated street with high-rise buildings with many neon signs on them. A yellow car drove by the protagonist. Raising his head and examining the modern building, the main character mentally stated that it looked good. While creating a blue magic circle underneath himself, the protagonist thought about the fact that he usually does not use floating magic since it requires a lot of mana. He, surrounding himself with an aura, began to take off. Rushing to the side, he thought that he had no choice if he wanted to see heavenly reproof. An image of a blue, slightly cloudy sky appeared. For hundreds of years, she, as a lighthouse keeper, has guarded the open sea. Dozens of natural islands floated in the sky against the backdrop of a large city with high-rise buildings. Ascended level 9, of which there are less than 10 left today. A woman in a white robe stood on one of the islands and admired the view. It was a heavenly rebuke, Madria Falzer. The white-haired man, against the background of falling meteorites, put his staff forward. If great mages are those who are treated as strategic weapons, then an ascended is one who is superior to great mages. An image of a glowing human head appeared. Those who truly challenge the limits, transcendent beings. Madria stood against the backdrop of the full moon. Because of the strong limitations they place on themselves to push the limits of what is possible, they are difficult to meet. An image appeared of dozens of twisted gold watches flying towards the gray-haired woman. Words cannot describe how powerful they are. Dozens of people bowed down and extended their hands towards her. Heavenly Revelation can see everything from a height of thousands of kilometers and look into both the future and the past. She has dedicated her life to tracking disasters that cross the timeline. She is a unique and respected visionary. The protagonist, whose feet emanated an aura, stepped onto the platform. Jumping onto an unusual building, he thought that if not now, then he no longer knows whether he will ever have another chance to see her. He looked to the right. Peering around the corner, he noticed two soldiers standing on the roof of the building. One man had a rifle, and the second had a walkie-talkie. The main character thought that in front of him was a sniper and a signalman. He mentally stated that they looked like they were part of the city government's special forces. Lennox looked towards the illuminated concert area with hundreds of spectators. They positioned their forces where they were barely visible from the city square. The protagonist suggested that this shows how valuable the heavenly reproof is as a guest. Peeking out slightly and looking at the soldiers, the main character thought that in this case he should not knock them out or get noticed. Enveloping himself in a green aura, the protagonist mentally stated that he could not use the magic of invisibility on himself due to intoxication. So he will use noise magic to completely erase his presence, as well as illusionary magic to distract them from their surroundings. Several magic circles appeared in the soldiers' heads. Calmly walking along the roof, the protagonist mentally stated that this way they would not be able to detect him. He came down and put his hand into his coat pocket. Taking out a telescope, he began to look into it. He thought about how he hoped this monocular Jordan had given him worked properly. He began to look deeper into the crowd, observing several men in suits and several with rifles who stood around the perimeter of the square. The protagonist mentally confirmed that all agents and military personnel were also involved. This shows how important the Ascended One is. There were also several soldiers with shields standing in front of the fenced crowd. The main character turned towards the sound from two men on the roof. The signalman radioed that she would arrive in 30 seconds and told them to be on alert. Starting to look into the monocular, the main character thought that he could wait. A woman in a white robe walked slowly, surrounded by a bunch of guards. The protagonist stated that she was coming. Several happy people looked at her and greeted her. Several men accompanying her examined the area in detail. Madria smiled kindly, closing her eyes. The main character's eyes widened. Streams of powerful aura were moving away from the woman. Blue energy spread throughout the entire location. The powerful aura left no empty space on the stage. The flow of energy reached the protagonist on the roof. Starting to tremble, the shocked Lennox mentally asked if she could even be called a person or even a living creature. The woman calmly walked up the steps. Her mana is so powerful that it can easily wipe out an entire city. Holding his clothes, the frightened protagonist thought that he could barely maintain his sanity. Madria continued to walk calmly. The main character thought about whether she noticed that he was looking at her or not. Turning his head, he mentally stated that if so, then he needed to get out of here, at least for now. The unknown person asked if there could be effects without causes. The protagonist turned sharply towards the sound. Someone said that in a world where order is disturbed, but at the same time balanced, for a very long time. Turning towards the protagonist, the woman shrouded in an aura said that they were trying to answer this question. She stated that his very existence was the answer to it. The surprised protagonist looked at her in disbelief. Smiling and looking straight into the soul with her yellow eyes, Madria said that this was very interesting. Creating space from her aura and looking at the guy, the gray-haired woman stated that if others could see what she sees now, they would try to get him no matter what. The dark-haired guy continued to look forward in surprise. She said that, however, she now knows that there is no point in fighting. Madria walked forward onto the stage between two security guards. She advised the main character to beware of alcades. The protagonist, shocked by what happened, fell to the ground. Sweat streamed down his surprised face. Lennox, sitting in the middle of the room, meditated. The appearance of Madria changed many things. This gave him a new goal. An image of the protagonist appeared, standing on a blue magic circle and looking forward. The protagonist stated that his new goal was to reach the pinnacle of ascension. An image of the main character appeared, waking up in his bed. He added that thanks to this, he will be able to find out the reason for his awakening in this world. Lennox said he was firmly convinced that this was the path he should follow to achieve his goal. An image of the protagonist appeared, looking at the phone. Regarding social changes, negotiations with Filenum ended instantly. Looking at the conditions put forward on the phone, the protagonist stated that the city government accepted all the conditions put forward by Filenum's group of emissaries. In fact, this was decided as soon as the Ascended One decided to help Filenos. 4 days later, a bouquet of white flowers lay on a sunlit grave. The main character learned that Madria, the heavenly chastisement, failed to ascend and died. Looking away from her phone, the protagonist wondered why, if she looked into the future and past, she arrived in the Balkans in the last minutes of her life. The girl put a glass of whiskey on the bar counter. The dark-haired girl, looking forward, said that the reason why the heavenly reproof came to Filenom's defense could lie in this. An image of a black, dog-like monster with red eyes appeared. Top secret project implemented in an undeveloped area, black consumer. Looking at the protagonist sitting at the table, she said that they had found evidence that Filenom's prisoners were being used as test subjects. The man said that now the problems will begin. The bartender approached the table and announced that the Ascended One who led the agreement was no longer there. Raising the glass to his mouth, the protagonist asked if he wanted to say that Balkan would retract his words. Looking ahead, the white-haired man said that it probably wouldn't happen right away. However, the city government will not adhere to this unequal agreement for long. They may act more out of desperation than caution, but he is confident that they will not hesitate to be more assertive. With her hand in her pocket, the girl, in thought, raised her hair with her hand. She asked if this meant there might be a war. Rising from the table, the main character said that he did not think that he would take on any work today and would already go. Walking along the evening street, holding his hands in his pockets, the protagonist mentally affirmed that the Great Ascended One simply created a short-term truce and sacrificed his own life. In that case, did she do it knowing that everything would turn out this way? As Lennox walked and looked ahead, he thought that perhaps she had come to Balkan because she knew of its existence. To make sure that it, an effect without a cause, really exists. Sticking his hand into the pocket of his brown coat, the protagonist mentally declared that there was no point in thinking about it. He also mentally noted that he had a headache. He decided to get a viper. A small device fell out of his pocket. An image of the device appeared, with several men in the background receiving a powerful electric shock. Lennox mentally stated that this was what he stole from the bullies. He pulled his hand towards the ground, with the thought that he had no use for it lately. A man stepped on the device. The main character looked at him. Raising his head, he asked why the man did this. A drunken white-haired man with a long beard, pointing his finger at the protagonist, said that he wanted to ask him. The drunken old man pointed his finger at the device, asking the protagonist who he was to take his things and throw them on the ground. Man, with his hands in his pockets, asked the old man if the device was really his. The old man raised one eyebrow, asking Van if he was deaf, because he clearly said that this viper was his. Van stood motionless, looking at the old man and mentally calling him a bore. He opened his palm and began to concentrate his mana into it. The old man shuddered and screamed when he saw the swirling mana in Wang's palm. He fell to his knees and began to beg the protagonist not to kill him because he did not immediately recognize him as a magician. The old man bent down and took the viper in his hands, handing it to the protagonist. Van took the viper, asking the old man why he decided that it was his viper. The old man began to get up saying that it was he who made it, so the viper was his, after which he asked what else he could mean, because if he upgraded it, then it was his. Van brought the viper to his face, asking the old man how exactly he had upgraded it. Then he remembered how one of the guys got very scared, asking him not to point the viper at him. Then he sat looking at the viper while the guy told him that it was a dike laser cutter, only it had been illegally converted to be used as a weapon. Putting the viper into his inner pocket, Van asked the old man why the viper was his, because he sold it and it became the property of the buyer. The old man sighed and scratched the back of his head and said that this is why he does not talk to people who do not understand the spirit of the inventor. He then pointed his finger at Van, saying that since he had this viper, he was one of his clients, so if he needed anything, he could come to him. Turning around, the old man waved his hand and asked for forgiveness for today. Looking after the old man leaving, the protagonist thought that he did not even wait for an answer, and yet he did not know either his name or the location of his store. Events moved forward 2 days to one of the bars. Van, having received news from Jenny that requests had been received through the network, approached the door, which was opened by one of the guards. Jenny waved her hand in greeting as the protagonist entered. A guy with green hair sat near the entrance looking at the protagonist who entered. Van sat down opposite the guy, mentally telling himself that he was staring at him too brazenly. Not noticing the irritation of the green-haired protagonist, the guy crossed his legs and stared at the protagonist with a stupid grin on his face. The protagonist straightened up and then asked the guy if he had seen magicians before. The green-haired guy, grinning, said that it was the first time he had seen a magician. Stroking his jaw, the guy said that among those working alone, it was difficult to meet magicians who inspired confidence like him. The guy looked at Jenny, who crossed her arms over her chest, and asked if this was a real magician in front of him. When Van began to rise, he called out to the guy, causing him to turn his head and look at him. The guy continued to smile while the protagonist approached him asking if they knew each other. Shrouding himself in mana and taking out a viper from his inner pocket, the protagonist said that although he didn't know why he acted like a jerk in front of people he was seeing for the first time, if he wanted him to take his job. Mana Wang enveloped the guy, causing him to stop smiling and exclaim he could not move. The green-haired guy's whole body began to tremble. He tensed and clenched his teeth trying to move. Van activated the Viper and took it in a reverse grip and pointed it at the guy, telling him that he should behave appropriately. The guy's eyes widened when the tip of the Viper almost touched his forehead. Holding the weapon in front of the boy's face, trembling with fear, the protagonist advised him that instead of making him nervous and testing him, he could behave much more appropriately. The protagonist continuously looked at the guy, realizing that such people were easily recognizable. Seeing how beads of sweat were running down his face and his teeth were clenched from fear and tension, Vaughn thought that such people first tested people for weakness, and when they realized that they were stronger, they treated them like non-entities, so he was to act aggressively so that he would no longer have the desire to be insolent to him. Jenny, sitting next to her, looked at what was happening indifferently as if she did not notice the whole situation. Van deactivated the Viper and dissipated his mana, leaving the trembling guy alone. A moment later, the guy leaned over sharply and began to take deep breaths. Van looked blankly at the guy, who began to chuckle a little. He stood up and, stroking the back of his head, smiled nervously, admitting his guilt, after which he told Van that he was quite hot-tempered. Van, looking at the guy, realized that he was a two-faced hypocrite, seeing how he smiled despite what had just happened. The protagonist's pupils lit up when he thought that the guy didn't really understand the boundaries of what was permissible. The guy pulled his hand back when he saw such a gaze from the protagonist, who thought that the guy was more of an animal than a man. Looking at the Viper in Van Greenhaired's hand, the guy asked him if that old man made it for him, although he thought that he was already dead, but since he was still doing it, it means he was alive. The protagonist's lips parted when he asked the guy what he was talking about. Taking out a business card from the green-haired guy's pocket, the guy asked Wang to tell the old man when they met that the security chief was already very angry. Killian handed over his business card, saying that now, although it was too late to introduce himself, he had to. Van took the business card in his hand and began to examine it. The protagonist involuntarily raised the Viper and looked at it when Killian said that he was from the technical support department of the company that made this laser cutter. Killian crossed his arms, telling Vaughn that this was the company that wanted to hire him. Van was a little surprised by what was happening without answering right away. Events are transferred to the headquarters of the Dyke Company. Killian and Van were going up the elevator. The green-haired one asked the protagonist if he knew what the company was doing, to which Van answered him by saying that he only partially knew. The protagonist walked to the window and took his hands out of his pocket, thinking about the words of Jenny, who told him that the Dyke Company used to be a factory that produced equipment for the manufacturing industry. Next, he imagined the company logo and began to think only about it. As they expanded their business, they spent an incredible amount of money to get into the gunsmithing business. They produced everything from ammunition to rocket launchers, but this brought them into conflict with Achilles, a weapons development company. Killian looked at Van with a smile on his face, saying that even what he knew was partly not bad. Coming out of the elevator, Killian gestured with his hand, telling the protagonist that if everything went well, he would be temporarily hired in the technical support department. Approaching one of the doors, the green-haired man stopped and said with a grin on his face that they were here to find out the mission for him. Sharply opening the door, Killian shouted, telling Fanoa that he had brought the magician. Fanoa, sitting at her desk, reminded Killian that she should tell her before entering. Fanoa stood up and, pointing to the chair, thanked the protagonist for his arrival and then asked him to sit down. The protagonist sat down in a chair and looked at the girl. Fanoa sat down opposite Van, introducing herself as the head of the planning and management department. Wang asked her without taking his eyes off how high her position was in the company. Fanoa opened her mouth in amazement when she heard the protagonist's question. With his hands folded on his knees, the protagonist said that he wanted to know who was behind it all and how large scale it was because that werewolf didn't tell him anything. Fanoa listened silently to her interlocutor. After that, she parted her lips and asked Van how he knew that Killian was a werewolf. The protagonist tilted his body a little, saying that he just felt the werewolf because he had already killed one. Fanoa fell silent and sat motionless, looking at the protagonist. Next, the girl folded her hands along with a notepad on her knees, saying that their company strictly prohibits armed conflicts within the technical support team. The protagonist sitting opposite her crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he would make a decision based on what they tell him. Fanoa put her hand to her chest and bowed her head, asking for forgiveness for Killian. Van dropped his hands and asked the girl what she thought about his proposal. The girl's glasses sparkled brightly when she said that the only thing she could say about her position was that she was directly involved in the management of the business, and this project was what she personally proposed to the board of directors. Since their company got into the arms business, they, looking at the map, began to consider opportunities to expand their customer base, and residents of the 40s and 50s were their clients. Crossing his arms, Wang said that he was not good at trading. Fanoa responded by saying that she was going to create a new format to expand the business base in the 40s and 50s before they started selling the product in that area. Fanoa straightened up and then said that they needed to eliminate several targets. Fanoa, looking at the protagonist, said that it would be nice if he helped her in this matter. Looking at the floor, Van began to think, realizing that the girl wanted to eliminate the monopolists of the arms market in the 40s. A moment later, Van looked at the girl and then said that he did not understand her. Fanoa listened silently as the protagonist asked her why such an order was sent for a company like them, which certainly did not suffer from a lack of resources, so why did they hire him? Adjusting her glasses, Fanoa said there were two reasons for this. Imagining the figure of the protagonist, shrouded in bright electric arcs, the girl said that, firstly, it was difficult to find the same professional freelancer who so quickly earned a reputation for himself and, moreover, he was a magician. Next, Fanoa imagined the protagonist next to the company logo, saying that they could, to some extent, call for commitment from freelancers working outside the company. The protagonist tilted his head a little, thinking about the girl's words. Looking at the floor and bowing her head a little, Fanoa told the protagonist that by introducing armed forces into the external zone on their behalf, the company would only suffer, but if with his help they could control this aspect. Their competitors were simply watching them. They could not take risks or resist in any way, at least from the outside. Vaughn leaned a little, thinking about the 40s, which were a crime zone that existed with the tacit permission of the government. Well, if foreign enterprises want to extend their hands, the external order will be destroyed. Grabbing one of the puzzles, Van understood that such an outcome was undesirable for the authorities. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face when he thought that, having approved him as a representative, they were going to eliminate competitors in the 40s. The protagonist lowered his hand and asked the girl what benefit he got from it. Picking up the tablet, Fanoa notified the protagonist of the knowledge that he was looking for an extremely rare item and that he was quite perceptive, as befits a magician. The girl handed the tablet to the protagonist, saying that most likely he would be pleased with this. The screen showed a glass safe with 5 fingers of enactable inside. It was put up for sale in a VIP auction sponsored by the Central Parliament. The 5 fingers of enactable was a one-time artifact that is not on the market. He had 5 magic formations containing 5 evasion techniques imposed by the Maladi's school, and this was not something he could get with just money. Fanoa again brought the tablet to her, telling the protagonist that if he is ready to fulfill 5 of their instructions, they promise to get this artifact and give it to him. Pointing her finger at the screen, Fanoa began speaking to the protagonist. Placing the tablet with the contract on the table, the girl said that they would pay him an additional reward for each completed task, based on his prices. Van thought, looking at the tablet, the artifact was important to him because it compensated for his missing mobility. Fanoa kept her gaze on Van, asking him what he would say. Van looked thoughtfully at the girl. The protagonist, looking at the girl, told her that it would be nice if they gave him time to think. Events moved to Jenny's bar. Jenny rubbed her jaw, saying that the risks and benefits were equally huge. Standing behind the bar, the girl straightened up, telling Wang, who was sitting opposite, that she, too, fully understood the value of the 5 fingers of enactable, and if he was offered such an item as payment, it would require him to take corresponding risks. The girl looked at the protagonist, telling him that in the end what the Dykes wanted was to get rid of one and put in his place someone who could bring benefits, which meant that he could not avoid collaborating with them. Van, who was sitting at the bar, agreed with Jenny. Recalling all the enemies he had killed, Vaughn realized that until now the objectives of the assignments had been simple or the consequences of completing them had not been significant. But this mission was different. There was a high probability that people who owned weapons businesses would take revenge on him. As a result, all the time thinking about his safety, he could not get what he wanted, be it a rare elixir or a precious artifact. For the sake of them, he had to take risks because these were not the things that he could get simply for money. Vaughn's pupils glowed brightly after accepting that he would eventually have to rise higher one day. Events moved to the next day at the same Jenny's bar. Jenny pointed at the screen with targets with a pointer and told the protagonist, who was sitting on the nightstand, about his first target about Ackerman based in the 48th district, investing a lot of money in the illegal arms trade. Bringing the pointer closer to Ackerman's face on the screen, the girl said that he started his business 2 years ago and instantly mastered the sales route and also rapidly increased his business. Looking at the screen, Jenny told the protagonist that this is why they first wanted to get rid of the investor. Dan picked up the leaflet while looking at the screen. The girl put the tip of the pointer to her chin, saying that she was unable to find out the source of his income, but there were rumors that their target was a close associate of Master Soka. Then looking at the image of the grinning man on the screen, Jenny said that it was about the head of a major punisher, Dominic Cabero. After looking at the image of another man, Jenny said that perhaps that's why Ackerman's personal security was at the appropriate level, and that guy's name was Jude. As one of the military mercenaries, among them he was an influential person. The protagonist raised his head and looked at the girl when she told him that when he killed the guard, he also received an additional reward. Van put the documents on the table and asked Jenny why they asked to kill Jude. She shrugged her shoulders, expressing her misunderstanding. Looking at the map of the area, the girl assumed that Ackerman planned to attract dealers and hold a meeting at the port of the 48th district. When Van doubted the veracity of the girl's words, she stopped looking at the screen and assured him of the accuracy of the information. Taking the documents in his hands again, the protagonist asked Jenny who else was doing this assignment. Jenny stood in front of Wang, telling him that 5 people had been prepared for this purpose, and perhaps those who were rated the same as him were chosen, and they would meet together in 3 days. Jenny sighed, saying that was all the information Dyke provided. Van stood up, expressing his understanding of the situation. As he put on his cloak, he told Jenny that since there were only 3 days left, he needed to get ready. But a moment later, Van suddenly froze, looking at Jenny. The girl opened her eyes wide in shock when the protagonist thanked her. But a moment later, her lips stretched into a smile, after which she said goodbye to the protagonist. Van, opening the door, looked at the girl one last time. Events take us to the port. The protagonist walked slowly, approaching a group of people waiting for him. The protagonist took one of his drugs, leaving a trail of mana behind him. As he exhaled, blue veins of mana appeared on his face. The group of people waiting for him looked at him carefully, calling him the last. Van stopped and began to stare at the 2 equally equipped people. He was interested in their equipment. One of them began to run his hand on his watch, saying that he was sure that they had heard what the essence of the plan was. A projection of the map appeared on the ground, after which one of the guys in the iron mask said that he would only briefly tell the details and then they would immediately begin. Pointing to the red marks on the map, he said that the port was currently blocked by Ackerman's soldiers. He glanced at the group, saying that there were only 5 entrances, just like them. Looking at the port filled with containers and soldiers, the mercenary said that everyone would take over one of the entrances, and after they dealt with the soldiers, they would all wait at the container docks, and as soon as the meeting place for Ackerman with his distributors was determined, some of them will be the first to implement the plan. The girl crossed her arms over her chest, and the man standing next to her stared at her after they listened to the plan. Presenting a box with earphones, the guy in the iron mask said that it was a means of communication for them. The large man came up first and took the earphone for himself, while the mercenary holding the box with the earphones said that they would fail after tonight, so there was no point in keeping them. While putting on an earpiece, one of the masked guys called the group members careless. His partner approached him and then said that although Dyke may have a lot of money, it did not ensure their safety. The girl standing at the front of the group asked 2 masked guys if they had worked in this field before. With her hands on her waist, the girl said that in this field, in order to raise your value, you need to reveal your face and name, whether you want it or not, so they didn't care if their faces were seen. The guy in the iron mask turned away, telling them to just stay out of his way. While the girl was looking at the guys leaving, a bearded man approached her. Approaching her, he asked which direction she would go. A moment later, the girl crossed her arms over her chest, saying that she could do her job just fine. The man smiled, saying that he would love to work with her. The man then glanced at Van, telling him to just follow them and try to survive. The man with a creepy smile on his face released pressure and threatened the protagonist. Van didn't pay attention to the man's words and continued walking, mentally saying how tired he was of such threats. While the man watched Van leave, he told himself that he would still have time to show the man his strength when everything was over. Van stood behind the container waiting for the timer to expire. He tilted his head slightly with only 3 seconds left. The guy in the iron mask finally finished his calculation. He suddenly approached one of the guards and snapped his neck, ordering the others to begin. His partner at this time shot energy beams from her palm, penetrating through the guards and killing them. Another girl from the group suddenly ran up to one of the guards and cut the back of his head. A bearded man, shrouding himself in a green aura, attacked one of the guards with his bare hands. Van lowered his hands, on the palms of which magic circles began to appear. A green aura enveloped the head of one of the guards. The protagonist calmly walked past the guards who were unable to resist the illusion spell. Wang glanced at the soldiers as he continued to use the illusion spell. He peered out from the corner, surveying the area. While the oblivious soldiers continued to patrol, Van looked at the site, realizing that Ackerman had not arrived yet. Next, he took out a pistol, deciding to reduce the number of guards until Ackerman arrived. The protagonist's body was enveloped in a faint green glow. The green circles of mana surrounding the guard's head intensified when the protagonist decided to create auditory hallucinations and a flickering shadow before their eyes. The green mana circles on another guard's head grew larger. As the soldiers approached him like zombies, Van aimed his gun at them. Before firing, Van cast a silence spell, enveloping the barrel of the gun in a kind of vacuum. 2 shots hit the heads of 2 guards, causing blood to spray out. Lowering his gun and looking at the falling bodies, the protagonist said that it was too easy and he could deal with others the same way. Soon all the guards were lying on the ground, killed by the protagonist, and the voice of his partners was heard from the earpiece saying that they had already arrived. Van turned away and walked away while one of his partners in his earpiece ordered them to tell him if they found the target. Van walked between the containers listening as they were simply given orders. Approaching the open area, the protagonist decided to begin. Stopping, he began to look for Milla's amulet in his inner pocket. He took out a black square, which was an amulet. Symbols were engraved on the surface of the square. Looking at the purple symbols, Vaughn knew that while it might be a waste, given the fact that Jude used to be a military mercenary, it was likely that he had heightened senses. The protagonist stuffed the amulet into his inner pocket, after which his entire body was enveloped in a bright blue glow. He had to use this to remain undetected. Next, Van drew attention to the arriving cars. The gangster-looking guys got out of their cars and started talking to each other. The protagonist, who was enveloped in a bright glow, wondered if they were distributors. A moment later, a luxury car pulled into the port. The guys were startled when the car stopped right in front of them. Ackerman got out of the car and greeted everyone with a smile. Jude followed him out of the car. Van carefully looked out, realizing that Ackerman was in his area. He then raised his hand to his ear, notifying the rest of the group about Ackerman's location. At this time, Ackerman was making one of the guys nervous by saying that today was the perfect weather to talk about their business. He then placed his hands on the trembling guy's shoulders, saying that he wanted to thank him for making this meeting possible. The guy got scared, saying that he didn't know what he was talking about. The whole group of guys began to get very nervous when Ackerman put his hand on the shoulder of one of them and listed all the things he had done for them. But a moment later he became angry and, clenching his teeth, shouted saying that nothing had been returned to him. All his money, gifts, and efforts had gone in vain. The guy with the many scars on his face screamed as Ackerman squeezed his shoulder with great force. A moment later, with a cry, he abruptly walked away from Ackerman and threw his hand away from him. When Ackerman began to smile widely, the frightened guy began to ask for forgiveness. But Ackerman did not listen to him and kicked him straight in the stomach. An angry Ackerman began kicking the guy lying on the ground, cursing and screaming. The group members averted their gaze, unable to watch their boss being beaten. The protagonist, peeking out from the corner, looked at what was happening, thinking that although he notified his team members, he could not just stand by and watch. Van raised his pistol in preparation for battle. He pointed the gun straight at Ackerman, who was kicking one of the guys. Mana began to concentrate on the tip of the gun as the protagonist used 3 spells to enhance the power of the shot. A moment later, the entire space around was brightly lit up, after which Van cast the silence spell. The bullet, leaving behind a trail of energy, flew straight at Ackerman, passing between a group of people. Ackerman opened his eyes wide as the bullet approached him. A moment later, bright sparks from the collision of steel scattered into the darkness. Jude found himself in front of Ackerman with a drawn blade, with which he defended his boss. The guys started looking around and screaming in fear. Ackerman glanced at the back of one escaped coward. He frowned and twisted his face in disgust. As soon as he said the name Jude, he rushed after the escaped guy. The guy was breathing hard, trying to run away as far as possible. Suddenly a shadow flashed in front of him, startling him. Jude appeared right in front of the guy and stabbed him in the chest with a swing of his blade. The guy screamed in pain, and his blood sprayed from the wound. Seeing this, the rest of the group were very scared. Ackerman approached the group and asked them how they even did their work if even they were scared to such an extent. Angry, Ackerman shouted at the guys, accusing them of negligence. They moved a little away from Ackerman when they saw a bright glow approaching them. Ackerman noticed this and turned around thinking what it could be. A moment later, an explosion of energy occurred in the place where Ackerman stood with his group. The protagonist involuntarily opened his mouth in amazement when he saw the laser attack. He then looked at the top of one of the containers, seeing a figure in a cloak. The girl in the iron mask, who directed a laser attack at the enemies, was glad that she was able to get rid of everyone at once. Looking at the fire in the crushed earth, the girl assumed that the task was over. A moment later, a second girl emerged from the shadows, asking the masked girl if she wanted to check the corpses. She turned her head when the girl who came to her reminded her of Jude, after which she said that they were going to kill Ackerman. The protagonist carefully looked behind the container, not understanding why the girls were so relaxed. Taking the amulet in his hand, the protagonist decided to prepare for another attack. At this time, the girl shouted at her partner, saying that she would complain to Dyke if she continued to behave this way. But seeing how she was not moving, the girl asked her if she thought that she would receive special treatment on this task. When the girl in the iron mask turned her head and wanted to calm her partner, blood sharply sprayed out of her body. The blade pierced through the girl's body, greatly frightening her. She trembled, looking at her partner who had retreated from her. A moment later, the girl in the iron mask saw her partner's body cut into 2 pieces. Jude lowered his bloody blade as he watched the victim's body fall. Jude, standing with his hand in his pocket, bowed his head a little, telling the girls that they shouldn't have shouted so loudly, because his client didn't like that. The girl trembled, asking Jude how he got past her radar. Jude pointed the tip of his blade at the girl, saying that they managed to come here with such terrible skills that they didn't even notice his presence until he cut one of them. A moment later, Jude raised the blade to his mouth and licked the blood from it. Jude licked his lips and began to look at the blade, saying that the taste was annoying, although not bad for the first kill that night. Dan, who had enveloped himself in mana, looked at Jude, realizing that he must be the same as that retired scavenger soldier. The girl pointed her palm at Jude and began to concentrate a sphere of energy in it. He feigned surprise when he saw how energy accumulated in front of the girl's palm. Looking at the metamorphosis of the girl's hand, Jude grinned, saying that this was truly a modern hand. A grin appeared on the former soldier's face when he asked the girl if she was from the cybernetic echo. Dan, hearing this, shuddered, remembering the rumors about the cybernetic echo. This term referred to a group or organizations that combine the essence of the human body and magical engineering to achieve maximum functionality with minimal mana expenditure. The protagonist frowned and bowed his head, mentally thinking that he had heard that they were not so easy to meet in real life, but this turned out to be untrue. Jude turned his head, saying that the blood mixed with oil was too oily for him. The girl, who continued to hold the energy in front of her palm, told Jude that he did not understand who was really at a disadvantage here, and then reminded her of Ackerman's death. Jude grinned and looked to the side, saying that he did not know about Ackerman's death. At this time, the barrier enveloping and saving Ackerman began to dissipate. He spread his arms to the side, asking the girl if they thought that he was not aware that there should be uninvited guests today. The girl shuddered when she saw this and began to deny the possibility of such an outcome. Ackerman raised his hand with a smile on his face and called for another participant. He snapped his fingers, saying he was taking care of himself. A bearded man walked between the containers, dragging the body of his deceased partner with one hand. With a smile on his face, he raised the separated head of his partner, greeting the girl. Seeing how she began to tremble, the man laughed loudly. Ackerman spread his arms to the sides, asking the girl if they really thought that he would not recruit the people they hired. The protagonist looked out from around the corner, listening to Ackerman say that money in this world is everything. Looking at the girl, Ackerman laughed and said that they were doing a terrible job. He pointed a gun at her, saying that her death would not be beautiful. Ackerman smiled wildly as he said he would open her mechanical head and pull out all the information before he got to her client. But suddenly Ackerman's upper body dissolved, and his hand holding the gun fell to the ground. Jude and the girl were shocked to see this. The protagonist stood nearby, pointing his rifle at the place where Ackerman's blood was gushing out. Dan lowered his rifle, mentally telling himself that preparing in advance was the right decision. Suddenly, the bearded man went berserk and, enveloping his body in an aura, threw the head of the guy he had killed to the side. He rushed straight at the protagonist. Dan glanced at Jude and the girl fighting on the containers, guessing that Jude was going to kill the girl first. Jude swung his blade, but the girl jumped, dodging the enemy's attack. Van pointed his rifle at the approaching enemy, deciding to get rid of him first. The ground under the man's feet cracked and sank. He jumped into the air, clasping his hands and concentrating mana into them. The protagonist created shields in front of him and, looking at the enemy, thought that he would block his enemy as much as he could with the help of a shield. The man hit the shield with all his strength, starting a confrontation. The ground under the protagonist's feet cracked due to the power of the enemy's blow. Some containers began to move due to the collision of two enemies. The first 4 shields built by Wang began to crack. The protagonist gritted his teeth as his 4th barrier collapsed. The man continued to hit with particular cruelty. While Van thought about the broken shields, he was a little horrified by the force of the man's usual blow. He looked at his rifle and began to raise it, telling himself that he urgently needed to decide everything. Directing it at the enemy, he cast 2 spells, enhancing the attack. The barrel of the weapon glowed brightly as the protagonist cast another spell. The fired bullet threw the man's body away along with it, leaving behind a trail of energy. Van looked at the man's figure in the smoke, wondering if he had succeeded. A moment later, he saw a man baring his teeth heading towards him. He, being embittered and furious, headed towards the protagonist. Van opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what kind of nonsense was happening. The man raised his hands again and was about to strike from top to bottom. Van, looking at him, understood that if the shield broke now, it would be the end. Van grabbed the weapon more comfortably, thinking that he had no choice. Van created a magic circle directly on his weapon, deciding to escape using impact magic. The man hit the ground directly, destroying the shield and crushing the earth itself, but Van dodged his blow by flying away thanks to magic. Vaughn clenched his teeth, feeling pain in his stomach as his weapon was split in half. The protagonist collided with a container. He fell to the ground and began to cough, feeling severe pain. Trembling all over, the protagonist looked at his enemy, who praised him for his courage. The man began to approach Van and, spreading his arms slightly to the side, said that his ancestors liked such courage. A moment later, the image of a wild man from ancient times formed above the man. Seeing this, Van, who put his drug into his mouth, was greatly shocked because it was necromancy. Looking at the tense man and the silhouette behind him, Van became wary because he was already strong, and at the same time he became even stronger. Vaughn began to stand up, thinking about Jude, who could join the fight and put him at a disadvantage. As the mana field began to spread from Van, he decided to first find out what happened to the masked girl and Jude. Approaching the protagonist, the man said that he would be glad to spare him because they made his job easier by cutting off Ackerman's head. The man leaned over and pointed at himself with his hand and bared his teeth wildly. Then he again spread his arms to the sides, saying that he was quite pleased with the money he received from both sides, but they went further and even cleaned up after themselves after work, which is why he shouldn't have conflicted with Dyke. Van put away his drug and, looking at his enemy, asked him if he wanted to say that while there were no witnesses, he should not worry. The man threw his head back and laughed loudly, but a moment later he suddenly became serious, telling Van that he had guessed right. The protagonist, sitting on his knees, understood the man. He wanted to get rid of all the witnesses and again take the side of Dyke. Vaughn suddenly turned his head, his pupils glowing brightly. He saw Jude in the distance, but could not see the girl, after which he assumed she had escaped. Suddenly, Jude began to head towards them to deal with him. Vaughn faintly frowned, mentally telling himself that he had no choice but to use this method. He looked at the sea in the distance, deciding to use it. The protagonist wrapped himself in mana and ran sharply in that direction. The man grabbed the bottom of the container, deciding to lift it. He picked up the container, asking Van where he was going. A moment later, he threw a huge container directly at the fleeing protagonist. The container fell to the ground and kicked up a huge amount of dust, but failed to hit Van. The man punched through the container with brute force and headed straight for Van. Van glanced at the enemy behind him and frowned, realizing that he could not escape for long. The man again threw the container after the protagonist. One by one, the containers flew towards Van, but he dodged them all, running away to his target. When the shadow covered his body, the protagonist raised his head, noticing something was wrong. A huge black tentacle formed on one of the towers. It intercepted the container, holding it in the air and saving the protagonist. The man walked up to the fallen container and looked at Van. Seeing him stop at the edge of the port, he laughed a little. Gesturing with his hand, the man told Wang that he had to be confident in his ability to swim, but he, not understanding him, asked the man what he was talking about. Once again spreading his arms to the sides, the man asked Wang, who was standing in front, if he had not run here in order to escape across the ocean, because otherwise he did not understand why he would rush here at full speed. Van took the drug out of his mouth, asking who could possibly survive in the water in this weather. The man smirked, telling the protagonist that he would definitely not be able to survive due to his weak body. A moment later, the container behind the man's back was cut by a bright sickle of energy. The man and Van glanced at the new arrival. Jude, who had cut the container in half, was approaching them. Seeing Hugo, the bearded man grinned, beginning to taunt Jude for his failure. When he pointed his hand at him and began to mock him again, Jude ordered him not to say any more because he had nothing left to do due to the fact that the girl used biotransmission to help her escape. Jude frowned and sighed in annoyance as he approached his accomplice. But a moment later, he grinned when he saw the protagonist unsuccessfully trying to escape in his opinion. Van, looking at his enemies, asked them why they wanted to kill him since they had no reason, because their client was already dead. Jude chuckled, saying that he should at least take revenge. The protagonist, looking intently at Jude, asked what else he wanted to say. The edge of his lip lifted and he chuckled. With one hand on his side, Jude said that Master Jude had given him the job. His pupil lit up brightly when he said that while his boss wouldn't cut his throat because of one subordinate, he wouldn't just leave it like that. Seeing this, Van frowned, realizing that Ackerman was really working for Juice. Looking at the bearded man flexing his fists and Jude holding his blade in front of him, Van thought that if Juice had hired them to protect his close subordinate, then they were probably quite strong, and if he wanted to avoid problems, he needed to kill both of them. Van closed his eyes in preparation for battle. When he opened his eyes, purple mana enveloped him. Dark purple mana began to emanate from his body. Both of his enemies felt uncomfortable as the dark mana enveloped them. Due to the protagonist's spell, all the containers and his enemies began to float into the air. While Jude was jerking his legs, not understanding what was happening, his partner hit the ground while holding himself. Jude stabbed his blade into the ground, shouting to Van whether he thought his stupid trick would work. Both enemies found ways to attach themselves as they gritted their teeth and glared at Vaughn. At this time, Van smiled, mentally telling himself that if he thought that they were so weak that this would work on them, then he would not have prepared the following. Suddenly, all the objects in the area began to approach the two enemies, wanting to pin them down. Jude opened his eyes wide, sensing danger behind him. A moment later, he turned his head, realizing that an object was flying to the side. A moment later, a huge wave of water rose behind Van, after which he praised Jude for his legibility. A huge wave of water, from which various things splashed out, rose over the edge of the port. Seeing this, both enveloped themselves in their auras, deciding to escape. Looking at them, Van decided not to allow them to escape. A moment later, red mana enveloped their bodies, preventing them from moving theirs, causing them both to start arguing. Vaughn stood with his arm outstretched, a ball of mana formed in his palm. The protagonist actually had many ways to kill the bearded man on the way here, but he waited until he was here for this moment. A huge wave of water covered the entire edge of the port. Cabinets, various boxes and objects began to fall and fly in different directions. Jude and his partner opened their mouths wide at this. A wave of water hit them, causing enormous pain. Jude and the man gritted their teeth in pain as the water tried to carry them away. Vaughn, who had shrouded himself in a barrier, decided to find the perfect time to simultaneously deal with two such skilled people before the waves completely subsided. While the water enveloped his barrier of enemies, the protagonist stood, motionless, guessing the moment. He guessed the moment and used an ice elemental spell, starting to freeze all the water. The water turned into ice at great speed, shocking the two enemies and reaching them in a second. As the ice imprisoned them, they both clenched their teeth in anger. Van pointed his pistol at them and began to concentrate mana in it. A moment later, blood gushed from the bearded man's affected eye. His blood flowed down the ice crystals as he denied his death. Trembling all over, the man asked Wang how he was able to do this in such a short period of time that he could not move. Van pointed the gun at him again, beginning to concentrate his mana. He was surprised that even after half his head was blown off, he could still speak. Jude glanced at his partner, whose head was completely destroyed by the next shot. Van turned his head sharply, sensing danger. Jude, straining, was able to break the ice that bound him. But a moment later, he turned into a silhouette and disappeared from the place. He appeared behind Wang and raised his blade to strike. When he swung his blade, the protagonist formed a barrier that blocked his attack. Having flown away due to the recoil, Jude clenched his teeth in anger, not understanding how he could do such a thing. At the same time, Van glanced at the attacker, mentally telling himself that counterattacking immediately after the magician cast his spell was a good decision. A moment later, Jude's body turned into a mirage again. The protagonist left several small gaps between the shields so that when an attack approached, they could change the direction of their rotation. This maneuver required precise control of mana, but overall it was not that difficult. Van turned his head, guessing the direction of the next attack. Watching Jude move around him at great speed, he assumed that due to his first failure, he would try to avoid a head-on collision. Jude jumped from container to container, spinning around. A moment later, he pushed off from the ground. At this time, Wang was watching everything with a pistol in his hand. He saw the enemy running through the container at great speed. Jude began to approach Van from behind at great speed. Van smiled and turned his head, anticipating the enemy's attack. A bright golden sphere of mana appeared above Jude, who approached the protagonist. A second later, a powerful stream of energy coming out of the sphere knocked the enemy down. His face crushed the ice and slammed into it. Jude, blood gushing from his nose, suddenly raised his head and screamed. Magic circles began to appear near him, beginning to envelop him with their tentacles. One of the tentacles wrapped around his arm, while the other wrapped around his leg. One of the tentacles made Jude grit his teeth due to pain and lack of air as it tied around his neck. Jude shouted to Van, who was standing in front of him, asking him how he understood. The protagonist, looking at his enemy, said that he knew from the very beginning. Looking at the small piece of ice on Jude's trousers, Vaughn said that he couldn't help but detect his own mana. Remembering how Jude spun around him, the protagonist looked down at him and said that his mana was right where he was lying. The swordsman was horrified when he heard the words of the protagonist and began to scream what he was talking about without noticing how a circle of dark mana had formed under his feet. The shadow invasion spell was cast, and the circle under Judy increased sharply, but a moment later the circle suddenly disappeared, cutting off Judy's legs. Jude dropped the weapon from his hand and began to scream due to the unbearable pain. Van stood, motionless, watching as the swordsman began to crawl, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The protagonist chuckled, telling Jude that he licked the blood right in front of him, so he definitely couldn't deceive him. Judy suddenly stopped shaking and stopped. His body began to dissolve into a red haze. Soon the entire body of the protagonist's enemy dissolved, turning into red smoke. Van frowned. He understood perfectly well that this was a vampire in front of him. Remembering how an angry Jude came to him, his strong body and developed fighting skills. After remembering how he licked the blood from the blade, showing his thirst for blood, the protagonist looked at the bloody fog and realized that Jude could control the blood fog and its composition. Looking up at the mist, Vaughn knew that the fact that the vampire had used this form to escape meant only one thing, and that was the final battle of the vampire's life. Van used a spell and summoned a huge bolt of lightning. The lightning struck directly into the fog, almost completely evaporating it. Van began to rummage in his inner pocket and sighed. He put his drug in his mouth and lines of mana immediately appeared on his face. This was not an easy battle for him. He stood calmly while a small drone watched him nearby. It was a small drone with a camera. It hovered in the air, filming everything. Events shift to Dyke headquarters. Killian, holding a tablet in his hand, watched a recording of the recent battle. Killian looked at Fanoa, who was sitting at her desk, and then reminded her that he had said that if you choose someone solely based on their performance, it can cause a lot of problems. She answered him by saying that she had already expected something like that. She clasped her hands together as she listened to Killian ask her if she was expecting a traitor in the group. Looking at the recording on the tablet again, Killian said that they had to figure out how to select the right people because they couldn't just take people whose identities they weren't even sure of. Fanoa put her hands on the table saying that they would have to pay even more if they did the testing. She started gesturing with her hand, asking Killian how he could say something like that, knowing the situation they were in. Bringing the tablet closer to his face, Killian asked the girl if that was why everything turned out this way. She sighed, admitting that she had underestimated the 40th district. Recalling how a bearded man in the group raised the head of a slain comrade, Fanoa said she thought everything would be okay if they united people who weren't causing any problems. But she didn't think they would betray them so easily. Putting the tablet on the table, Killian told Fanoa that she was simply working with illegal immigrants who had no past and they had to take risks. Sliding his finger across the screen, Killian asked the girl what she was going to do. Next, a hologram of Van appeared from the tablet, while Killian said that if she wanted to succeed in her plan, she would need to somehow hold him back. Looking more closely at the screen, Killian said that she would still have to apologize for her guilt to him since this plan turned out to be a complete failure. Fanoa glanced at Killian, saying that she was going to give part of what was promised to those four to him and they could only hope that this would be enough for now. Rubbing the bridge of her nose, Fanoa told the leaning Killian that she also asked Manga to find more independent mercenaries and probably, as he said, it wouldn't hurt to test them in advance, although it would require more money. Looking at the holographic screen, Fanoa admitted to herself that she shouldn't have tried to save money on this. The last second of the recording showed the protagonist looking at the drone. A moment later, the recording ended. Events moved to the next day in the protagonist's apartment. He was in the restroom listening on the phone to Jenny telling him that Ackerman had invested his money in many people. At this time, standing behind the bar, the girl said that for those to whom he gave money, financial support for life was cut off overnight. Putting his drug on the sink, Lennox listened as Jenny told him that it was important that he also killed Judy. Lennox, next to whom the small drone was hovering, asked Jenny what Dyke said. Applying ointment to his stomach wound, the protagonist listened as Jenny told him about Dyke's apologies and concern about the situation. Rubbing his wound and looking out the window, Lennox asked Jenny her opinion about them, to which she told him to just ignore Dyke. Looking towards Jenny, she said that although she didn't know what Dyke was thinking, it was strange that they wanted him to continue working with them after such a bad plan. The guy flinched when he heard about the additional reward that Dyke could provide, having received which he could think about further cooperation. He then lowered his t-shirt, expressing his hope. The protagonist began to wash his hands while listening to Jenny tell him that this job was hard for him and if he got injured, he could turn to Jordan, because he used to be a medic. Wiping his hands, Lennox told Jenny that it was quite unexpected, to which she replied that he did not have a license. But he was confident enough in himself to tell her about it, which means he knew enough. A drop of sweat ran down Lennox's face after hearing what she heard. In the evening, the train passed by the protagonist's apartment. Lennox sat in the lotus position and meditated. After talking with Jenny, he lay there and ignored calls from Dyke and concentrated on recovering. Because of his stupidity, he now felt so bad that even eating something was painful. After he felt a little better, he focused on studying magic during breaks while sitting in the lotus position. He formed lightning bolts between his palms. He formed a sphere of lightning in his palm. Lennox tried to analyze spell patterns, which made him feel much better. Various symbols appeared around the sphere, and the lightning stopped sparkling. Looking at the magic circle, he decided that he would collect data in order to be able to create spells himself in case he failed to acquire an innate magic system in the future. Looking at the scattered leaflets with Lennox diagrams, I thought about the following drawing. At this time it was already getting dark outside the window. A few days later, Lennox went outside because he could not neglect healthy eating, even if he was busy. Remembering Evelina, he realized that he could not go to stores near his house. When he took the food basket, someone greeted him. Lennox raised his head and looked at the newcomer. Evelina sat in front of him eating an apple. Lennox was horrified by his luck looking at the girl. He suddenly widened his eyes in shock. She, having enveloped herself in mana, began to wonder what the magician was doing in such a place. Raising his hand behind his back, the protagonist began to change his sema of mana while greeting Evelyn. The girl was a little surprised to see the changes in Lennox. A bead of sweat ran down the protagonist's face when the girl asked him if his mana circuit had changed. Closing her eyes, Evelina said that she must have imagined it. Stuffing the bayonet into her bag, the protagonist mentally thought that she had noticed changes in his pattern in such a short time, it was scary. Then Lennox remembered the huge crocodile Croconicilius. Then Evelina, being in her equipment, confronted him. The protagonist took out bills for payment, realizing that the girl in front of him was very experienced and he needed to be very careful. Handing the money to the girl, the protagonist wished her a good day. When he turned around and started to leave, Evelina called him and stopped him. When Lennox looked at her, she asked his name. The protagonist asked her why she needed his name. She smiled and said that his mana scheme was very pure for a 4th level mage and someone like him could easily take over some businesses. She closed her eyes saying that they would meet again, so it would be nice to know each other's names just in case. Lennox became depressed, realizing that she wanted to meet him later. As with a colleague, Evelina rubbed her chin, saying that although she should not tell him, he could recognize her. Evelina extended her finger, saying that in the near future a large-scale inspection of lawless areas in the outer regions will be carried out, and first of all, this concerns tax evaders. She extended her hand to Lennox, saying that if he is connected with them, then it is better for him to escape, although if he is in the deep network, then there will be no point in escaping. The protagonist parted his lips and asked the girl what the deep network is. She smiled, saying that she was just telling him all this because she liked him and would be sad to meet again in battle. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face when he thought that if he really got caught by such an inspection, it wouldn't just end in a battle. The girl introduced herself, looking at the protagonist. The protagonist, looking at the girl, lied, saying the name James. Evelina put her hands in her pockets, saying that she would remember his name. The girl's pupils sparkled as she told him to prepare for something he wouldn't be able to call by that name when they met again. Evelina smiled widely, asking the protagonist if he understood her. He silently looked at her without saying a word. Evelina waved her hand after the departing guy. Walking through the streets of the city, he thought about whether he should look for a new market again. The protagonist raised the phone to his ear and answered the call. Gianni, leaning back in her chair, told the protagonist on the phone that Dyke was in despair because they could not contact him. Looking at the road, Lennox asked Jenny how serious they were. Looking at the ceiling, the girl said that they had doubled the promised reward several times and were now thinking about what else they could give him. Walking down the street, Lennox said it was longer than he expected. Then Jenny asked him why don't they set a minimum, after which she asked him to stop by and see her. Looking at the blue sky, the protagonist agreed. Soon he arrived at Jenny's bar. Entering the bar, the protagonist froze abruptly at what he saw. Looking at the unusually nervous people in the bar, the protagonist felt quite awkward. He saw many people looking at Jenny and getting nervous. Then he saw a man behind Jenny at whom everyone was looking sideways and scared. The man with long hair turned his head and looked at Van to greet him. The man asked Van if he knew who he was. The protagonist answered him by saying that he did not. The man shrouded himself in dark mana, saying that he was the one who suffered great losses because of him. Several small streams of mana fell on the protagonist's barrier, but were unable to break through it. The man sent several more tendrils of mana directly into the protagonist's barrier. Van noticed how one of the tentacles broke and turned into fragments. He dusted off his shoulder, asking the man if he had worked with Ackerman. The man, whose neck and chest were covered in tattoos, said Ackerman had invested in his business. Wang smiled as he asked if the arms dealer had come here for revenge. The man began to get up, saying that not today. He stood in front of the protagonist, saying that he only came to warn him. He again shrouded his body in mana, saying that he would consider this a mistake and ignore it, but only once. The man slammed his fist on the table, warning Wang not to interfere in their business. Once again, streams of mana rained down on the barrier Wang had formed. The protagonist's pupil sparkled brightly when he realized that they were trying to intimidate him. He did not want to just leave it like that. He delivered a mana strike directly to the man's stomach. He frowned, looking sadly at Van. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist told him that if he tried to solve problems in such a rude manner, his client would not be left out. Veins appeared on the man's face when Van said that there wasn't a single corpse left at the time, not because Ackerman was stupid and didn't bring people with him. Van and the man stared at each other. He turned around, saying that they were pretending that nothing happened. He then glanced at Jenny and then told her that she should keep in mind that he was only leaving her bar alone because of Kieser. Jenny started to stand up when Beck started talking about how she shouldn't even think about protecting her boyfriend. Standing up, she looked at Beck and then told him to get out of here. Beck raised his eyebrows, a little surprised, but didn't say anything. Then he glanced at the protagonist. A moment later, he passed by him on his way to the exit. When Beck left, Van breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down at the counter, asking Jenny who that Beck was. She answered him by saying that he was an important person from the cigar group. Recently they had been most active in the 48th district. Looking at Jenny, who had come behind the bar, Van said that it seems Beck didn't like the fact that Ackerman died on his territory. Jenny glanced at the protagonist, telling him that it would not be easy for even him to cope with him, because there were about 1,000 people in the group and they were among the richest. The protagonist lowered his gaze, realizing that his enemies were an entire group. A moment later, he imagined people shrouded in dark mana, led by Beck. He looked to the side, deciding to prepare for the worst outcome. Jenny placed the computer in front of Van and then said that she had collected about 5 requests for which he was needed. Looking at the screen, the protagonist thought he didn't think that he started talking about this without a reason. Looking at the order given by Sebastian, the protagonist began to read it. Involuntarily, he remembered how Sebastian, putting his hand to his chest, introduced himself to him. Looking at the laptop screen, the protagonist asked Jenny if brokers usually did their business this way. She answered him by saying that although she didn't know, considering that the deposit was 22 million, it didn't look like he was just trying to attract his attention. Poking at the keyboard, the protagonist listened as Jenny told him that Sebastian's clients are very good specialists in their fields. Van looked attentively at the screen, thinking that if he could find out about Dyke's internal situation through Sebastian, it would come in handy. Then he looked at Jenny and asked her what she thought about this. She answered him by saying that she didn't care. She then pointed to herself and grinned, saying that on the deep web her name was already listed as his main broker. The protagonist's lips stretched into a smile when he heard this. Events are transferred to the 45th district in front of Sebastian's office. Standing in front of a huge office, the protagonist thought that the 40s were better than the 50s, but here it was completely different. Looking at the white and super technological building, he wondered whether such a building could be seen not only in the 10th districts. Then he looked at the entrance and was amazed again. The protagonist, who was looking at the building, looked down when he was greeted. Sebastian is at the table near the entrance, saying that this is their first meeting after the bar. Going inside and passing by a parking lot with cars, Van began to ask Sebastian questions, but he did not answer him, offering to talk inside. Soon the protagonist and Sebastian stood near the entrance to Sebastian's office. When they entered, Madison greeted them. Sebastian pointed at him with his hand, saying that he was here on personal business. Madison bowed to Van, saying it was nice to meet you. Then pointing to Van, Sebastian introduced him as a magician and an experienced mercenary. Madison looked at the guy, saying that he had all his hopes for him. Looking at the old man's face, he noticed various beatings. As everyone sat down in the chairs and sofas, Madison, who sat opposite the protagonist, said that he was currently leading a project to create a new model of machine that would decide the fate of the company. But recently during transportation, an unknown group of mercenaries beat him up and stole the blueprints. Looking at the protagonist, the old man said that they would like to receive the drawing intact and safe if possible, otherwise they would like it to be completely destroyed. Sebastian smiled and pointing at Van, saying that he knows a lot about this. He has never let anyone down before, the protagonist thought in his mind, saying that Sebastian had never even worked with him. The old man smiled, saying that such information was encouraging. Soon Sebastian and the protagonist watched as Madison walked away. Sebastian glanced at Van, who was sipping tea, and asked his opinion, who also expressed his misunderstanding by asking what Sebastian was asking about. Holding a mug of tea in his hand, the protagonist said that he knew nothing except that Madison was lying to them. Sebastian turned his head a little again, saying that since he understood, he definitely wouldn't waste time. Van looked at the cup in his hand, saying that Madison was a bad liar because he only had a couple of scratches on his face after meeting with the robbers. Sebastian sat in a chair, saying that Madison was in cahoots with the robbers and lied to them. Raising his mug of tea, Van expressed the second option. Perhaps it was he who was betrayed when he tried to give the company. Adjusting his suit, Sebastian said that he had a pretty good relationship with President Audible, so he was going to send a recording of their conversation directly to his email. He picked up the phone and looked at the recording of the conversation. Van looked at Sebastian, who said that Madison would most likely go to the police station tomorrow rather than to work. The protagonist at that time was thinking that although Sebastian is good-natured, he is also cruel at the same time. Putting a mug of tea on the table, Van said that in this case, what they need is not Madison's confession, but the location of the robbers. Sebastian smiled as he began to ask Van. Van tilted his head slightly as Sebastian asked him if he would take on this case. This ends the first season. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.